Oh my god, a Beyblade? Holy cow.
Hey guys, check out my new toy. You guys know that Beyblades actually still exist, man? These used to be the coolest things, and it really is kind of a miracle that they were able to market and brand these things as cool, because they're essentially dreidels, right? Well, anyway, let's give this thing a shot. 3, 2, 1, okay. No! No! Oh! No! Oh! Well, shoot. It looks like I lost my Beyblade. Well, it's a good thing I happened to bring my portable TV, my PlayStation 1 Mini, my GameCube, and this pink translucent Game Boy Advance that I found in a Detroit airport. So I can enjoy my Beyblade on the go without the actual toy. How cool is that, right?
First, let's take a look at Beyblade Let It Rip for the PlayStation. You can name your character, choose boy or girl. Not that it really matters, because it's not like it does anything other than change whose portrait is in the corner of the screen. There's no interactable world or anything, just a static menu where you can choose to do a tournament or free battle. This is one of the most pathetic packages imaginable, because they took the concept of Beyblade far too literally. This is like an accurate simulation of what it's like to play with the actual toys. As in 3, 2, 1, let it rip! And then you have no control over what happens. The D-pad doesn't do shit. X, square, triangle, circle, all nothing. And to make things worse, my Beyblade kept flying out of the stadium. Playing these in real life is fun because of the whole adrenaline of the thing. When there's a physical object in front of you and you can feel the bumps and ebbs and flow to something tactile, Beyblades doing their thing in real life, grinding up against each other, is cool. Beyblades doing their thing in a video game, however, is lame as hell, and it exposes a real challenge if you're going to adapt to this property. It's not like YuGiOh, where you're provided a solid foundation in the form of an intricate trading card game. Beyblades are just spinning tops. If you make a game where the only interactive ability is customizing your parts, then controlling a power meter before you launch your top into the arena, you've made one of the lamest video games in history. You need to play up their abilities a little, or at least allow you to move these things around, because actually playing with Beyblades in real life doesn't translate well at all. In short, they need to video gamify it a little bit. And they recognized this because Let It Rip received a direct sequel exclusive to the GameCube in the form of Super Tournament Battle. It's mostly the same game, but instead of a menu screen, you control this little chibi avatar in some kind of a foyer area. It's functionally the same as the PlayStation's menu. But little things like this go a long way when your game is as simple as spinning tops. There's still no story mode or anything like that, it's just free battle or tournament. The big difference with this game is you can actually control your Beyblades. The analog stick moves you around, and you can gain special moves which you activate by pressing B. Allow me to pull the curtain back a little bit on this segment. I had to rewrite it, because as a kid I had this game and could never figure out how to play it. No matter what I did, I would always lose. My health would always go down way faster than my opponents, and I was never able to win a single match back then. Tournament mode, free play, it didn't matter which character I picked, what Beyblade I was using. This game might as well have been impossible. Then, fast forward to now as an adult going back to it, I still could not for the life of me figure it out. So I did the logical thing and looked up tips online, and wasn't really able to find anything helpful there either. I played the game on my actual GameCube, tried 7 matches, lost every single one, and then wrote this whole part centered around how the game is fucking impossible. But then something funny happened, because later on, when I booted up the game in Dolphin to capture footage, I actually managed to figure it out, and even finished the entire game, to my shock. It took an hour and 20 minutes, by the way. That's my New Year's resolution, more 1-hour games. And I figured out how to play the game. It felt more like a cheese than the legitimate way its developers intended me to play the game, but hey, Many roads lead to Rome, as they say. Or planes, as we'll see later. What you need to do is fill up your special meter, then wait around until your opponent is close to the edge of the arena, then use your special and it knocks them out of the ring every single time. Man, I was nearly unstoppable after figuring this out, and it was kind of cathartic wrecking terror all over this game, which has gotten the better of me for years. The ending is nothing special, you're just declared the champion or whatever. Then the credits roll. Beyblade's Super Tournament Battle is not very good, but compared to the PS1 game, it's a masterpiece. I enjoyed the music, and I love the announcer's energy.
Oh no! It failed! Feel the shock of the collision!
The one on the PlayStation game sounded so unenthusiastic.
Let it rip! What a great launch! What a great launch! 3, 2, 1, let it rip! Go! This is a powerful launch! Hey, come on! What a great launch!
A huge improvement here. The last thing I want to comment on is that it's incredibly cute how pictures of real-life Beyblades are the main reward unlockables. This game is from 2002, and I know I sure as hell did not have internet access back then, so this would have been actually cool if I had been good enough to unlock any of them, but I wasn't, so I didn't. Like, hey kids, collect them all, don't these look cool? Go get your parents to buy more Beyblades. Next up is the Game Boy Advance, but not the RPG. We have a smaller fish to fry first. What if I told you that there's a Beyblade game modeled after Marble Madness of all things? Or maybe Monkey Ball's a more apt comparison, and it's actually pretty good. It's a simple concept. You control a Beyblade attempting to navigate through these isometric obstacle courses. In between each stage are these story cutscenes, which are a little confusing because they seem to imply that these Beyblade obstacle courses are stand-ins for fights, or Beyblade duels, or whatever it's called when two Beybladers fight, but that's clearly not what's going on here. We're just going through this obstacle course. Sure, once in a while there will be opponents on the obstacle course, but it's not like these are stand-ins for the enemies in the cutscenes. It's isometric, so the controls take a minute to get used to. They play by Q*bert rules, so ideally in this situation, I like to rotate my controller 45 degrees so the arrows are facing in the direction you move, but if you're playing on a Game Boy Advance, this is easier said than done. Anyway, if you grew up with Marble Madness as one of your, 12 NES games, then this Beyblade game is fairly easy by comparison. There are 49 stages as opposed to Marble Madness's 6, and they're all much easier here. It's also incredibly forgiving. There are no lives, and if you die, you can just try again instantly. I really like this concept. I wish they made a full console game around it with Tournament Battles presentation, because you can tell this was a budget, cheaply made game, even for the Game Boy Advance. There's only a couple of songs, and every cutscene uses the exact same template of two character portraits, one on each side facing each other with its dialogue on the bottom. I don't know if these storylines are taken directly from the cartoon, because I've never watched 1 second of this show, but they're all mostly stock. Bad guy comes and does bad things. Then our heroes appear to show them the error of their ways by navigating a Beyblade through a floating video game-ass obstacle course, apparently. This is definitively the best Beyblade game I will be looking at today, and it's not particularly close. Just nice little arcade-styled fun. Took me about 2 hours to finish, which is another New Year's resolution. More 2-hour games. And strangely, there's no ending. You finish the last stage, it asks if you want to save, and then the game just kicks you back to the level select screen. Anticlimactic, but I enjoyed my evening with Beyblade V-Force for the Game Boy Advance. It's nothing spectacular, but it goes outside the literal adaptation of the actual toys, which is what this property really needs to create good video games.
And now, our feature presentation.
Beyblade G Revolution! Much like every great RPG, it begins with your parent nagging you out of bed. You play as this kid named Tyson, who I think is the protagonist of the Beyblade show. He's definitely the most prominent on all the branding. It's here we're introduced to this game's best and only entertaining character, your grandpa. Tyson, you feel me, dog? For some reason, probably because it's from the show, your grandpa speaks in the funniest suburban slang. Hey, little dude, this ain't no time to be raising the roof. I like your style, homie. You the man. Now that you're out of bed, you have to find all the individual parts of your Beyblades spread throughout the house. And holy shit, Tyson is more scatterbrained than I am. Your ripcord is in the backyard, the top on the desk, the weight disc in the drawer, launcher in the dining room. Then you talk to your grandpa again, and he goes on and on about this sword, which has been passed down from generation to generation. Now, if this were any good or even average game, at some point you would take this sword and do something cool with it. It's like Chekhov's gun. You establish this giant sword family heirloom, which is bigger than your sprite, because at some point you're going to need it, right? You show a sword on the mantelpiece, so it better get swung. But no, it's never mentioned again for the rest of the game, rendering this whole conversation pointless. This game uses a world map with predetermined locations, much like Final Fantasy Mystic Quest or Super Mario RPG, or insert other RPG which does this here. It's incredibly small, with only 10 separate locales total, and starting off, you only have access to 3. Your house, which there's no real reason to go to after starting the game, the Beyblade shop, and this apartment building, outside of which I'm challenged to my first Beyblade battle. So here it is, first fight of the game, and... Wait, what? Was I too late? Was I supposed to press something? Alright, I'll get him next time. Oh, that's it! I mistimed the launch and I just lose? Wait, what? I lost my Beyblade? What? In the first fight, because I didn't know how to play the game yet, I permanently lose my starting Beyblade. What the fuck is this shit? This is like if in Pokemon, after you pick your starter and you lose the rival battle, you had to give your starter to your rival. Like, what the fuck is this? I mean, this is just an absurd premise too. Like, whenever you lose a fight at all in this game, you lose whatever Beyblade you're currently using. So I guess this means I have to go to the shop to get another one now? Oh man, what a rough way to start. So I did that, I went to the shop, now let's try this again. Power 99, so pretty good. Wait, whoa, hold the fucking phone. Why do I start with 300 RPM on a 99% launch when the first opponent in the game starts with 746? How is this fair? The way combat works in this game is A, attacks, and B, defends. You can charge up both for added power. To my knowledge, there are no ring outs because you just bounce off the side. The health bars at the bottom theoretically would end the battle if one actually managed to deplete, but it never once happened in my playthrough. The only things which matter are your RPM number and this little circle on the inside here. That's your special meter. Once it's filled up, hold down L and R to use your special move. Anyway, in this battle, I managed to go about even with the guy, but with a 400 RPM head start, I really didn't stand a chance. So I can't beat him. He's the first guy in the game and I just can't beat him. Well, if you can't beat him, fuck him. We're not rematching. I'm just gonna go inside. This is our best friend Ray, and he gives us a tutorial on how to actually play the game, which would have been nice if I didn't just lose to this asshole twice. How about putting your tutorial, you know, before the first opportunity to fight, so I don't begin the game losing all of my Beyblades? Next, you're given the option to challenge Ray, so sure, why not? I guess he's probably intended to be the first fight. What the fuck? 3,000? And it's not like this is some kind of friendly match, because he takes my Beyblade too. What the fuck, Ray? Win or lose, after talking to Ray, you're able to go to the park, where you get your ass kicked by everybody there because this game is fucking impossible Unless you know about one little trick, that is. At which point the game becomes trivial. All you gotta do is whenever you land an attack, quickly hit up, down, and A. And you'll do this combo where you get to attack repeatedly. Start doing this and you'll never lose again. It transforms G-Revolution from the hardest to the easiest game ever made. It's around this time I noticed how bizarre the music of this game is. Not the tracks themselves, though those are a little strange, but how the game decides what song plays and when. There are 2 battle themes and they're both fine. No real comment there. But everything else, there's a Rolodex of 5 themes that are randomly selected and play everywhere else. This includes story moments, the end credits, walking in and out of buildings. It's all purely random, and I don't think I've ever played a game like that. Normally, for example, one area would have its own theme song that plays every time you go there, and that's how it's determined, but not this game. One of 5 tracks will just play at random no matter what, and it leads to some truly ill-fitting moments and gives this whole game an aura of normality, like nothing ever really matters. At pivotal plot moments, it's strange that the same dumpy music you've been listening to the entire time just keeps on playing. Like, the end credits deserve a more grandiose theme than this, wouldn't you say? This sounds like the end of an independent art movie that finishes with the main character killing themselves or something. Not the victory theme for the new Beyblade World Champion. Oh yeah, that's the plot, by the way. There's this big worldwide Beyblade tournament, and your goal is to lead your team, the Blade Breakers, to a championship. But right before the tournament starts, 2 of your best friends quit the team. Oh no! So you're forced to team up with this kid you've been bullying the entire game. Seriously, you're so mean to this poor kid. You call him a freak show, he storms off. Then an actual freak show strolls up. The game dangles this guy over your head constantly. He'll show up, say some ominous things, play hard to get, and then disappear. The main issue with this game is that it's 95% filler. Let me give you a brief overview of how to get through this game. You go to the park, defeat all the Beybladers at the park, there's 8, which unlocks the forest. So you go there, and you have to defeat all the Beybladers in the forest, which unlocks the pool. At the pool, you get rejected by some girls, stone cold by the way. Then defeat all the Beybladers at the pool, which unlocks the Beyblade Corporation HQ. So you go there and defeat all the Beybladers at the HQ, which at this stage and from here on out, instead of single matches, everything becomes best 3 out of 5, essentially tripling the amount of work you need to do. And look at how transparent this is. The game locks you in a room with 6 stationary NPCs, not moving a fucking pixel, and in order to continue on with the game, one by one, you have to walk up to them, challenge them to a fight, then beat them all 3 times each. It's just transparent filler. It's not fun, and the battles get longer as the game goes on, because damage barely scales with RPM. You'll finish the game with around 10,000 RPM, but you're still only hitting for like 20 damage each. Late game, these fights take minutes at a time, and it really wore me down. After this room, the tournament proper starts, but it's never that simple, because you win one tournament, then the game is like, alright, good job, now we're going to fucking Rome. What? And this is what we call production value. An image of a plane with our characters speaking over it. Then bam, we're in Rome, I guess. You only see the inside of a stadium, and it's not like the Roman Colosseum or anything. It looks just like the place we were just in. The game does this a few more times. You quote unquote go to New York and a whole bunch of other places. But they didn't make any new assets for any of these places, and you only see the inside of the stadiums. So, what's the point of this whole globetrotting thing? It's awful and just exists to stretch the game out. I get that it probably happened in the show, and that's why they felt the need to include it, but in the context of this game, it just comes off as ludicrously lazy. Eventually, it's revealed that the freak show who's been stalking you was actually, well, let's let the game tell us. You still don't recognize me, do you, Tyson? Look, I don't know who you are, unless... It's been a long time, hasn't it, little brother? And my reaction to that information is... Wait, I had a brother? You know, that's a little tidbit that would have been better to set up at the beginning of the game instead of Grandpa's big dumb sword that's never mentioned again. And this could have been as simple as having a second bedroom in your house or having an NPC or two at the park say something about how you're almost as good as your brother. I don't know, just spitballing. Anything would have been better than nothing, and there's no mention of you ever having a brother before this. It just comes out of absolute nowhere. From then on, your brother has a completely different sprite, and I really don't know what his motive was disguising himself was in the first place. Well, whatever. I mean, who cares? Who cares about the stupid story in this game? I guess it's good to know that you have a brother. It doesn't affect anything. It's not like this character had any agency in the plot. He doesn't ever actually 3, 2, 1, let it rip. He never plays Beyblades in this. He has nothing to do with your success or failure, so who the heck cares? What we do care about, though, is that your best friend Ray, remember the tutorial guy who kicked my ass, quits the team for reasons that he doesn't explain. Oof. Life is rough. Everybody just quits your team. This time it means that your nerdy friend is to take his place on the team. So, as we're going on this globe-trotting adventure, we get to the final stadium, and... Holy shit! There he is! Look! He joined another team! Oh! That fucking backstabber! Bastard! Oh, man! Well, I'll show him. This is the final duel, and it's kind of a poetic ending, right? Two best friends kicked my ass at the beginning. Well, I'm gonna kick his ass in the end. I'll have the last laugh. I'm gonna have my revenge. Only he just stands there. You never fight him. He never says anything. And none of the characters acknowledge his presence. I don't even... Is this even supposed to be him, or do they just reuse his sprite? Oh, man. So you win yet another tournament, and the game throws up its arms and goes, alright, I guess you're the world champs. Credits roll, and they included the entire animation staff, you know, from the cartoon, so they last forever. Final runtime was 9 hours, 36 minutes. Which again was my New Year's resolution, to play more 9-hour games. That's good for my health. Unlike this game. This game is not good for my health. Beyblade G-Revolution is terrible. Classic example of 30 minutes of content stretched to fill more time. The battles aren't deep and they take forever. Also, forcing you to fight every last NPC in the game is a hackney shit design, and they should be ashamed for doing it. To borrow from the Pokemon example again, imagine a Pokemon game where not only are you forced to fight every trainer in the game, but some of them you need to beat best 3 out of 5. That would get old fast. It's not like I expected much, but I was still disappointed. Ugh! Oh man, these games are all terrible. Roar! I gotta go and get my Beyblade back. Oh shit. Well, let's go in there. Fucking. There we go. Little fucking light. Oh, there it fucking is. There it is. Oh, fuck. Alright. How am I gonna do this one-handed? I'm gonna fucking play with this Beyblade. It's gonna be a good time. Okay. Fuck. Alright. Fucking, I gotta figure it out. Are we ready? Fucking. There's no way I can prop this up, is there? Okay. 3, 2. Oh, fuck. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Let it rip. Oh, there it is. It's. Okay, Beyblade sucks. Oh, Jason, I've been waiting for this my whole life. Oh, Barbie, I don't know. It just feels so wrong. I don't know if I can do this. Oh, but Jason, I want you so bad. Okay, Barbie, that's good by me. No. Ah, I didn't hear you come in, even though I'm outside. So you're thinking one of two things. You're either thinking, who the hell is this guy? Or you're thinking, Jason,
YTF are you talking about a bunch of stupid old Barbie games? And you're on the internet, you're watching me. I'm sure you're aware that in a couple of months a Barbie movie is going to come out. And I'm sure you've seen this image macro all over the goddamn internet. And, you know, I figure I might as well strike. Well, there's cultural relevancy. Plus, I was looking at PS1 ISOs and I saw that there are not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5.
5 of them!
That's right. 5 Barbie games on the PlayStation 1. And is there anything easier to dunk on? Can I think of better cannon fodder for just making some stupid jokes and just roasting some crappy fucking games than some dumb old Barbie stuff? That, in my female viewer demographic, is in the freaking toilet right now. Chicks don't watch my videos, so I need to do a better job of going after that market. So here is me appealing directly to you, I guess. Let me know if it worked.
First up is Barbie Race and Ride. Barbie plus horses? A match made in heaven. What could go wrong? Oh, do you catch this? The color Barbie pink is trademarked, apparently. Oh dear. Look at this awful 1999 PS1 CG.
Hi, I'm Barbie.
Hi, Barbie. Here's a running theme with all these Barbie games. She loves breaking the fourth wall by literally speaking directly to the player.
Use the directional buttons to move around the screen. Use the left and right directional buttons to spin the disc to show the location. From here, you can start a new game.
How many games can you think of that start with the main character going, "Hi, I'm Solid Snake, and welcome to Shadow Moses Island"? Never. That's how often. So we pick our horse, choose a name from a predetermined list,
Moonbeam.
then pick where we want to go. Then there's this weird looking FMV loading screen. It's going on for kind of a long time. Oh, well, hold on. Wait a second. I'm controlling this horse. Look, see, it's going back and forth. This isn't a loading screen. This is the game. I don't even need to say anything. Once in a while, you need to veer left or right. But what you're seeing is it. This is Barbie Race and Ride.
Press the right directional button.
I mean, it advertises horseback riding, and I guess that's what you get. The developers knew they couldn't get away with just this, so every so often you're given the option to stop riding to play a minigame, which barely qualify as acceptable to include in a retail video game. Really? Putting together a 6-piece jigsaw puzzle? That's your idea of content? Here's one where you need to catch nuts falling out of trees. This feels like the kind of thing you'd play on Barbie.com in 2001. Not something you would go to a store and buy. There's also a racing minigame, hence the race in Race and Ride, but I'm not sure how it's supposed to work. All I can do is jump, and I guess Barbie will always win as long as you don't forget to jump over these little twigs in the path. This whole package is pathetic. The horseback riding only exists as a way to link these stupid Flash games together. Barbie Race and Ride is what you call a scam.
Let's try to put the pieces of the puzzle back together.
You sell to little girls this low-effort piece of garbage with the light veneer of a promise to ride horses with Barbie. It probably took about 1 month to develop, if that. Then they crapped it into stores, and it probably actually did pretty well. I'm angry that Mattel, that RuneCraft got away with this. If I were 5 and a girl, I would probably give up on video games forever after this.
That was awesome. Cool. Aren't they beautiful?
Next up is Barbie Gotta Have Games, which was released as late as 2003. At least this one is honest about being a low-effort minigame compilation. Instead of all that FMV horse riding bollocks, it's just a static menu where you pick which one you want to play. There's slightly more to these minigames than the ones in Race and Ride, mostly because they just ripped off other games like Snake or Connect 4. Here's one that's literally just a memory matching game. You know, like that card segment in Mario 3. Another one is just guess the word. Here's a list of letters. You can pick any letter you want, and you need to figure out what this word is. which apparently I suck at. Another one is just Puzzle Bobble. I don't know how copying Puzzle Bobble is legal. There are thousands of this exact game. In fact, I'm gonna guess that you didn't even know what this was called until I just said it. But you've definitely seen it before. I'm pretty sure you can't just recreate something like Tetris, for example, and then try to sell it as your own. So what makes this concept immune? I wonder. One small complaint I have is that many of these games require a second player, so if you're a lonely loser like me, you need to play against the CPU. Barbie Gotta Have Games is still low-effort garbage designed to trick parents into buying their daughters shitty games, but for some reason I'm a lot less mad at it, because the bait isn't anywhere near as good. As stupid as it sounds, Barbie Horse Racing is a game that makes itself, a game that sells itself. Just throw together some dopey racing game, slap Barbie, slap some horses into it, then bada bing, bada boom, you've got yourself a video game. But Race and Ride didn't even rise up to that level. With Barbie's Got Games, you know what you're going to get, and I don't feel slighted. Moving on to Barbie Super Sports. Music kinda goes hard. There's some big sports competition, and because there's nothing she can't do, may as well enter. The Barbie narrating everything trope is taken to a whole other level here. She talks over everything.
Press the X button. Player 1 to choose me. To choose me. To choose me. Barbie.
Of course I'm going to pick her. I'm gonna pick Barbie. Who the hell wants to play as these knockoffs like Christy or Teresa? Yo, check out this CG water fountain. Now that's what I call high tech. So this is the third title I've looked at. And believe it or not, this is the first, and spoilers for the rest of the video, the only game where you can actually dress Barbie up. And even then, there aren't many options. Only 8 tops, bottoms, and skates, and 4 of them are all the exact same color. If you're brainstorming ideas for a Barbie video game, wouldn't dressing her up be the absolute first thing you think of? And it would be so easy to implement too. Hell, Barbie Race and Ride is mostly in first person, so they wouldn't even need to change her character model. Just put a JPEG in the corner of what she would look like. Instead of wasting development time with, I don't know, the Nut game, why not put in a character customizer? How is such an easy idea not taken advantage of? If you're a 7-year-old little girl, what do you want to do with Barbies? You want to dress them up, right? Isn't that the whole point? From an ease of implementation to enjoyment had by the target audience standpoint, putting a crappy little dress-up minigame is such a no-brainer. Why did these games not do that? Well, at least it's in one, even if it is kind of half-assed. You're given a choice between 2 sports, roller skating or snowboarding.
Choose which cool sport. You press the X button.
Skating is actually pretty cool. Reminds me of 720 or Skate or Die. There's one central mess-around area surrounded by 3 individual skate challenges you have to pass before a 4th and final one opens up where you win the big skate competition or something. There's a downhill sprint to the end, one where you just need to find these tickets in a little maze, and a horizontally oriented one with vert ramps and grind rails to do tricks off of.
We're a great team.
Then the final area is a little mix of all 3.
You're great. Yeah. Yeah, we rock.
I beat the whole skate segment in 36 minutes, and I'm not recommending it to anyone who's watching this, but as far as entertainment for incredibly young children goes, you could do a lot worse. Such as the other 2 Barbie games, they're a lot worse. There's way less to the snowboarding, you just kind of continuously go downhill attempting to run into things, and Barbie does all the tricks on her own if you go anywhere near the half pipe. Again, the music goes way harder than it has any right to, though. There's also a little racing part. Yeah, you're going down, Kira.
Super sports rule.
Yeah, who's the man, Kira? In your face!
Yeah, that was so cool.
Okay, that's enough of that. Next up is Barbie Explorer. Ooh, we have Indiana Jane Barbie. Oh, I'm into this already. Just from the opening cutscene, this looks cool. Here I am in the game, and does this remind you of anything? Crash Bandicoot, perhaps? It looks like the exact same game. Even the font is similar. The sound effects are hilarious. Before I even get into this, I'll commend them for actually trying for once. This is what you call a video game. A highly derivative one, but a real game nonetheless. So this is Crash Bandicoot, only with way less enemies. It's more of a pure platformer. Even has the side-scrolling bits. Something you'll notice instantly is that Barbie moves with too much momentum for this type of game. Like, you'll be running a direction, then when you want to go any other way, there's a little delay between when you press the button and when Barbie actually moves. I like how at the end of stages, she talks to me.
Congratulations, you completed the level.
Like, yeah, baby, I know it. I did a good job. Love how you can tell she didn't record that sentence as one take. Kind of. Like, if I spoke like this. As you play through the game, you'll realize that they really only had 1 or 2 tricks that they just repeat ad nauseum. A switch puzzle here, a music puzzle there. These switches are real bastards too. It looks like I'm sucking, but you need to be real hyper-specific where you're standing or else Barbie doesn't do anything. It's like there's one magic spot, and only when you're there will Barbie actually decide to pull the lever, which sounds like a petty thing to complain about, but most of these activate platforms which are timed. So if you need to hit more than one switch at a time to jump on more than one platform, it could be trouble. Love how when you get to the end of a boss stage, instead of a fight, they just kind of run away. You're trying to tell me that this Yeti is afraid of little old Barbie?
What a big coward.
Barbie Explorer, you're not going to believe me when I say this, is one of the most hardcore video games I have ever played. I am not exaggerating when I say that this game is way too fucking hard. You see that? You go right through the platforms. Like half the time, you're jumping and you just fall right through. Come on, work with me, girl. Fuck. The problem is that Barbie does not have the tools for a precision platformer. Imagine having to play through Crash 1. Only you're not controlling Crash, you're playing as Tommy Pickles from the Rugrats game. Like seriously, go download this ISO, see for yourself, just so I don't sound like a fucking crazy person. You can get as many as 20 lives if you pick easy, but that's still not nearly enough. You play this, you either give up or you abuse save states. Here's an example of some fuckery that just isn't apparent on video. When you turn around and jump, Barbie does this little turnaround animation. Like if you want to go from right to left, Barbie will do this little turnaround animation with frames of her pointing in like each direction. If you hit jump at any point during this animation before she is fully turned around, she goes flying in the complete wrong direction. Look at this. I'm going from right to left. I'm hitting right, now I'm hitting left, and I jump. At no point do I hit down in this equation. There is no part of this process where I hit the down button, yet she's still jumping towards the screen. You don't ever get used to this. God help you if you need to aim your jump anywhere other than the 4 cardinal directions, because it's also a fucking Castlevania jump. You need to be facing in the correct direction before you leap. Like, look at this lily pad part. How easy does this look? It seems like you should just be able to go from one to the next to the next. But I can't line up the jumps, and it's timed too. If you stand on the lily pad too long, it falls. Does it look so easy, but it isn't? Like, why can't I just jump across there? It's just a little simple platforming. If this were Crash Bandicoot could go right over there. Look at this part. Look at these bullshit leaps of faith. You can't even see where you're going. Worst part is I know you're not going to believe me. You are not going to believe me when I say that this game is hard. It is impossible to understate how exact you need to be with your controller inputs in order just to get Barbie to do the most basic jump. You need to be already moving in a direction or she just goes straight up, which again, sounds easy, but she can't jump from a standstill. She just goes straight up. Go forward. For the love of God, go forward! This is what Barbie Explorer turns me into. Why does this take a dozen save states? She just needs to jump in a straight line and I can't do it! I can't imagine playing through this legitimately. You fall through platforms way too much. The power-ups, actually make the game harder, like the spring shoes, which make your already awful jump arc even less predictable. And the stages, they're so long, at least 3 or 4 times longer than necessary. It took me 4.5 hours to beat this stupid game, and there's only 12 stages! Good lord! This is a game for 6-year-old girls! Ugh. No 6-year-old got through this. I refuse to believe it. Seriously, I encourage everyone to seek out this stupid game and try and beat it for yourself. The worst part though, the worst part of this whole thing is I Googled around to see if anybody else was having as much trouble as I was with this. And on GameFAQs, they have this little difficulty rating, and it puts it between easy and just right. Do I suck that bad? This game is impossible. Ah! Alright, well, before I wear out my voice completely, let's move on to our final title. Detective Barbie: The Mystery Cruise. I'll be honest, this game has been on my radar for a while, and I've been looking for an excuse to play it. Detective Barbie is the reason this video exists. This whole thing has been a thinly veiled excuse to indulge my curiosity for Detective fucking Barbie.
Another piece of artwork has been stolen from the art gallery on board. That's 3 pieces now that have disappeared without a trace.
It starts with Barbie narrating how to control her game.
Use the directional buttons to move around the screen. If you want to look at the crime computer, press the select button.
Something that I'm used to by now because all of the other ones do that, but it's extra awkward here because you can see Barbie staring off into space, speaking to seemingly nobody.
To pick up a clue, walk up to it and press the X button. If you want to talk to someone, walk up to them and press the X button.
Is that Ken? Is this supposed to be Ken? That's what Ken's supposed to look like? I thought he was like a tan surfer dude, not some geek-haired little bitch.
Hey Ken, could you stay here in the gallery and keep an eye on the remaining artwork?
I sure can, Barbie. I'll keep my eye out for anyone acting suspiciously.
Thanks, Ken. We'll check in with you later.
Yeah, Ken, your job is to stand right here to keep an eye on the art exhibit, even though the art was already stolen, so there's no goddamn point. Also, this back here is the art exhibit, isn't it? How are you supposed to keep an eye on it with your back turned? Alright, Ken. You wait here like the little worthless boy toy you are and do nothing, while I, the magnificent Barbie, go off and do all the work. First thing that grinds my gears is the control. Like, this is me pressing up, and this is down. She moves like it's an old isometric style game. For some reason, Barbie is operating on Q*bert controls, where up moves are up and to the left, and everything is unnecessarily shifted 45 degrees. You get used to it quickly, so it's not really a major complaint. But why? Why would they do that? There's no run button. It has fixed camera angles like in Resident Evil, only every time you change said camera angles, the game has to load. Not for a long time or anything, only for a few seconds each, but it adds up. You walk a few steps, and then it has to load, then you go into a room, and it has to load again. It just gets annoying. And there's a fade to the trademarked Barbie pink every single time. Exploring the ship, we're introduced to our suspects. Ken, who's too small a bitch to steal anything.
No one will try to steal anything else while I'm here.
Becky, Barbie's wheelchair-bound friend.
You know me, Barbie. I won't quit until we've solved this mystery.
Teresa, who follows you around. She's the chick on Barbie's boat at the beginning. I highly doubt that this game would have the criminal be one of Barbie's mainstay friends, so they're all out. Then we meet Julian Jones, who is one of the most irritating voices in video game history.
If only I had the money, I could pay someone to write new songs for me.
What do you think about all the recent thefts from the ship's art gallery?
Well, I'm an entertainer, not a detective.
He seems pretty sketchy to me, almost too much so. In these types of games, is it ever who you suspect the most? Rosie, an employee on the ship who's going to college to study journalism.
Do you have any theories about who the thief is? I've thought about it a lot, and I think that someone on board the ship is behind the theft.
Oh no shit, Rosie. It was somebody on board? You don't say. Who the hell else would it have been? Vivian Steed, a retired actress.
Can we ask you a few questions about the missing artwork? Oh yes, I know all about that. Oh, how exciting.
She seems innocent. Too innocent. And the captain, Edward Smith.
I can't understand why anyone would want to steal from my exhibition, and on my last cruise as well. I don't know what I'm going to do when I retire. I wish there was a way I could take something with me.
Oh, it was him. Calling it right now. Book it. Cuff him up. Case closed. You go into all these rooms for the passengers to sleep in, most of which are completely empty, or at least that's what Barbie says.
It doesn't look like anyone's using this cabin.
I don't know, Barbie. I mean, there's a magazine lying on the bed. Maybe a clue that someone is in fact using this room. But what do I know? I'm not a detective.
This must be the pool area. We can leave the ship by using the steps
Wait, what? Who's talking about leaving the ship?
to go jet skiing.
Jet skiing? Barbie, we have work to do. That's right, even in this detective game, the devs couldn't resist loading it up with superfluous minigames. You can play shuffleboard, go paragliding, jet ski, and my favorite, picking up all the dirty liquor bottles from the bottom of the ocean. They're complete non sequiturs.
We should probably get back to our detective work. We can race again when the case is closed.
Yeah, you said it, Barbie. Let's get back to work. Unfortunately, you don't actually do any real detective work. The point of the game is to collect 6 fingerprints from different objects scattered throughout the game. Then you plug them all into your computer, and it spits out who the culprit was. No intuition, no actual thought required. You just find 6 objects and the game tells you who it was. Basically, it's just an Easter egg hunt. You take out your X-ray lipstick to search everything you come across for prints. Then they reveal themselves like a clue in Blue's Clues. Because it's not as if literally every object on board wouldn't have fingerprints. Whatever. These are all baby games. Everything I've said in this video is pointless. Who cares? So I found all the fingerprints, and it was Vivian? Always the one you least suspect, I suppose. Alright, let's get her. Oh shit, she's trying to get away. Vivian, get back here! Oh my god, the jet skiing? You gotta chase her on jet skis? It comes back?
Awesome.
Then you paraglide after her? The minigames come back? Oh my god, that's awesome!
You won't get away this time, Vivian Steed.
Wait, huh? In the CG cutscene, that's supposed to be her? Doesn't look anything like her.
Your disguise doesn't fool us. We already know it's you, Vivian Steed.
That disguise doesn't fool us, huh, Barbie? Oh, okay. Okay! I get it. They did the CG that way because the computer spits out a different character every time. It's completely random who the thief was, which almost sounds cool. Like you get a different mystery every time. But it doesn't change how any of the rest of the game shakes out. Everyone still has the same dialogue, and you're still always going to find the same 6 fingerprints in the same place.
Another mystery solved. And as a reward, we were given the chance to stay on board and relax. At least until the next case.
So those were the PlayStation Barbie games. Some good. Actually, wait, no, none of them were good. I take that back. Some legitimate scams, and some tolerable, at least ironic level entertainment. Us retro gaming YouTuber types take for granted just how strange the Game Boy Advance was as a platform. We just kind of take it in stride, though it's this weird mishmash of forward-thinking 90s tech, horribly compressed video and audio. Some people simplify it as a portable Super Nintendo facsimile, but aside from both being primarily 2D Nintendo systems, if you really dig in, the game libraries are almost nothing alike, aside from the Super Nintendo ports and legacy series that carried over or whatever. It could do 3D, but wasn't necessarily a strength. It was widescreen, but not by our modern standards of 16:9. This video is presented in 15:10 or 3:2, matching the Game Boy Advance. Before the SP, you were stuck with this horrible screen that is at least 5 times harder to see than you remember, resulting in developers blowing up their game's color palettes to compensate. Its sound chip, from what I understand, was this hodgepodge of the original Game Boys mixed with some added channels for sampling. And sampling is really the key word when you talk about the Game Boy Advance, not just with audio, but with everything. Donkey Kong Country was state-of-the-art in 1994 because it used CG to create these pre-rendered sprites. In the 7 years between its release and the Game Boy Advance, glance at any licensed trash on this platform, and you'll find the Donkey Kong Country technique used in abundance. Over that time, developers got drunk on CD-ROMs, early 2000s computing power. The industry standard went from 4 megabyte cartridges on the Super Nintendo to 700 megs on a disc, and if somehow your game didn't fit on that, CDs were so cheap to manufacture that you could just add a second disc or a third disc or a fourth even if your game needed it. GD-ROMs, then DVDs pushed these limits even higher. But now with the Game Boy Advance, we're going back to 8 megs. Instead of painstakingly animating sprites, turning the clock back a decade, and reverting to their old tricks to conserve storage, developers would just compress the hell out of whatever media they had to make it fit on here. On a PlayStation game, you could add a video file no problem, but on the Game Boy Advance, well... Which finally brings us to Dragon Ball Z, which, when represented on the Super Nintendo... and on Game Boy Advance... yeah. The original Legacy of Goku is one of the worst RPGs I have ever played. And if you're a regular viewer, you know there's some stiff competition. It fails at almost everything a game should be. Though if you ask me, and the act of clicking on this video means that you are, in fact, metaphorically asking me, its largest problem, when boiled down, is simply that it feels stiff to control. There's no running. Goku just sort of moves at one set slow speed. Attacks often miss because unlike most games, the area where you can hit an enemy is smaller than the sprite representing them. Most games cheat by making hitboxes larger, but Legacy of Goku for some reason decided to do the opposite. When you do land a hit, aside from blinking red, enemies don't respond to your attacks whatsoever. Like right now, it doesn't feel like Goku is actually punching this dog. Something's missing. I honestly believe that if Goku felt slightly better to control, history would have revered Legacy of Goku 1, the original, as a solid start to a nice little trilogy. Sure, it has other issues, such as how when Raditz kidnaps Gohan, you would think that Goku would fly directly to their location. Nimbus is the fastest way to fly, as he says. You get a classic compressed still screenshot from the show. Then he flew back to his house, where he will then walk through a forest picking flowers, rescuing lost cats, and escorting little girls back to their village, then jobbing out to stray dogs. That will never not be hilarious. How lame is it that in a Dragon Ball game, your primary obstacles are things like dogs, snakes, the spirits of dead people in the Home for Infinite Losers? It's one thing to put these lame enemies or quests that don't exist in the show to pad out your anime game, but it's the placement that irks me. Shouldn't walking around through the forest be at the beginning, as in before Raditz shows up? Think about it, starting the game at Goku's house, going on little adventures before visiting Master Roshi and having his son kidnapped. Isn't there supposed to be a sense of urgency here? Why is Goku picking flowers? Then when you get there, everyone's just chilling out like normal NPCs in any other game, like you just walked into a town or something. Not a care in the world. You want to see Goku go Super Saiyan? Yeah, This game sucks, but I'm not exactly breaking new ground here. Everyone knows that 1 is bad, 2 is good, and then people may or may not even remember that 3 exists because for some reason they named it Boo's Fury instead of Legacy of Goku 3, a decision that I would bet cost themselves at least $500,000 in sales. It's like they got it backward. After Legacy of Goku 1, you would think that they would want as much distance from it as possible, but after redeeming the Legacy of Goku name with 2, I guess it makes perfect sense that they wanted to rebrand and not capitalize on that game's good word of mouth. What fascinates me about this trilogy is how the same developers, with the same general approach, were able to turn this around so quickly. It wasn't gradual, this was a true strikeout followed by 2 home runs. And it's apparent from the opening scene in 2. Let's just start a new game here. 16 years from the present day. Already the text box looks way better. You can move it around with L and R if you're so inclined. 2 androids with strength beyond comprehension appeared from out of nowhere. One by one, the heroes of Earth were destroyed. It is the beginning of a new era on Earth. An era of darkness. Look at this. All you have are 2 silhouettes on some fire and some text boxes. And it's already better. It's already accomplishing more than a shitty compressed video file. This isn't fair, Gohan. Why are the androids doing this? All those innocent people. Is this the way life is supposed to be? Look at how dramatic this text is compared to just the first game. It's also really good because it contextualizes a tutorial in like a master teaching scenario. Like Gohan's supposed to be teaching me how to play the game. So already this feels so much better. You can move in diagonals. Like the sound effect when you shoot an energy blast. This is already the attack animation, the sound effects. If you experiment enough, the game hasn't told you yet, but you can run if you double tap. Already, this game feels way better. So not only is it a gameplay tutorial, it's almost like a story tutorial. If you remember in Legacy of Goku 1, the entire story takes place from the perspective of Goku. But here, we're starting the game. You're not Goku. You're not even his son. You're some character that we haven't met yet named Trunks. We know from the opening little thing that these 2 androids are risky business. We've already got a sweet little story moment right here where Trunks wants to fight, but Gohan doesn't think he's ready, so bam. Saving you for another day. Fade to black. And we know time has elapsed now because it's dark, it's raining. There's nothing revolutionary in this intro, but compared to Legacy of Goku 1, this is all such a substantial improvement for just selling the emotions of the scene. Compare Krillin's death scene in Legacy of Goku 1 to this here. You're too late to help him. And we start the game on a tragic death. This is awesome. Legacy of Goku 2 was able to make a Super Saiyan transformation hit harder with 1 minute of build-up than Legacy of Goku 1 was able to do with the entire game. Same ingredients, better pizza, Legacy of Goku 2. Now, it still contains many of the elements that I and others complain about with the first game. Fighting snakes and wolves is still lame, and the thought of any of our main characters being mauled to death by a wild warthog or a walking tiger man is still hysterical. Legacy of Goku 2, however, manages to place its filler in spots that make more sense in regards to the story. Yeah, well, it's true that one of the first things you're required to do is go on a Zelda Link's Awakening trading sequence to get Hercule to move his fat ass out of the way. At this point in the story of Dragon Ball Z, we know that 2 androids will appear on Earth in 3 years with apocalyptic results. Your mission is to train for that day. So, rescuing kids, beating up dinosaurs, adventures, retrieving a stolen key to the city, these filler quests could easily be written off as training exercises. In fact, as the trilogy wears on, it does better and better integrating original concepts and quest lines into the source material. If one were not familiar with DBZ, in Boo's Fury, I'd predict that it would actually be kind of hard to spot what's actually from the show and what isn't. Like, you got this sick little ninja stronghold in the forest. I think this enemy is supposed to be a reference to Muscle Tower in the original show. Look at how sick this is. I can imagine Gotenks storming a little ninja castle being a one-off episode in the show. I'd buy that. There's this sick part with a thieves' village. You put on a bandana and they think you're one of them. Then a monkey steals the bandana and everybody, it's like your disguise is taken off, but it's like your sprite didn't even change. This is filler content done right. All the late game Dragon Ball collecting was completely made up, but it's so well done that I can't even begin to complain. And that's a testament. Both Legacy of Goku 2 and Boo's Fury cover the main events of the show well enough that it could serve as a guide to it. Remember the early 2000s when you couldn't just watch every episode in order whenever you wanted? I was just a kid then and would only get the chance to watch random episodes whenever they happened to be on. I loved Dragon Ball, but it wasn't until I was an adult that I was able to piece together most of the overarching story. Having an RPG series to retell the events of the show was much more useful in 2002 than it would be today. To contrast, one has the highest filler to material actually from the show ratio. Then when it finally gets around to canon events, it misrepresents and leaves out key details. Legacy of Goku 1, in addition to playing like shit, also is a poor representation of Dragon Ball Z. For instance, in order to fight Frieza, final boss of the game, you need to go into this regeneration chamber for no reason, really. In the context of the game, anyway. In the show, it's because Goku is nearly dead from battling the Ginyu Force. Here, it just comes off as Goku taking a nap, leaving Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin to just fend for themselves against Frieza, I guess. The first game is also hampered by only showing the events from Goku's perspective, but so much of the story of Dragon Ball Z unfolds outside of his purview. We don't see anything that happens on Earth while he's training with King Kai, or before he gets to Namek, or, well, recovering in that rejuvenation chamber. However, Legacy of Goku 2 makes the bold decision to withhold control of Goku until over halfway through the game. The man's name is in the title, yet he is the last one you get, unless you count Hercule. And the story is so much better off for it. Boo's Fury is the least distinct title, mostly because it's simply more of Legacy of Goku 2. If you like LOG 2, you will like Boo's Fury. It's the same game, it just looks slightly better, and they added a block button, an equipment system, plus shops and money, which sounds like more than it is. And none of these really add much to the overall experience. They felt like they were just kind of slapped on for the sake of it instead of being well thought out mechanics. The change that does end up actually mattering, though, is that you manually spend the skill points you gain by leveling up. Before, you just randomly, or maybe it's fixed, I'm actually not sure. Anyway, you had no control over how the character's stats changed upon leveling. Boo's Fury puts that control directly into the player's hands. Want to make Vegeta nothing but brute strength? Want to make Gohan a key wizard? Vice versa? Well, now you can. And you want to know what I think about Boo's Fury overall? Want to know my scorching hot, pouring McDonald's coffee on myself to cool off? That's how hot it is. Get ready to unsubscribe. Get ready to cancel me on Twitter. Haul me away in handcuffs. Throw away the key. I think Boo's Fury is way too easy. If I were to rate the trilogy's difficulty level on a scale of 1 to 10, the original would be a 6. The next one would be a 5. But Boo's Fury would have to get a 2. Maybe a 3? All these added mechanics, healing items you can buy, equipment just existing, custom stat builds, they all feel like they were plopped on top of a framework that was perfectly balanced without them. You also level up much faster, with some areas giving me a level on every single kill. At least until I caught up, I guess, to where they thought I would be. But it's not like I'm going into any areas underpowered anyway. And speaking of level, Boo's Fury starts out with Goku all the way at level 60, which is awesome. I love when games do that. If I'm supposed to be this this battle-hardened warrior, then why do so many games start us off at level 1? Webfoot Technologies. These games' developers. Well, this trilogy turned out to be their magnum opus. Don't look up the other games these people made, it will just make you sad. They were a shovelware studio. Nothing but low-budget, licensed trash. Which, by all accounts, is what this trilogy should have been. And in some respects, they still are. Even the good games. This studio had exactly one chance, at one specific moment in time, to create something special. So they stepped up to the plate, they swung, and they completely fucking missed. They absolutely wholly fucked it up. Made a complete train wreck of a game. But because this was the early 2000s, and because Dragon Ball Z was the hottest property, because they were in the right place at the perfect time, it sold millions, so they got another crack at it. So they stepped up to the plate again, and they hit a home run. 2 of them, in fact. Knocked it out of the park. I salute you, former employees of Webfoot, and I hope everyone has moved on to bigger and better things. Before I'm done, there's something that I absolutely need to talk about. Since the release of Legacy of Goku 2, there have been venomous debates online and in person, and all over the world, wars have been fought over less. West City Electronics Store, on the table, there are 6 clearly outlined Super Nintendo games, but they're so small that it's left it open to interpretation what a bunch of these are. The way I see it, there are 3 inarguable, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's what these are. Final Fantasy II is obviously the game in the top left. Secret of Mana, middle right, and Super Metroid in the bottom right. These are inarguable, I will hear no others. 100% perfect match. But the other 3, it's up to interpretation, and lots of people have presented lots of different theories over the years. Let's start with the one on the middle left. At first, my gut instinct told me that this was Shadowrun, but a more credible theory that more people believe is that this is The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. You've got a gold background, silver for the shield, red text. But if this is a Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, I'm not really sure what the orange or the yellow square are supposed to be. You'll also notice this yellow square on Secret of Mana and whatever the game in the top right is. So perhaps they just weren't working off of a reference image, they were just doing it from memory, and they thought that there was a yellow square in the right side of the box art when there isn't. But I'd say A Link to the Past, probably the best match, more so than Shadowrun anyway. Then you have the bottom right, which at first I thought it might be Pilot Wings, but after looking that up, it's not really a very good match. And I don't think it is because the Pilot Wings text is slanted upwards and not downwards like it would have to be in this. And also, what's this blue figure on the left side? If you go to the crossover wiki, it claims that this is supposed to be Super Mario Kart, which I'm sorry, no, absolutely not. This is not Super Mario Kart. That doesn't match even a little bit. But a few months ago, another theory was brought to my attention. While Kyle Bossman, if you don't know who Kyle Bossman is, he's a YouTuber, he also does Twitch streams. So while he was streaming this game, naturally, as everyone does while they're playing this, they try to figure out what the games are on the table, and somebody in the chat suggested that this is Chrono Trigger, which is something that I had never considered before, but think about it, it works. Hecarim is the wrong shade of blue on the left, but if you tone down these pixels to a darker shade of blue, it almost fits perfectly. You've got this little red dot here from Chrono, you've got these orange bars for the magic, it's got a white background like the snowscape. Yeah, I buy it. This, I think, is Chrono Trigger, which leaves only the top right as the last mystery game. The Kyle Bossman stream was not able to figure this out. The crossover wiki claims that this is Yoshi's Island, which again, no, not even close. Now, my gut instinct was to say that this is Evo, the Search for Eden. It would fit with the adventure game / RPG theme for the rest of them, and I remembered it having a similar bluish hint to the background, but looking it up, it's not really a very good fit. Other people I've seen suggest Earthbound, but again, no, not even close. Maybe Final Fantasy Mystic Quest? It is a blue background. The text would be in about the same spot at the same color. But what is that green supposed to be? That's certainly not the guy lifting up the sword. The Illusion of Gaia? No. That doesn't really fit either. Lufia? No. Breath of Fire? No. Mega Man X? That is a blue background. But again, no, not really a match. Sequest DSV? Yellow text? There's not really any green though. Like, what is this green? That's what's really throwing me off. Also, it dips down with one white pixel right here. which Secret of Mana also has, but isn't present in the actual box art. I wonder what they meant by this one white pixel right here. What is that supposed to signify? I thought maybe that might have been something on Squaresoft's box arts at the time, so maybe I'll just limit my search to Squaresoft games? Maybe it's supposed to be Japanese box art, but all the Square Japanese box arts were all white backgrounds with just plain logos and character art on them. So somehow I doubt it. I think this might be, maybe Paladin's Quest might be my best guess? Text is same color, same spot, but again, that's still not really a great match. There's no yellow square. Saying that this green represents the city is kind of a big stretch as well. Now you might be thinking maybe the stripe at the bottom is a clue, but Super Nintendo games always came out with the red Super Nintendo text first, and then later they'd sometimes get re-released with yellow text, such as this Link to the Past here. So maybe this game was part of Nintendo's Player's Choice series? I'm mainly just looking for gold text high on the box art with some sort of green figure behind it, but I can't. I'm scrolling through all the Super Nintendo box arts and I don't see anything like that. But it doesn't make any sense that all of these would be references to Super Nintendo games, with just one not being. My theory is that the artist was working maybe without reference images, and they were just doing these from memory. So whatever this was meant to be, they just did a very poor job of representing what it actually was supposed to look like. But I'm gonna say that this is Paladin's Quest, but they didn't remember the box art very well. That's my final answer. That's what I'm locking in for this last mystery game. So I'm gonna say, left side, Final Fantasy II, Zelda Link to the Past, Chrono Trigger. Right side, Paladin's Quest, Secret of Mana, Super Metroid. Those are my final answers. That's what I think the box arts are. Never trust anyone who needs a haircut. Goodbye. It's time to duel. Alright, I'm not gonna do this video with a stupid mask on. A lot of times when people talk about Yu-Gi-Oh games on the internet, they come at it from a perspective of a huge Yu-Gi-Oh nerd. And despite this goofy mask that I've had my entire life, that is not me. Now, I absolutely loved Yu-Gi-Oh as a kid. This mask is from when I was either 7 or 8 years old and I went as Yugi for Halloween. But these days, I don't own a single card anymore. As I grew older, I did not keep up. When GX came out, I vaguely remember watching a little bit of that, but that never was an obsession. With this, I was obsessed. Yu-Gi-Oh was like my favorite thing in the entire world for, I don't know, 2 years, a year and a half, something like that. So, I'm not a huge fan. I never really played the card game, because of course when you're a kid, you don't play it correctly. You just kind of make up bullshit as you go along, like they do in the show. Meaning, I have no understanding of how the metagame works, how all these newfangled, like, tuner or synchro summons, or whatever the fuck the new mechanics are. So I got back into Yu-Gi-Oh! A little bit when Duel Links came out. Even that eventually progressed to the point where I had no interest in keeping up with it anymore. All of this just to say that my primary source of Yu-Gi-Oh! Knowledge comes from watching the show as a kid on Cartoon Network, and Cartoon Network only aired the first 2 seasons, so I don't even know what happens in the second half of the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Show. So if you hear me using incorrect terms, or I just come off as generally ignorant as to how Yu-Gi-Oh! Works, or the franchise as a whole, that's why. I'm not a huge Yu-Gi-Oh! Guy. As a kid, I had some video games, and there exist a slew of them, much more than I realized. For example, on the Game Boy Advance, did you know that there existed 12 Yu-Gi-Oh! Games just on that platform alone, and they were all over. As a kid, I had Forbidden Memories on the PlayStation 1, but they were on everything, and that's thanks to Konami, the video game company, the alleged video game company these days, owning not only the rights to produce Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games, but they also were the people that manufactured the card game. They had a stake in this franchise as a whole, aside from just being hired to make video games for it. So they ran these fucking releases into the ground. They were putting out game after game after game, sometimes like 3 a year, which is insane for one franchise to get 3 games a year. Duel! Time to duel! Duel! Time to... Because this is the most hardcore video game I have played since at least Barbie Explorer. These days, Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories is infamous for speedrunning because of how random it is. It was the first game in the franchise to be released over here in America, and the 4th made overall. It's so old that not only did the card game not even have an official rule set, but the anime hadn't even started airing yet. Now, there was a lesser-known adaptation in Japan which aired in '98, but that didn't focus on the card game, and it's not in the same canon as the more famous show we saw over here. So Konami was basically flying blind while making this game. All they could really do was look at the books and then interpret how this fictional card game could be played if it happened to be real. So being faced with these obstacles, how did they do? What's the right word I'm looking for? Bad? Crappy? Mystifying? Yeah, that's probably the best one. It's certainly not something that was made with multiple players in mind, even though it does have multiplayer. Forbidden Memories' take on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game is a glorified bout of war. You know, the 52 card standard playing card game where you and an opponent take turns randomly drawing cards out of a deck, with the winner being whoever draws the higher number. In Forbidden Memories, you're only allowed to play one card per turn, unlike in the real game where you're allowed to play as many magic and trap cards as you want in addition to one monster. And unlike in the show even, where they would seemingly be allowed to play their whole goddamn hand if they wanted to, there's no tributing monsters, there's no fancy card effects. What you see is what you get. Whatever these numbers say on the card, that's how good it is. There's not much strategery beyond attempting to get your strongest, your highest numbered monsters onto the field. There are very few useful magic or traps. Maybe I'm being a little harsh because it does have the fusion mechanic, but that's not what I would call balanced or fair or transparent or even something that makes sense. In the actual card game, in order to fuse two monsters together, first you need to have both cards available in either your hand or on the field, and then you need to play a magic card called Polymerization. Here, you can just attempt to fuse anything with anything. Doesn't mean that it'll work, because it normally won't if you just do it willy-nilly. There's no in-game indication if a fusion will go through or not, so you just need to trial and error it, then memorize which cards in your deck fuse with each other. As a kid, I never came close to beating this. I think I made it as far as Pegasus, which if you've never played the game is about halfway, but that's when the difficulty really starts to pick up and it becomes nigh on impossible unless you spend hours upon hours grinding for better cards. After the first few duels, your deck quickly becomes outclassed in terms of raw power, so you're forced to rely on that fusion mechanic to overcome this disadvantage. The best card you're able to fuse in the game is called Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon. It has 2,800 attack points, and the next best card you're able to craft is 2,300, so it's quite a bit higher. For most of the game, he can only be summoned by mixing 2 dragons and a thunder card in a 3-way fusion. Later on, as your base cards become more powerful, you'll only need 1 dragon and 1 thunder monster, but the fact remains, your ability to progress in this game, for most of it, is entirely dependent on how easily you're able to get this dude on the battlefield. But even if you're able to summon him at will, around the time you get to Pegasus, that's still not enough, because your opponents will start playing cards like the Blue Eyes White Dragon, the Bee Skull Dragon, the Meteor Bee Dragon, the Gate Guardian, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, all of which dwarf that 2,800. If your opponent plays one of those last two, you're pretty much fucked the entire game, unless you manage to draw either a Dark Hole or a Regeki, which wipe out all the monsters on the enemy's field. In order to stand a chance in the endgame, our beloved Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon simply doesn't cut it anymore. He's still a useful tool, he's still something that you need to have in your deck, but it's not enough alone. You're gonna need a few other things. The first thing you're gonna need is the best card this game naturally lets you have, which is the Meteor Bee Dragon at 3,500 attack. And getting it works like this. Every time you win a duel, your opponent will give you 1 card as indicated by the bottom of this victory screen. You're graded on a scale of S to D, with S being the best, D being the worst, for how easily you're able to win. The higher your rank, the better chances for getting good cards. This guy right here is known as the Meadow Mage, and he has the highest drop percentage for the Meteor Bee Dragon. The highest one at a whopping 0.9%. And that's only if you're able to get an A or an S rank against him. If you get B or lower, then your chances fall all the way down to 0.0%, aka he will never drop it. And getting an A and S rank is pretty tough. I'm not sure of the exact conditions, but it means you can't lose more than a few hundred life points, and you can't take more than, like, I don't know, 5 turns. So the Forbidden Memories metagame, if you're in it to finish it, is to play up until the Meadow Mage, battle him literally hundreds of times, so you can get at least one Meteor Bee Dragon, but you're probably going to want more than one. And even then, you're not done, because the last fights will play Gate Guardian like their life depends on it. So you need equip cards, you're going to need Regeki, you're going to need Dark Hole to go along with your MBD. But the grind for those cards is arguably even worse. The best character to grind magic cards off of is Isis. And I don't even know who this is. She's not in the show. Unlike with the Meadow Mage, it's not enough just to beat her. In order to get characters to drop magic cards in this game, you're pretty much forced to make them deck out, which means make them burn through all of their cards. Which is not a difficult task, but it's a time-consuming one. And even after all of that, there's only a small % chance she'll actually give you the cards you need. At least with Meadow Mage, once your deck gets rolling, you can knock them out in a couple minutes, but you're looking at like 10 to 15 minutes to make people deck out. As mentioned earlier, this is one of the most infamous games in all of speedrunning, because the only thing that matters is how lucky you get with these card drops. If you get a Meteor Bee Dragon on your first couple attempts, then you're golden, but if those roughly 1 in 100 odds don't go in your favor right away, then I'm sorry, no record for you, you're forced to restart. Speedrunning is fucking brutal, man. I've beaten this game legitimately before, but for the sake of this video, I used a popular fan mod where every opponent drops 15 cards at once. And even with this advantage, you're still required to grind. At least a little bit. It's a shame this game is so unforgivingly difficult, because its presentation and story even are sublime. I love the artwork too. It's an incredibly beautiful game and has a wonderful soundtrack. I've used the music from this game in many video in the past and will continue to do so in the future. I have so much nostalgia for YuGiOh Forbidden Memories, but I'll be the first to admit it's a terrible video game. Not properly thought out, half-baked adaptation of a then-fictional card game. It has a special place in my and many other children of the 90s hearts, but if you're not a part of that incredibly specific demographic, there's little appeal. After Forbidden Memories, Konami was absolutely nowhere near done making Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games. There was even a sequel to this game on the PlayStation 2 called The Duelist of the Roses, which I have admittedly never been able to get into. I imagine playing this now is what it would feel like playing Forbidden Memories today, removed from all nostalgia. It's just a confusing mess to me. I'm sorry if you grew up on this and it was your childhood Yu-Gi-Oh game, but it just doesn't vibe with me. You'll have to get your Duelist of the Roses kicks somewhere else. Yu-Gi-Oh games were most prevalent in the early to mid 2000s, where before I mentioned that they put out 12 on the Game Boy Advance, and you need to keep in mind the Game Boy Advance didn't live that long. This was in a 5-year span they put out those 12 games, just on that one platform. Every kid with a Game Boy Advance had at least one of these, right? And for me, I don't own it in box, and I couldn't find the cartridge to show you right now, but it was the Eternal Duelist Soul. That was my childhood Yu-Gi-Oh game. This is just a no-frills Yu-Gi-Oh! The official trading card game simulator. It's where I learned the real rules to the game, and I've played it so much that I know exactly how to construct a deck, how to cheese the AI in very specific ways, to guarantee that I will win every single time. It's from 2002, 21 years ago now, so the card game has obviously evolved way beyond what's here. It probably wouldn't be a great introduction to modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, but as a time capsule back to when there were only around 800 cards, for reference nowadays there's over 12,000, it's still a fun time. Duelist Soul is still my go-to Yu-Gi-Oh! Game Boy Advance game, in fact, because it's blisteringly fast. The latter GBA games need to constantly check for all these disparate variables and conditions, and it greatly shows up in the pace of play. Duelist Soul may be the most primitive, but it's also the quickest as a result. Supremely easy title to quickly turn the game on, get a duel in, then shut it off. You can get in, get your Yu-Gi-Oh! Fix, get out. The Game Boy Advance Yu-Gi-Oh! Games can all be placed into one of 3 categories. You have titles such as the Eternal Duelist Soul, which can be classified as battle simulators. Their goal was to accurately recreate the physical card game in video form. Some of these were even used in tournaments in lieu of actual cards. And it's easy to see why. Instead of spending hundreds or even thousands building a deck, just buy the video game and get all the virtual cards you need from there. 8 of the 12 Game Boy Advance games can be classified as such. 2 only came out in Japan, and 1 only in America and Europe, so the numbers get a little funny, but this highlights a phenomenon which would never happen today. Before easily applicable updates, you couldn't just patch the Yu-Gi-Oh video game to include new cards. Every time a new batch came out, you'd also need to re-release yet another video game to keep up, hence why we got multiple battle simulators a year. The highest regarded fan favorite of this category seems to be, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, because again, I'm not really a part of the Yu-Gi-Oh community as it is, but GX Duel Academy appears to be the consensus pick of the litter. This is my first time playing it because, again, as mentioned earlier, GX was after my time, but for a battle simulator, there's a cornucopia of personality. Most of these just have a static menu where you select who you want to duel, but here you're given this whole island where you can go to different areas, talk to NPCs, talk to girls who don't want to duel me or have anything to do with me. The premise is you're at this school, and Duel Monsters isn't just a thing you do in your free time, nor is it an extracurricular activity, nor is it one of the subjects or areas of study you could possibly learn about. It's the only subject you learn about. The sole thing. The only thing this school teaches. You're at Yu-Gi-Oh! University. The logistics of that, trying to wrap my head around it, is making my brain explode. Most elementary and middle schools, even in real life, banned or at least heavily restricted when you were allowed to even play Yu-Gi-Oh! So in a stark contrast from reality, this was every kid's dream. More games! More games! Yeah! It's like that meme. I would go to school if this was the teacher, this was the uniform, this was the bus, and this was lunch. There's a daily schedule, you go to class, you take tests, you get a cell phone where you speak to your fellow classmates. This is if Persona was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Battle simulator. And it's even more impressive because it actually predates Persona 3, in many ways the origin of the modern format of that series. I only played this one for a couple of hours, but I liked what I saw. Enough to keep playing? Probably not if I'm being honest, but enough where I can certainly see why it's popular. Accounting for all 8 battle simulators, this leaves 4 other Yu-Gi-Oh! Game Boy Advance games which are not centered around the trading card game, 2 of which have absolutely nothing to do with cards of any kind. Dungeon Dice Monsters is based on that 4-episode arc in the show where Yugi has to defeat Duke Devlin at a game of his own invention. It's one of the more memorable one-off storylines, and Duke would become a regular amongst the main cast, at least through Battle City. After that, I don't really know. I know the first 2 seasons like the back of my hand, but 3 and up I have absolutely no idea what happens. They never aired those episodes on Cartoon Network, so I never saw them. Maybe they play Dungeon Dice Monsters again at some point, but if not, that's a ballsy move to base an entire video game, the first one released on the Game Boy Advance, believe it or not, off of what amounts to a filler footnote from the show. I'm aware there was a physical release of Dungeon Dice Monsters because I had it as a kid for one, but I never could find anyone else to play it with me. And judging by the ridiculous prices physical Dungeon Dice Monster sets go for on eBay, I'm guessing it didn't catch on. I enjoy Dungeon Dice Monsters. It's an interesting game which is unfortunately ruined by the AI's complete lack of understanding as to how to play itself. Seriously, this game's AI is a monkey at a typewriter. If given infinite chances, I'm sure it could write the next great American novel, aka win exactly 1 battle against me. But if you have an IQ of over 70, you'll Goomba stomp its brains out every single time. There's also Destiny Board Traveler, which is like a much worse Mario Party ripoff, and to the best of my knowledge has nothing to do with anything they do in the show. I haven't played much of it, just a few minutes in fact to capture the footage you're looking at right now, but it has a horrific reputation, with many calling this the worst Yu-Gi-Oh! Video game of all time. So that's 10 out of 12 games accounted for, but what about the final 2? Well, I have them right here. And this is where I come in as an RPG-centric YouTube personality. I present Yu-Gi-Oh! The Sacred Cards, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Reshef of Destruction, which places you into the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you can do everything you've always dreamed about doing. Hanging out with Yugi and Joey, going on dates with Taya, picking on Tristan, defeating Kaiba, defeating Merrick, saving the world, getting the God cards. These are Yu-Gi-Oh! RPGs. You walk around Domino City in control of this orange-hatted, non-canon OC. that you name yourself, in fact. Sacred Cards takes place during the Battle City arc, and most of the same events occur, only instead of Yugi being the central character and hero of the story, it's your OC. You end up doing mostly everything Yugi does in the show, essentially replacing him, but he's also still a character in this game, just kind of awkwardly hanging out in the background of what is supposed to be his story. All the major battles in Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 2, your character just kind of waltzes in and takes care of them. It's strange how worthless the main characters of the show are. The reason to exist in this rendition of the story is to job out to various baddies so you can step in and protect them. I win all 3 Egyptian god cards. I beat Kaiba, I beat Joey, I beat Merrick, I beat Strings, I beat the Rare Hunters, which they renamed Ghouls because apparently that's what they're known as in Japan. We got the better name. Rare Hunters is way cooler than Ghouls. And I fucking beat Yugi. I'm the best. I'm the king of games. Despite releasing after the Eternal Duelist Soul, for some inscrutable reason, neither one of these games used the actual rule set from the physical card game. Absolutely no idea why. You would think that not only would it be easier to repurpose the work you already did there as this game's combat, but it would have been greatly preferred to going off and inventing your own new mechanics. Apparently it adopts the Game Boy Color game Dark Duel Stories style of combat, but I've never played that. And again, I'll ask, why? Why do that? You're only allowed to have 5 cards in your hand at a time. Very few monsters have effects, and the ones which do differ from their real-life counterparts. There are no phases. You know how in a normal duel there is a draw, a main, and then battle phases? Here you can just attack, then play another card, then attack again, then play a magic card, then set a trap, then attack again. It's madness. There's no structure at all. There's also a Pokemon-esque typing system. Forbidden Memories actually had something similar too. If your astrology sign had an advantage over another card's, then you gained 500 attack and defense, which is a reasonable bonus. But in these fucking games, it doesn't matter what your stats are. If one card has a type advantage over another, it wins unconditionally. Your opponent's 0 attack, Unhappy Maiden card can theoretically one-shot a monster with infinite attack and defense. Thankfully, unlike in Pokemon where typing is this huge tangled web, here it's much simpler. Each card is only strong and weak against one other type. So this doesn't end up coming into play as often as you might expect. It's almost like how as kids we would play Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I know we never played correctly. It was always just imitating what we saw on TV. We'd all stack the top of our decks too with all the best cards. But everyone was doing it, so naturally nobody wanted to shuffle, so it was really just us kids showing off our cards. But I haven't even gotten to the most out there mechanic. You see these numbers on this screen? Duelist level, deck capacity. If you've never played this game, you might be asking yourself, what the hell are those? They're these titles' strangest mechanic. Every card in the game has a specific cost associated with it. Let's look at my deck. Faith Bird has a cost of 183, Dark Holes is 40, Rageki's is 50. You're not allowed to use a card which is a higher cost than whatever your duelist level is. And the sum of your card's costs, that is every card in your deck's cost added up, is not allowed to exceed your deck capacity stat. Your deck must always contain exactly 40 cards, so it becomes this weird jigsaw puzzle with you trying to fit in as many good cards as you can without going over the limit, then finding low-cost alternatives or just other low-cost cards which are actually viable, just to fill up deck space. I like this, it's a good mechanic, but it makes absolutely no sense in regards to the overall game world. Who determines what your duelist level is? And who's enforcing these rules? Before every fight, are we as characters supposed to check the other person's ID and deck to make sure they conform to the rules? This system is also a terrible way to structure a tournament because it gives players with higher duelist levels such a large advantage over the smaller players. It's a structure which props up the status quo and would render upset victories almost impossible. If this were to actually happen in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, it's easy to imagine Kaiba would just give himself 100 times more duelist points than everyone else, and there would be nothing anyone else could do about it. He would be unstoppable. But that's a nitpick. It's a good system in this game because it forces you to think about your deck in a way that you normally would not. It makes you use some of the more off-the-beaten-path cards and adopts strategies beyond just throwing out your best at all times. Sacred Cards is a pretty easy game. I beat the whole thing from beginning to end in 5 hours and 41 minutes. For a dumbed down, obviously cheaply made, I mean, look at it. Graphically, it's awful. No cohesion whatsoever. Just different art styles plastered all over the place. Shitty pre-rendered backgrounds. For the piece of shit this is, it's a fine little distraction. I would have preferred that it had used the official rule set, but when judged as an adaptation of the show and not the card game, this is acceptable.
Making this video was smooth sailing up until here, but if you're a Yu-Gi-Oh! Super fan, you know exactly where this video is going to go when I start talking about Reshif of Destruction. Because this is the most hardcore video game I have played since at least
Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. The game itself takes place after the events of the Sacred Cards. You play as the same OC, you're still best friends with Yugi and Joey, only for some reason your cards fucking suck now. I know this is the Game Boy Advance and there was no real way to transfer your deck from one game to another, but this being a direct sequel to another game where you saved the world with your awesome deck of cards, it would have been nice to start you out with some at least okay cards. It would have been nice if they didn't start you out with all the same 1 and 2 star monsters you get at the beginning of all of these. It's like, what did I do with my cards? Did I rip them up? Did I sell them? Did I get out of Yu-Gi-Oh! For like a year and now I'm getting back in? Instead of aping events from the show, everything that happens in Reshif of Destruction, to the best of my knowledge, is completely original. Nothing that happens in this game happened in the show. Which is good because in theory it means you're not going to be awkwardly stepping in to do everything Yugi and the main characters normally do in canon, but that's only in theory because it suffers from the exact same problems in that regard. Konami knew they made Sacred Cards too easy, so with this game it's obvious they tried to make it a little bit harder. So they swung in the opposite direction, and my god did they overcorrect. And not in a fair and challenging way either, more in a we're gonna fuck with the numbers until the game is not fun anymore kind of way. Allow me to explain. In Sacred Cards, when you win a regular duel against a no-name random, you would normally get 5 deck capacity points. And major boss battles would give you as many as 30. Of course, more deck capacity points means a better potential deck. In Reshif of Destruction, most duels, probably 75% of them, only give you 1 point. 1 measly point. And major boss fights that move the story along will grant you 3. That's it. You're not getting any more than 3 at a time. That's fucking ridiculous. Now, if this were the only difference, it would still be manageable, but they rebalanced the card costs too. Remember how in Sacred Cards my Dark Hole was 40 deck points? Well, in Reshif it's 100, and Regeki went from 50 to 150. This might not sound that bad, but remember, you're only gaining 1 point at a time. Realize that a 60 point increase means 60 more duels to get those points. In Sacred Cards, if I wanted to add Dark Hole to my deck without making any sacrifices for other cards, to get those 40 points, it would mean defeating 8 random opponents. But in Reshif of Destruction, the same card requires 100, and at 1 point per battle, if you thought inflation was bad in the real world, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Economy is fucked, man. The gameplay is almost exactly the same, except for, wait, you see that? See how the cursor went apeshit for a second there? If you're playing this game, get used to that because it happens every few seconds, and I'm not kidding. Every time any action occurs, and I mean any action, if you play a card, cursor does the thing. If you attack, the cursor does the thing. If you activate a trap card, cursor does the thing. It's there to check for card effects, and if something on the field actually has an effect, then this becomes even more annoying because the game feels the need to tell you what the effect is. Every time it runs the check, it re-shows you the same dialogue prompt telling you what the effect is. I had this penguin in my deck that increases the attack of all other aqua monsters on my side of the field, but it's almost not fucking worth using because you'll be reading the same text box 100 goddamn times a match. Quickly after starting this game, I began to notice that sometimes I wouldn't be starting duels with the full 8,000 life points. That's been a universal truth in all these games, from Forbidden Memories all the way up through the most advanced battle simulators of today. 8,000 life points is the standard. In the show they had 2,000 and then later 4,000, but at least for the video games, it was always 8,000. So in Reshef of Destruction, what gives? It took me a couple hours, but eventually I realized that your life points carry over in between duels. Like if you win one battle with only 500 life points remaining, you'll go into the next duel with only 500 points. Why? I get that it's more like a traditional RPG this way, but what a dirty, underhanded trick to just make your game a little bit more difficult. Your opponents sometimes start with more than 8,000 too. The final boss, for example, has 40,000 life points. Which got me thinking, maybe I can abuse the system here. Let's load up my deck with life point restoring cards, then challenge Tristan. Come here, you little bitch. And play the life point cards, pump them up, win the duel. Then bullshit. Because you can't go above 8,000. No matter how high you get it in battle, you'll never start the next one with any more than 8,000. Only less. The story is some dumb bullshit that's not even worth getting into. You go around collecting all the Millennium items while Yugi and Joey follow you around. Literally, they're right behind you the whole game, never doing anything. Eventually, you regain some Egyptian god cards, and the game's difficulty goes from utter bullshit to admittedly still very hard, but at least now you have an easy way to cheese the game. The god cards all have 0 deck cost, so there's no reason not to use them. They each require 3 tributes to summon, but once you do, the duel is essentially over, because magic and trap cards don't affect them, and their attack power is so high that nothing any opponent throws at you can even begin to compare. Naturally, I built my deck around getting these guys onto the field as soon as possible, which means lots of cards that duplicate, cards which are able to summon other cards, Karibo paired with Multiply, loads of trap cards which stop the enemy's attack. I loaded my deck up with these types with the sole intention of just having 3 monsters on my side of the field at any given turn. Doesn't matter how good they are, doesn't matter if they're these 0 attack, 0 defense tokens, you just need something to be able to summon these god cards. The major flaw in this is you still need to actually draw these god cards, so it's by no means foolproof, because you can go duels without ever seeing them, but it's a great way to get past any one opponent at any given time. The final bosses require you to beat the 2 hardest duels in the game, one after another on 1 life point count. Not only can my monsters not even begin to hold a candle to theirs, they're so powerful that they'll wipe you in 2, 3, or 4 turns. Meaning that for the last 2 fights, my win condition was to get one of the 3 god cards on the field in the first 2 or 3 turns, because if I didn't, it was essentially game over, and you have to do them both in 1 run. There's no saving, there's no break in between. They also have 20,000 and 40,000 life points, as I mentioned earlier. This wombo combo at the very end of the game took me 36 tries. And on my winning attempt, I didn't even reduce his life points all the way down. I won by deck out, because they kept playing monsters in defense mode, and there was nothing the Winged Dragon of Ra could really do about it. YuGiOh Reshef of Destruction took me 29 hours and 12 minutes to beat. It doesn't have any more content than Sacred Cards, which if you recall was a little under 6 hours, but that's just how absurd the grind is in this game. But that's okay, because I am the grind master. However, in Reshef of Destruction, it isn't fun. Its graphics, gameplay, and presentation are ripped straight out of the Sacred Cards, so you're not really getting much of anything new. The only reasons to play through this game are to A, make a YouTube video about it, or to B, brag to your friends while they stare at you cockeyed asking you why they should care about some smelly old Yu-Gi-Oh game from 20 years ago. So after the Game Boy Advance, Konami would continue to make Yu-Gi-Oh games, of course, but the releases have slowed down. They would put some on DS, they would put some on Wii, but with the advent of DLC in video games, there became less of a reason to not just have one Yu-Gi-Oh game and then to patch in all the new cards as they come out. There was no reason really to release a yearly battle simulator as they had been doing, in addition to the weird other side projects that they had going on, such as like Dungeon Dice Monsters, for example. And the one-app approach is mostly what we see today with Duel Links and Master Duel. But there was a notable, interesting exception that I happen to have from
a few years ago, from 2019 on the Switch, in fact. And if I open it up, it actually came with 3 cards, so... Earlier when I said I don't even own any cards, I was lying, apparently.
This is a more modern battle simulator, but the hook is you can play through the stories of not only the original Yu-Gi-Oh, but every other Yu-Gi-Oh show they made after the first one. I played all the way through the original story arc and had a pretty good time. It's presented in this visual novel style, not unlike Forbidden Memories, but you can tell this was done much cheaper and with less TLC than that was. Because there aren't many different reaction portraits, their lips don't move like they did in the PS1 game, and just generally speaking, there isn't the same attention paid to the little details. For example, in every Duelist Kingdom battle, there's this flowery meadow in the background, which already kind of doesn't fit. But it really doesn't fit when you're battling Pegasus in the Shadow Realm, or Kaiba in front of that castle. Something as simple as a background image change would have went a long way here. There are also awkward story moments, such as in that duel with Kaiba. What happens in the show is Yu-Gi-Oh has him dead to rights. All he needed to do was attack, and he wins. But then Kaiba threatens to kill himself, literally that's what happens, if he loses the duel, and Yugi wasn't willing to call his bluff, so Kaiba takes the win there. But in the game, you just play as Kaiba and win straight up. You're given a choice between using a story deck or your own custom deck before every duel. A neat idea, but calling these story decks is a little misleading. I don't think Yugi used Call of the Haunted against Joey in their first duel during school, and Banner of Courage, according to the Yu-Gi-Oh wiki, didn't even exist until 2003, as in 3 years after this episode aired. They use the same deck archetypes, but the literal cards you use are not the same ones as they were in the show. In your first battle against Kaiba, you still use a deck built around Exodia, but they included all these newfangled cards that I've never heard of before. I tried using the story decks whenever possible, but late game they either became too complex for me to use properly, or they all just became ill-equipped to deal with what your opponents are throwing down. The last few fights against characters that I've never even seen can be brutal if you try and use the story decks. I gave myself 3 attempts with the default deck before allowing myself to use a custom one on each fight. And on the last few, I couldn't for the life of me figure out how to do shit with the cards they gave me. There's a certain joy in attempting to take what the game gives you and winning with that. It certainly forced me to interact with cards and effects I never would have considered using in a millennium years, but eventually the decks got too big-brained for me. The deck I constructed is probably horrific to use against real human opponents. Oh yeah, this game is online multiplayer, by the way. Not that I'm naive enough to think that I'm anywhere near ready to try that out. I focused on my most powerful 4-star monsters, adding about a dozen of 18 and 1900 attack power cards, mostly of the vanilla variety with no effects. I didn't care about their element, I didn't care about their species. Tribute monsters, rituals, cards with essay-long effects, I stayed away from those too. Then we've got multiple Shard of Greeds, allowing me to draw an ass-load of cards, throw in a Graceful Charity for the same reason, toss in some Black Penance, and a couple other one-size-fits-all equip cards. Then all of those staple, overpowered magic and trap cards that you pretty much have to use, such as Mirror Force, Swords of Revealing Light, Change of Heart, and a favorite of mine from when I played Duel Links, Enemy Controller. I'm sure I just made real Yu-Gi-Oh players cringe, but it cuts through these AI opponents like butter, as I only lost 1 time with this deck. Despite this title being obviously cheaply made, this has got to be the best Yu-Gi-Oh game I've ever played. It has everything you'd want for everyone. Casual fans such as myself can plow through the story mode and enjoy it. It's got all these modern cards and mechanics for the hardcore Yugi heads, online play as well, so good stuff.
Oh, what? Can't see a damn thing. Ugh. Ugh, what? Ugh. Yeah, alright, this one looks fine.
Greetings and welcome everyone to Jason's Tavern and Inn. Sit down, rest yourself a spell, and I'll pour you a nice glass of Margaritaville Classic Margarita. I don't know what this is. It's green. It reminds me of the cucumber flavored Gatorade. And that stuff's terrible, so this is probably terrible too. So maybe we'll forget about the drink. Maybe... How about, a game instead?
What? Every bar doesn't just have the Ultima trilogy on NES set up and ready to play? So, Ultima is like the granddaddy of the role-playing game. You hear all about the Final Fantasies and the Dragon Quests and whatever, but they got their start with Ultima years before any of those games existed. But I'm not a PC gamer. I'm a fucking Nintendo console baby, so... Plus, I think those are more interesting. The Ultima PC games have kind of been done to death, but nobody's really taken a look at the NES version, so... Here you go. Now's your chance to play some Ultima. So take the controller. Oh, what's that? Looks like you dropped something, man. Oh, right. Oh, right. You're not real. Oh, so I guess I'm going to have to play the game instead.
Ultima Exodus is an adaptation of Ultima 3, which originally came out on the Apple II in 1983. It then found its way to every other relevant PC at the time. Wikipedia claims that it's the first computer RPG to display animated characters, which is a bold claim, but who knows? It is Ultima. They were the first to do everything, after all, including being the first RPG released on the American NES. In Japan, tons of stuff beat it out, but here in America, unless you count Zelda, it was the first, before even Dragon Warrior 1. If you watched the Spoonie videos 10 years ago, you may remember this game as the one where you fight the floor. It's the final boss, in fact. How's that for menacing? And just look at these graphics. Forget the first RPG in America. You could convince me that this was the first video game ever made. If you thought the original Dragon Warrior was primitive, look at Ultima Exodus. This is what you call a fucking video game. This is a no frills, no fancy mode 7, no parallax scrolling. This looks like it could be the ColecoVision port, which doesn't exist, but if it did, this is what I imagine it would look like. The first thing I did in this game was walk over these floor tiles inside Lord British's castle that looked like water, and my entire party ended up dead. Oops. You know this game's gonna be a hoot and a half after that. Ultima Exodus on the NES really makes you appreciate the entire first line of mid-80s role-playing games. Next to this, Phantasy Star seems like the greatest game ever made. Dragon Warrior 1, something infamously basic and reliant on grinding to advance, is downright benevolent when stood up side by side to this. It's so primitive that you need to unlearn everything you think you know because it's so far removed from anything that we recognize as an RPG. Ultima Exodus is an incredibly difficult game to start, but once you begin to figure things out, it just becomes bizarre. You might have already noticed the limited visibility thing, which is annoying at first, but honestly you get used to it quickly and it doesn't end up affecting the game all that much. It just looks a little odd when watching footage. Before doing anything substantial, I'm walking around town, going into every building, as one does. And what is this? The grocery store? 110 or 100 what? 100 groceries? What? Yeah, there's a food system. Run out of food and you slowly die. Groceries are just awkward stand-ins for any food. Use your imagination. I'm gonna pretend they're Oreos. We just bought 100 Oreos. On the world map, rather progressively, there's no random encounters. Rather, you see enemies on the world map sort of like in Zelda 2. Run into an enemy and a battle starts. But on 2 occasions, the game glitched and monsters stopped attacking me. Even if I ran into them on purpose, fights wouldn't trigger. Including inside the final dungeon, I was able to just walk past everything. It still made me fight the floor though. Which brings me to the battles. And my largest source of hatred for this stupid freaking game. They're grid and turn-based, and they take fucking forever. You're only allowed to move 1 square at a time, 1 character at a time. Here's my first battle of the entire game. I pick fight from the menu. It asks me what direction. I say up, because you always start all the way down here, and the enemies always start at the top. My character shoots a fireball, and I hit the enemy. Only on my next turn, I do the same thing, but nothing happens. So, what gives? It took me a while to figure this out, but each character starts with 1 dagger. Daggers are projectiles in this game, so the first time you press start, it throws the dagger, leaving you without a weapon. You either need to buy more permanent weapons, such as a sword, or load up on a shit ton of daggers, which gets expensive fast. You're also able to custom create your entire party from scratch with various different races and classes to choose from. Your race doesn't affect your appearance, only class does. Race just affects your stats behind the scenes. Physical fighters in this game suck because every battle they have to slowly walk one tile at a time up to the enemies until they're one square away before they can do anything. So fuck them. I was gonna go with a magic only party, but you can't do that either because at least a thief is mandatory. Remember in Phantasy Star how instead of just giving you gold directly after a battle, they make you open up a treasure chest first? The risk reward is supposed to be that sometimes they're booby trapped, but even when they are in Phantasy Star, all that happens is you just take a little bit of damage, which becomes a minuscule amount fast. In that game, there's never really a situation where you wouldn't want to open the treasure chests. Ultima Exodus does the same thing, only much more annoying. 9 out of 10 chests are booby-trapped. They do way more damage comparatively to you in Phantasy Star, but most of the time they don't do damage because they're either poison or cold traps. Yeah, having a cold is a status effect in this game. In addition to taking damage like you would with poison, you also go through food faster. Thieves avoid these traps, so they're a mainstay. I tried dual-wielding wizards, but found that I missed having some kind of physical attacking presence, because you run out of MP fast in this game. Luckily, it regenerates if you just stand around and press B, but too often I'd get stuck in fights without an EMP. Thieves are lousy fighters in this game because they can't equip hardly anything. Eventually I settled on Mobile the Thief, CK the Cleric, Wawa the Wizard, and Hess the Paladin. You're able to create and add characters to your party at will, and it's nice to be able to swap them out without needing to completely restart your save file. Oh yeah, this game has a save system, by the way, so I guess I can't call it that primitive. It was released after Zelda, after all. This NPC even references that game. And what a great thing. I expected this game to use passwords going in. There's a trick you can exploit here with this party system. Each new character starts with 100 gold, so what you do is make somebody new, add them to your party, transfer their 100 gold to someone else. Oh yeah, everyone has their own gold supply, so that's one more thing you gotta tinker with whenever you're buying anything. Swap them back out and repeat as many times as you need to because it's free money. I did this with absolutely no shame, and I'd do it again. It doesn't help that much anyway. It's handy when you're first starting out, but pretty quickly it becomes more time efficient to farm the Cave of Gold for treasure chests, because they respawn every time you leave. But starting out, you're pitifully weak. The game is completely non-linear, but you try doing anything at the start and this game will rip you a new asshole. Grinding is a fact of life in Ultima Exodus. Not for experience points, but for money. Experience is basically worthless. You speak to Lord British to level up, but leveling only increases your max HP. All of your other stats stay exactly the same, but here's why it sucks. Enemies in this game scale to your level. The more times you level up, the harder the enemies get. My first save file is fucked because I leveled up too much and couldn't kill anything anymore. I had to start a new save file. You're required to be at least level 5 to acquire a boat, but that's the only gatekeep in the whole game. My advice is to get to level 5 and then never level up ever again. So how do you increase the rest of your stats then? Well, fucking buckle up because it's something that nobody would ever guess in a million years. Once you finally get a boat, so you can't increase your stats anyway until you get to level 5, you're supposed to intentionally sail into a randomly generating whirlpool which shipwrecks you onto a different snowy continent, which has 4 different shrines scattered around the overworld, each representing a different stat. You go to one of these shrines, and for every 100 gold you donate, your stat increases 1 point. Without a guide, I would not have gotten anywhere in this game. So the strategy is to stop at level 5, then only worry about increasing your individual stats after that. It's a long and arduous trip, so get as much gold as you could possibly carry beforehand. With the save file I actually ended up beating the game on, I only made this journey once. Mike's RPG Center, all hail Mike, I love you Mike, also told me that I need to pray at each of these shrines in order to receive these cards, which are required to beat Exodus. So don't forget to do that. Aside from killing Exodus, what's our main objective here? We're kind of just plunked in and allowed to do anything. You're supposed to find these 4 marks, brand each one of your party members with them, then and only then are you allowed to enter Exodus's castle. They're hidden in 4 caves, but there's way more than 4 caves in this game, most of which you don't need to enter. Each mark gives you a special ability, such as walking on those white-blue tiles, which killed me when I first started, or walking on lava. Oh yeah, the dungeons are in first person. Another thing Phantasy Star ripped off. Though I shouldn't say ripped off, I should say improved, because everything about Phantasy Star is a quantum leap above this. Ultima Exodus is the kind of game where you're probably not going to see the end of a dungeon your first time through. So thank God for the map spell, which shows the entire floor you're on. I took screenshots, and they're the only reason I was able to get through this game. Take a few maps, exit, go back to town to regroup. You revive dead party members at the doctor's office. Wait a second, what? They turn to ash? What? Turns out reviving in this game is, I don't know, about a 70-30 proposition. 70% of the time it's fine, but the other 30, they turn to ash. And this is predetermined when they die too, so you can't just save before trying and then reset if it doesn't work. And for the longest time, I thought that this meant that the party member was dead forever, so I would either create a new party member or just roll back my save if I didn't save before attempting to revive, like if I saved before I went into the dungeon. But it turns out all you need to do is visit a temple, which there's one in a couple towns in the game, and pay 900 gold? Damn, that's 9 stat increases. Oh well, I guess that's just the cost of doing business. Wait, what? Hold on, what? They died again? What? Is it because I walked on lava? But I have the mark of fire. What happened? Did it wear off or something? Wait a second. They turned to ash, right? So it makes sense that any marks on their skin would have turned to ash too. But oh my god, what a fucking asshole game. I mean, it's an impressive attention to detail, but holy shit! This has to be the largest fuck you in RPG history. Are you telling me that I need to do the dungeons all over again because one of my characters turned to ash? Wow. This game is simply not a good time. Fights take minutes, and you can't avoid them inside dungeons like you can on the world map because they're truly random in there. Even something as simple as gaining your health back is an ordeal. You would think that you could just stay at the inn like in any other game, but no. That just saves. You don't get any health back. Lord British? I remember in the Super Nintendo games, he was always good for a heal. Nope, not him either. The bar? No. You can cast Cure on yourself to get between 40 and 60 HP back at a time, which is a viable strategy the first couple levels, but even at just level 5, that takes forever, because you have to keep waiting for your MP to regenerate in between heals. The only other way to get your health back are to use these fountains, which are hidden inside caves. My go-to ended up being this one on the 3rd floor of the Cave of Gold, since it's the closest one to Lord British's castle, but every time I want to top up, I have to trudge through 3 floors of this dungeon? That sucks. Playing through this game was torture. There's old, and then there's Ultima Exodus old. It only took about 20 hours. Sorry, I lost some footage, and I can't count like I normally do this time. And if I had to play through it again, I guarantee I could get through it in less than 4, because this is a minuscule game. If you didn't have to grind or live through all 3 Lord of the Rings films just to be able to upgrade your stats, then this game would be less than 1 hour long. In fact, the game world is so tiny that this sentence that I'm speaking right now is how long it takes to walk from one end to the other now. At the end of the game, you walk through Exodus's castle, fight the floor. Thankfully, you can just cast the death spell and win instantly. Use the cards in the correct order on Exodus, walk out of the castle as it self-destructs, and finally, credits roll. As something to put on my gamer resume, I'm glad I made it through, but I'm also elated that I never need to play this game ever again. Ultima Exodus belongs in a museum. It's one of the granddaddies of the RPG, and I wonder if the PC version holds up a little better than this one. But as it stands, this game belongs in a museum, not inside my Nintendo. So that game wasn't a lot of fun, but who knows, maybe this next one will be a little bit better. Oh my god, I didn't prep that. That just started up first try. I didn't even clean it. Oh my god. It's a fucking Christmas miracle. That I cannot okay. I was gonna do a gag where I had rubbing alcohol in the drinks over there. I was gonna clean the game. But it just worked. Holy shit. Look at how gorgeous this manual is. Exodus sucked. Black and white, dry explanations of basic game mechanics. They call this the Book of Lore. We've got a backstory about how we were taking a nap outdoors on our real-world Earth when suddenly a moon gate appears, which ends up with you talking to Hawkwind, the fortune teller, which is where the game starts. It's up to Zelda or Dragon Warrior standards. We have enemy profiles, maps of every town, detailed descriptions of each spell, a list of all the different party members you're able to recruit, a diagram explaining how moon gates work, and most importantly, explaining the 8 virtues. It's 81 pages of rock-solid A+ manual design. It's as much a part of the game as the game itself, and it sat on my lap the entire time I was playing. I love playing things like that. You know, Quest of the Avatar is going to be a little unorthodox as soon as it starts, because the first thing you do is take a personality quiz. They're all moral quandaries with no clear answers, such as, entrusted to deliver an uncounted purse of gold, thou dost meet a poor beggar. Dost thou deliver the gold knowing the trust in thee was well placed, or show compassion, giving the beggar a coin, knowing it shan't be missed? Unwitnessed, thou hast slain a mighty dragon in defense of thy life. A poor warrior claims the offered reward. Dost thou justly step forward to claim the bounty, or humbly go about thy life, secure in thy self-esteem? Really good questions. A lot of times in these quizzes, I feel like 90% of people would pick the same things, but these would split the pot pretty well. This determines which class you get and what city you start in. My result was Paladin, and my game began in Triznik. First impressions, it's been modernized. Okay. Maybe modernized isn't the correct choice to describe a turn-based RPG from 1989, but it's on par with its peers at least. This is no more chunky or clumsy than any of the Dragon Warrior or Final Fantasy games of this era. It plays considerably close to Exodus on paper, but in execution, Quest of the Avatar is worlds above. Its battles use the same turn and grid-based combat system, but for one, it generally moves a lot faster, and you don't have to line up in the same grid column to use your ranged attacks. Instead, if you have a bow, you can just target anyone on the screen from anywhere. You're allowed to have 2 weapons equipped at the same time too, so for example, you can have a bow and a sword available for both short and long-range combat. The enemies are nowhere near as asshole-ish, and the level-up system works exactly the way you think it would, where all your stats increase as opposed to just your HP. My favorite new system is that there's an auto battle. Kick fucking ass, life is pretty cool sometimes. The auto battle is good enough to get by most encounters. It might not do everything optimally, so if you're in a tough spot, it's probably wise to lay off and select your moves yourself, but the auto battle gets the job done most of the time. You start off reasonably strong too, or at least strong enough to win random encounters on the world map when you're still a party of 1. There's really no reason to play Exodus when Quest of the Avatar exists, unless you're trying to cover them for just completionist's sake. Allow me to stress again, I'm just talking about the NES ports. I'm sure they're all still worthwhile on PC. It really is just a more realized and beefed up version of the same game. Both these Ultima games are structured the same way at least. They're both non-linear, completely wide open, basically collectathon RPGs. You gather all the MacGuffins, then you're allowed into the final area where you win. They're both Easter egg hunts. In Exodus, there were 4 marks, 4 cards, and a silver horn. You're placed into a huge sandbox where your minute-to-minute objective is to just find those 9 things, and once you do, the game allows you to venture into Exodus's castle where the game ends. Quest of the Avatar works in exactly the same way, only there is way more shit to collect this time. There are 8 runes, 8 stones, the same silver horn, the Book of Truth, the Candle of Love, the Bell of Courage, the 3 keys of Truth, Love, and Courage, and the Skull of Mondane, for a total of 24 eggs you have to collect before the final area opens up. Again, the game is wide open, so you're allowed to find any of these items in any order you want. A huge difference between these two games comes narratively. Most titles, in fact every game or even story, has to have some kind of a villain, or at least a central conflict of some kind, right? That's kind of what makes a story tick. Ultima 4 is boldly a game with no antagonist. There's no evil force you're crusading against. There's no dragon with a princess locked in a jail cell. There are no shadow lords. There's no gargoyle war. There's no evil red face that mocks you. There's nothing. In Exodus, your main objective was to prevent this evil force called Exodus from reincarnating. Then the video game twist of the century, unlike in most games where you arrive just a second too late and need to fight him anyway, you actually get there in time to stop Exodus from being born. In Quest of the Avatar, your main objective is to read a book. The Codex of Ultimate Wisdom is said to be so holy that it reveals its secrets to only the purest of hearts. In addition to finding all those items, you also need to become a paragon of the 8 virtues: honesty, compassion, valor, justice, sacrifice, honor, spirituality, and humility. Each behind the scenes have their own stats. Once they're high enough, you're allowed to meditate at their corresponding shrine, which demonstrates your mastery of said virtue. For example, defeating monsters increases your valor stat, while running away lowers it. The game makes it possible to run away, but you really don't want to because you have to keep all of these invisible virtue stats high enough to finish the game. You're not allowed into the final area unless you become a master in all 8 virtues, and once you have it, it can get taken away too, so you always need to be on your best behavior. Ultima 4 requires you to be a good person. There are blind shopkeepers all over the place, which make you count out manually how much money you give them. For example, if an item costs 200 gold, you could just hand them 1 if you want and still get the item, but that's virtue suicide, virtuicide. Instead, it's best to overpay. Give him 300. The absolute best thing you can do in this game is give money to the homeless bums. They're in every town, and giving them money contributes to so many different virtues. Honesty, compassion, sacrifice, and humility all go up when you do this, so it raises half of them. It's sort of a wild concept. Ultima 4 was subversive before the genre even really existed. A game with no bad guy, and your mission is to be as good a guy as possible? I've never seen anything like this. Today, let alone in 1985 or 89 if we're talking about this version. It really doesn't feel like an adaptation of an older game. This fits right at home on the NES. No snarky ColecoVision comments this time. I appreciate how well it's balanced too. With non-linear games like this, it's easy to lose the thread and make areas way too easy or way too hard, but that's not the case here. They did 2 things to mitigate this potential problem. Firstly, you really don't get much stronger than when you start. Max level is only 8, and there's not very many equipment upgrades. You're relatively the same strength throughout the entire game. There's not a dramatic difference. And second is that there are only 2 different tiers of enemy. Overworld dwellers, which include pirates, are easier, while enemies inside the dungeons are more difficult. Every dungeon is equal, as is the entire overworld. There's no magic bridge where you cross and the enemies are more difficult. It doesn't matter where you go, everybody is the same strength. This results in a game where you only need to upgrade your party until you're able to consistently win against the harder set of enemies inside dungeons. Then you don't have to worry about it at all. In Ultima Exodus, the last game I played, most of my playtime was spent grinding materials, and absolutely none of it was spent doing that in Quest of the Avatar. The grinding to actual content ratio is so much better in this game. It felt like I was always accomplishing something. That's another byproduct of having so many different things to collect. One of them is bound to be realistically obtainable no matter where your battle party is at. The dungeons are in first person again. That's where all the stones are found. In addition to the manual, this game came with a fold-out poster with maps for all of the first person segments, but instead of it feeling cheap or spoilery, it feels like they designed them with this in mind, because they're all incredibly hidden wall heavy. And these are the kinds of hidden walls with no hints or clues in-game. They expect you to have these maps, because hidden walls are not marked there either. You're supposed to use your gamer instincts to sort out where the hidden walls might be. The stones aren't always at the end either. In one case, it was on the second floor of an 8th-floor dungeon, with the rest of it being a red herring. This type of navigation feels closer to a 3D Zelda game or something than it does most dungeon crawlers I've played. The process is you look at the map to try to find areas you haven't been yet. The overhead segments are like this too. Exactly like this, in fact, because there are tons of hidden walls all over the place here too. Remember how the manual has maps of every town? This is why. You're supposed to notice the gaps in the game's architecture to try to find ways to get in there. In fact, in order to even get into one of the dungeons, it requires you to find not one, but 2 fake walls inside Lord British's castle. And one of those 24 MacGuffins you need is hidden behind a 3rd one. The 8 runes you have to collect are all invisible. In order to find them, you have to open up the menu and hit search. Here's the one in Lord British's castle behind the wall, in between these treasure chests. It might sound esoteric, but it's another situation where, with the manual providing maps combined with NPC dialogue, it's fun figuring out where these things are. Most cities are connected to one of the 8 virtues, which is what the runes are named after, so you go to the corresponding town to talk to the people who clue you in on where to find these runes. Or you could just guess and search every tile in the game. Like here, let's see if there's one in the toilet. Huh, holy shit. Literally. Is this the only NES game with a toilet? Comment down below every NES toilet. Here's a little quirk. Whenever you find one of the stones inside these dungeons, there's someone gatekeeping the thing, and you have to answer their question correctly to get the stone. They're all pretty easy. Take this guy for example. Dost thou flee from the maleficent face of danger? Of course I don't. So I hit no. I cannot yield the stone unto thee, depart? What? Wait a second. Well, hold on. He was asking me if I run away in the face of danger, and I said no. And that was wrong. I think they messed up the yes or no prompt there, and I have to redo the whole dungeon as a result. Yay. There's only about a dozen different enemy types, so even though the battles are streamlined, they get boring fast. And I'd argue the random encounter rate is a little too high. It's nothing horrific, but encounters can still happen if you're not moving, which got me quite a few times. Like I'd be looking at the manual or trying to eat something while playing, and accidentally get into fights because I forgot to pause the game. You're also de-incentivized from using magic because unlike in Exodus and in most other games where spells just cost MP, you have to manage these various resources too. For example, the airship in this game is a hot air balloon, which is controlled by casting the wind spell, kind of like in Wind Waker. But in addition to MP, it requires garlic and blood moss, which you have to buy at the store. So essentially it costs money to cast spells, and you can't farm money in this game as easily as you could in Exodus either. Let me tell you, it's not fun being stuck in the hot air balloon with no resources. Enemies usually don't drop a ton of money, and you constantly have to donate so your virtues improve. You also need to overpay for everything because that helps your virtues too. So I became a Spyro Moneybags type tightwad playing this. If I didn't need to waste valuable resources casting a spell, then I didn't do it. Eventually, after becoming a master of every virtue and collecting all 24 MacGuffins, you, and you alone, are granted entry into the Stygian Abyss. You're not allowed any other party members, it's a solo mission. Luckily, the enemies in here are no more difficult than they are anywhere else in the game. Also, what a wonderful thing that I'm a paladin, because I can't think of a better class to do this with. A perfect mix of white mage and fighter. Just had to make sure that I had enough herbs to heal all the time. The final encounter is a mirror match against your entire potential party. All they do is surround and beat the shit out of you. Damn. But after that, you acquire the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom, and Lord British congratulates you on becoming the Avatar. Yeah, that's not the name of the character. That's the title he assumes after this game. Technically, you weren't the Avatar well in Exodus, or in most of this game either. It's only when you get the book with all the answers.
See you at church.
Ultima Quest of the Avatar on NES is a classic. It didn't make my top 100 because this is the first time that I've played it. Game would easily make the top 20 for sure now. The Ultima fan community considers the NES version of Ultima 4 to be a full-on remake of the PC original. They cut some content, but it's streamlined, looks way better, and overall just brings the game much closer to what people expected out of their NES RPGs. Which brings us to Ultima 5. This is what it looks like on the PC original. As you can see, there's lots of room for improvement, and at least graphically speaking, Ultimas 3 and 4 on the NES are better than their PC counterparts, I would say. And this came out in 1993, Ultima 5 on NES that is, which was after Ultima 6 on Super Nintendo. And just to think of all those late-era, great-looking NES games, like Mega Man's 5 and 6, or Batman Revenge of the Joker. There are so many fantastic graphical NES games late in its life. And the same developer handled all 3 ports of the NES Ultima games, so we've seen the progress from 3 to 4. I can only imagine what the progress from 4, which came out in 1989, 4 years later, the same developer, Pony Canyon, has with all of these tricks that the NES development community has discovered to get them to just squeeze the most out of it. Just imagine how good Ultima 5 must look. It must be a fucking knockout, right? What the fuck happened here? It looks deep fried, you know, like the memes. In 4 years, how did we go from this to this? And no, that's not your screen buffering or some weird gameplay capture on my part. Ultima Warriors of Destiny really is this choppy. Half the time the game eats your inputs too. Look at this. You might have to hit right 3 times before your character actually moves. Whenever you want to target anything, it's a fucking process. If you want to talk to somebody or pick up an item, to bring this cursor up, move it over the square you want, then hit a button, which is already a little clunky, but combine that with these bafflingly unresponsive controls. It's bad to the point where you have to play it to believe me. You have no idea how annoying it is for half of your inputs to simply not register. You already have an awkward system. Whenever you want anything done, it feels like you need to really slam down on these buttons extra hard in order for the input to register. It's terrible, and I don't know how this happens. What causes the game to not register my inputs? What's going on behind the scenes? How, in an RPG, you know, a genre built around navigating menus, how is it so shitty? The same goes for fighting enemies. You have to bring up the cursor to manually target everything. Just moving the cursor over 2 squares might require you to press over 5 freaking times. And then you gotta really slam down on the A button as hard as you can to make sure it actually gets your button press. Because unlike the last games, it's not turn-based either. This is sort of an action RPG. The game barely functions, and it's not like they had to do this. They could have just reskinned 4 with 5's storyline, and it would have come out pretty decently. But instead, they attempted to make it a continuous world action RPG thing, which isn't even what the original was, and that's the worst part. On PC, it still used the old grid and turn-based combat system we saw in the previous titles. This awkward cursor-based action shit was an original idea for this version. Why? I could understand if they were trying to replicate the PC edition and falling flat, but no, this was done deliberately. The battles are barely comprehensible, and I never know what the fuck is going on. I have no idea why my axe is able to shoot white magic blasts. It seems like enemies either take health or don't from me at random. Sometimes I'm able to move 10 times in a row before the enemy responds, but other times they gang up on me before I can even bring up the cursor to target them. Imagine being a fan of the first 2 Ultima NES games. Maybe you got them as a present for something when you're a kid. And then as a teenager, for Christmas again, you open this one up. This is your RPG series of choice. And you get this. Apparently it didn't sell well either, because this game cost me $130, which is 3 times what the other 2 costs combined. Oh yeah, and do you like this song that's been playing the whole time? This wasn't a choice on my end. Aside from the title screen and ending, this is the only song in the entire game. This 20-second loop. There's not even any sound effects. This is it. This is all you hear. When you're battling, when you're in a dungeon, any situation, it's just this song. Art thou enjoying the game? What? They have the balls to ask this? No. Here, have a coin. What is he, bribing me? Alright, what happens if I say yes? Then write Lord British. Wilt thou write Lord British at origin? Okay. He will be so glad. Am I enjoying the game? Ha! Like, what happened here? Did they make this in a month? I would love to know the story because something must have went horribly wrong behind the scenes. How does a game ship with one music track and no sound effects? It got the same manual treatment as the last game, complete with a fold-out map. This is when the Ultima series started to standardize their overworld layout. 4, 5, 6, and 7 all use the same basic Britannia. If you know where Minnock is in one of the games, then that knowledge transfers to the rest of them. Even Runes of Virtue abided by this general world layout. I love these high-effort old video game manuals, and there's nothing cooler than playing along with one when the game is actually, good. But when it's indefensibly awful like this, getting a manual like this is just sad. It's like a wasted effort. Well, what's the story this time? Lord British has gone missing, and in his place, there's this guy named Lord Blackthorn, who has assumed the throne, and since then, everything has turned to shit. Your job is to rescue Lord British and return him to the throne. The story is barely here. Most of the game's dialogue is functionally focused as opposed to narratively. In the last game, Quest of the Avatar, it was the same way, but I didn't have a problem with that because there really wasn't much of an overarching story to tell. But from what I've heard, it's a real slap in the face here. In the Spoonie video, he described a scene in the original PC version about Lord Blackthorn torturing you for information, and that seemed like a genuinely great moment. Something that sure as shit doesn't happen in this game. There's no reason to be a good person anymore. Just take everyone's shit because there's no virtue system or anything. You know, the thing the last game built up. In the manual, they try to explain this by stating that the law in Britannia is, quote, finders keepers. So loot everyone's house in sight, I guess. The 8 virtues, they still attempt to make them play a role in this game, but it rings hollow and there's no reason to abide by them. Most of the NPCs exist to give you clues about how to enter the various dungeons and shrines, not to advance any kind of characterization or story. Speaking of, there are 8 of each of those. 8 shrines and 8 dungeons, which you would assume you would have to do to finish the game, only no, you don't. The shrines are worthless. All they do is raise one of your stats by a single point. Stats that don't fucking matter because all the fights are so easily cheated. I would regularly hide behind my party members. Even when they're dead, this trick works. And then just shoot at them with my axe. Until I realized that you can use the magic carpet inside of buildings and caves to just fly past everyone. There's no reason to fight anything. Just fucking fly right by them. It's not like there's any boss fights or anything. The first person bits are gone, so what you're looking at, these are the dungeons. There's 8 of them, and out of those 8, how many do you think you need to do to finish the game? The answer is 2. 2 out of 8. Yeah, great fucking planning, game. Lord British is at the bottom of one, and you're required to get an item to remove these barriers blocking the dungeon that he's in, which is in another one. The primary thing you do in this game is talk to people. It's never interesting. It's always just basic ass walk back and forth type quests. Oh, I know about a guy in Yu who knows how to get the magic scepter, so you go to Yu, who tells you to talk to somebody else, you go and talk to somebody else, and then it just fucking loops until you get a word to like enter a dungeon, or they just straight out tell you where it is. And the worst part is you can't sequence break these. You have to talk to the NPCs in the correct order in order to get the correct dialogue choices to say to them. It's just a bunch of crap like that. It's boring as hell, and it's not like 6 where you actually get a lot of characterization out of these NPCs. They just exist to tell you where to go. One good thing about this game is that you can save at any time, and dying doesn't appear to have any any kind of a penalty. But this has to be one of the worst games I've ever reviewed. If doing this channel has taught me anything, it's that no matter how shitty, every game has its fans. But I would actually be shocked to see anyone try to defend this one. Just look at it. You can see 3 seconds of this game and you just know that there's nothing here. It's appallingly bad, to the point where I almost wonder how it got an official seal of quality. The fact that it's an NES game from 1993 and was the follow-up to a legitimately good game is an extra kick to the nuts. Then finally, after the longest 13 hours of gameplay of my life, I rescued Lord British. He was trapped in a mirror. And thank goodness, a different song finally plays. Instead of killing Lord Blackthorn, Lord British instead exiles him to a random location. Congratulations, you have completed Warriors of Destiny. Then the credits. Dr. Katz worked on this? It might explain something. Music and sound effects? What sound effects? Martin Galloway. So you're the man responsible for all this. I mean, it's probably not his fault that he was only allowed to make one 20-second loop that plays through the entire game.
Game bad! Me angry cause game bad! Power button's over here! This game it's too expensive to throw, so I'm not going to. Instead, I'm gonna write to Lord British. Dear Lord British, I played Ultima Warriors of Destiny on NES. Well, the ink in my pen went out, and it was so bad that I quit YouTube for the rest of the year. Alright, well, that's all I got. Shout out to the patrons. Shout out to William Robert Lee. Never trust anyone who needs a haircut. Goodbye. Quick! Without looking it up, how many video games by the developer Jaleco can you name right now? You have 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. And that's what I thought. Jaleco was one of those companies that nobody would consider one of the best. Few would probably even consider them average. They were a below average video game publisher / developer. Jaleco was one of those companies that did just enough to not go out of business until they did in 2000, until they did again in 2014. If you go through their gamography, it's not like a pile of trash, but it's just a pile of uninspiring games that, like, nobody's a huge Jaleco fan. Just an ocean of average to below average, unloved, unremembered. Most of these games don't even have Wikipedia pages. It's just an uninspiring list of games. In fact, the only thing I even really recognized off the list, what stood out to me anyway, was how they ruined the PlayStation version of Tetris. Yes, they ruined Tetris. I don't know how, but they managed to do it.
March 3rd, 2017, Nintendo releases their latest and greatest video game console, and it's shockingly bare bones. There weren't many games, and a suite of features that are expected on any modern piece of technology are absent. No web browser, no Netflix, no YouTube, no nothing. For the past 11 years, Nintendo customers had been able to build this virtual retro video game collection. Starting March 3rd, 2017, not anymore. The Switch was a clean break with no announced plans to bring any retro video games to the platform. It would be a year and a half until Nintendo implemented their subscription service, locking previously free online multiplayer behind a paywall, but also offering a selection of online Nintendo Entertainment System games. We were so pure then. This was before the Scourge, the J, wormed itself into Nintendo's consciousness. The initial lineup was okay. 20 titles, 8 top 100 games according to a certain list. Most were Nintendo originals, but a few third parties snuck in. Capcom with Ghosts and Goblins, Koei Tecmo with Tecmo Bowl, Honestly, the most exciting part for me were these official NES controller Joy-Cons. These controllers are fantastic. They're regular Bluetooth too, so you can connect them easily to any PC. Whenever I emulate the NES, I always use these. And they're how I captured all the footage on my top 100 NES games list. For the next year, once a month, Nintendo would drip feed us, normally 3 titles at a time. Most of these made sense. Metroid, Lolo, Zelda 2, Kirby, Mario 2, Punch-Out! All in-house Nintendo IPs made their way to the service. The third-party titles were no doubt weaker, Tecmo's Solomon's Key and Mighty Bomb Jack, but I imagine from Nintendo's perspective, hey, we're already going to get the rights to Ninja Gaiden, we already have Tecmo Bowl, might as well grab a few more to pad out the calendar. Then on June 12th, 2019, we didn't know it yet, but Pandora's box had been opened, and there was no going back. In a video update revealing these titles, which received over twice as many dislikes as likes, mind you, Nintendo unveiled Double Dragon 2, a worthwhile addition for sure, Volleyball, horrible game. The NES actually has 2 fantastic volleyball games. This is not one of them, but it does have multiplayer, so I guess you could presumably kill 5 minutes with it. And finally, City Connection, from a company named City Connection. Comments correctly pointed out that this was the bottom of the barrel. City Connection, from Jaleco, was apparently so wonderfully regarded that at some point they decided to rename their entire company after it. It's a direct arcade port capturing the look and feel of the original admirably. Too bad it's just a half-rate Mappy ripoff. You're continuously moving, attempting to drive over every square in New York City, which is kinda cool. Gotta love seeing real-life New York represented on Nintendo. All you do is drive around, avoiding cops, avoiding this cat, which has absolutely no regard for its own life. In between stages, you get this little portrait of a man smoking. How quaint. Remember when smoking was cool? Back when I used to collect NES games, City Connection always annoyed me because it was one of those games that Jaleco felt the need to put their company name on the spine instead of the game title. City Connection is trash. Typical arcadey style, overly simplistic, bare bones video game whose design might have been passable on the Atari 2600, but not in 1988, and certainly not in 2019. Imagine you're 6. It's the 80s, and you receive City Connection as a birthday or Christmas present when you already own the first 2 Marios, the first 2 Zeldas, the first 2 Castlevanias, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out!, Tecmo Bowl. City Connection was already a relic upon its release in 1988, and it's embarrassing for Nintendo to roll this out in 2019 and act like it adds any value at all to their service. Because it doesn't. Finally in September, introducing Super Nintendo for Nintendo Switch Online. Again, the most exciting part for me was this sweet Super Nintendo replica controller. I've gotten so many miles out of this thing, and in 50 years, in 2073, they're going to have to bury me with this thing. 21 titles and a fantastic selection. Nintendo's juggernauts, Mario World, Zelda, Super Metroid, Star Fox, F-Zero. What you would expect is mostly all here. There's a couple quirks, such as including 2 separate tennis games. For the third-party lineup, they partnered with Gmode, a mobile game company whose sole image on Wikipedia is of a Japanese model dressed in a white cowboy outfit, holding some kind of competitive Tetris pamphlet. That company bought Data East's back catalog, so along with them came Joe and Mac 2. Personally, I'm not a fan, but I know Joe and Mac has its fans, so I'll cut them a break. They partnered with Capcom and added Super Ghouls and Ghosts, Breath of Fire, and Demon's Crest. 3 well-regarded, solid additions. You can't have a representation of the Super Nintendo without any RPGs. And as much as everyone would have loved to have Final Fantasy or Chrono Trigger, it's understandable why Square Enix wasn't willing to give them away. Breath of Fire is a worthy substitute. For whatever reason, whoever at Nintendo is in charge of adding the games to the Switch Online absolutely loved Jaleco. Whenever there's a hole in the release schedule, here's Jaleco. Whenever they needed a third-party game to go with 2 legitimate first-party ones, here's Jaleco, saving the day once again. Brawl Brothers, a classic arcade-style 2D side-scrolling beat-em-up. It made me pick 2 characters even though I'm just one person. I guess so the other player can join in and not have to select a character. Honestly, it's not a horrible game, but similar to Breath of Fire, I guess Brawl Brothers was sort of a consolation prize. Nintendo wasn't going to shell out for Ninja Turtles. Ha, shell. But I don't see why they couldn't have landed Final Fight. As for the game itself, I have a few nitpicks. Weapons are almost worthless. The whole point of picking up a baseball bat with barbed wire is supposed to extend my range and make me feel more powerful, but picking up weapons ends up being more of a burden than anything. Like in most other beat-em-ups, I can't imagine why you would ever want to use your special move if it reduces your health. For me, that idea makes more sense in the arcade, when using your special moves is indirectly costing you money. Here on a home console, it's as if you're spending future progress to hit one enemy one time. Nothing unique about this one. Looks good, sounds completely unremarkable. I wish it was a little faster, but it's an okay way to kill half an hour if you have a second player. Also launching with the service was E. D. Wait for it. Oh, it's coming. F! Or Earth Defense Force. A horizontal shmup, which is normally not my cup of tea, but I actually had fun with this. There's an impressive amount of weapons to select from. I picked homing so I wouldn't have to worry about aiming. This game uses an RPG-esque experience bar to manage your ship's upgrades. I love the background in Stage 2. Super Nintendo shoot-em-ups are infamous for their slowdown, but I didn't see any of that while playing this. Whoa! See that? It's a shame that shooters are only fun until you die and lose all your upgrades. Otherwise, I might have kept playing this. May 20th, 2020. The Nintendo Switch Online gods blessed us with Wild Guns, Paneled Upon, and most relevant to this video, Jaleco's very own Operation Logic Bomb. And what the hell kind of a title is that? Is this going to be like that bit in Police Knots? I hope so. Honestly, I'd play a whole game of that. Well, no, it's an overhead shooter, not unlike those stages nobody likes in Contra 3, or actually more like Super C. You're given a choice between shooting in a straight line or using a spread shot. Enemies only fire in 8 directions, so it's easy to stand slightly off-center and pick them off. Along the way, you pick up other weapons, like this one that bounces off walls. You have a huge life bar, but I suck, so I managed to blow through my continues in no time. There's no passwords or save system or anything. It's a shame, too, because I probably would have tried to finish it if it had a save system. I'll bet I could get further now because I didn't realize you could strafe by holding L or R until I was almost done playing. September brought us Donkey Kong Country 2, Mario's Pit Cross, Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem, if you lived in Japan, and another fantastic Jaleco title. The Peacekeepers is another beat-em-up. But before I get to that, let's check out the options. Angry mode? What could angry mode possibly mean? Wait a second, color edit mode? Is that what I think it is? What? You can adjust the color palette of the main characters? And the enemies? Oh my god, you can change everything! Look at my guy's stupid attack. Oh man. I'm sorry I was hard on Brawl Brothers. This is awful. Wait a second, I know how I can make this more fun. Oh hell yeah, man. This is the greatest game I've ever played in my life. Next came Tough Enough, which was worth adding for its cover art alone. Unfortunately, it's just a 2D fighting game. I'm sure it's fine, but I don't know anything about this genre. I'd say just play Street Fighter 2. Dropping on the same day was The Ignition Factor, possibly Jaleco's magnum opus. That's not saying much, but I actually managed to finish this one. And now I kinda want to track down an authentic copy of it. It's a firefighter simulator filled with surprisingly goofy humor. Just enough planning and strategy required to not make it another boring action game. You have a limited, weighted inventory. If you're carrying too much stuff at a time, you can't run anymore. And every stage is timed, so running is essential. You're always joined by 2 other firefighters, but all they do is stand around, swap out your items. And they have the IQ of a fire hydrant. I'd like you to meet Betty. Here she is, just walking directly into the fire, over and over again. Your goal isn't to put out fires as much as it is to evacuate people from burning buildings. Like this guy, cowering over a plane of glass that's in the middle of the floor for some reason. Oh, you asshole. You know what? This is what you get for tricking me. Then there's this guy saying he doesn't know why they're having electrical problems. Really? You don't know why you could possibly be having electrical problems? No guesses? None? Alright. Oh, what's that? Betty died? Why am I not surprised? Spoilers for the ignition factor. The ending is just your guy complaining. I'd like to complain about the designers of this game. Why did I have to do all the work? All these other firefighters, and I'm the only one not standing around. Those guys at Jaleco don't know when to quit. They sure didn't. Next on May 26th, jumping back to the NES, we have Ninja Jaja Maru-kun. Yeah, this is atrocious. Originally never came out in America, and if you can't tell why, I'd get my eyes checked. I guess if you made me choose, I'd pick this over City Connection because you're not always moving, and cats aren't spawning directly onto my path every 15 seconds. Kind of single, repeating stage, basic early NES visual style, which belongs in the pre-Super Mario Famicom. I guess you could have pulled worse from 1985, but you'd need to be a special type of retro gamer to want to play this for more than 2 minutes these days. Finally, in May of 2022, we come to Rival Turf. It's another beat 'em up. Did you know that in Japan, Rival Turf, Brawl Brothers, and Peacekeepers were a trilogy known as Rushing Beat? For whatever reason, they released them out of order on Switch Online. Rival Turf is Rushing Beat 1, Brawl Brothers is 2, and Peacekeepers is 3. Ironically, out of the trilogy, I prefer the first game, Rival Turf. It feels like it moves faster, and your attack has the most generous range. Doesn't have the color editing from Peacekeepers, but other than that, what else is there left to say? You walk right, you punch people. That's it. What was Nintendo's obsession with Jaleco of all companies? Running through the lineup, I guess the ignition factor is the standout, but even then, it's not that good. After all this, I think I have the answer. Jaleco was the master of making generic, store-brand versions of more popular games. Nintendo wasn't going to pay for Street Fighter, but here we have Street Fighter at home. Nintendo wasn't going to pay for Final Fight. I don't know why. I can't imagine Final Fight is that expensive, but here's this trilogy of other games, kind of like Final Fight, filling the void. And I believe that to be the true Jaleco conspiracy. They had these holes on the Switch Online for genres of games or whatever, and there was Jaleco, just a convenient thing to plug all these games into. So there you have it. These were just convenient stand-ins. Even the ignition factor, which I've singled out for praise, was kind of... Shining in the Darkness is a simple, I'll call it underdeveloped game, with a Hall of Fame-worthy style. After that, having learned their lesson, Camelot, yes, the same ones who would go on to make Golden Sun and various Mario sports titles, sitting down to create their second ever title, Camelot lifted, blatantly. They took their sound effects, warm vibes, Saturday morning cartoon visuals. They took their old flair from Shining in the Darkness and put it into a game that is somehow both more substantial and friendlier. Friendlier both when stood up next to Shining in the Darkness, but also when compared to Fire Emblem, its chief rival, we'll say, in Japan. Instead of characters dying and being dead forever, in Shining Force they instead get exhausted and can be brought back immediately after. Instead of moving all of your units in a turn, then your opponents returning in kind, Shining Force is speed-based. Characters can move twice in a row, control regularly bounces back and forth between yourself and the CPU. It makes Shining Force a game where you cannot plan ahead very well. One that's more reactionary, one where you go with the flow and take what the game gives you. In chess, there's an idea that there's a difference between strategical and tactical. A strategical player might be better at noticing or knowing what general position is better or worse, whereas a tactical player would be better at calculating specific combinations of moves. I'd put Fire Emblem into the tactical camp, whereas Shining Force is more built around keeping a better formation. Because you don't know when your characters are going to move, you are unable to create clear and concise plans. Shining Force is a game where positioning and being able to adapt is placed in a higher priority than having a tangible plan. Or then again, maybe not. That could just be a bunch of bullshit because this is such a forgiving game that you don't even really need to think. Shining Force is absolutely a game where you can just kind of do whatever you want and still come out on top. When I take a look at both Fire Emblem and Shining Force, something that really struck me when playing this is how important towns are to the overall tactical RPG experience. Fire Emblem does not have traditional towns. You read about the story and cutscenes between battle, or maybe from visiting houses mid-encounter. Yet in Shining Force, I end up caring more about the story and characters, despite there being undeniably way less going on. The story in Shining Force is not interesting, the characters are not deep or complex, yet I still like them more than their equivalents at least in Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem, for example. I truly do believe that it is solely because it lets the world building come to you by interacting with NPCs in town, instead of it being fed to you between chapters. Not even to mention that exploring towns is such an important change of pace gameplay-wise. Shining Force hides so much stuff in these exploratory bits, to the point where unless you're using a guide, even if you're a thorough player of video games, you'll probably miss a few optional characters. If I'm looking at both these games, and if I'm trying to declare like a winner between Fire Emblem and Shining Force, I really do think it depends who you are, when you are, what you are. You see, because there's a difference between living in 2022 and living in 1992. Let's say you're in Japan, or you're in an alternate reality where Fire Emblem existed over here in America. Both these games are great in their own ways. Back in the day as a kid, you may have only had a few entertainment options. It's not like today where everything is endless and cheap. I could be playing like literally any game I want to right now. I'm an adult, I can just buy it. I can just have whatever I want. But if you were a kid, then you don't have that freedom. Fire Emblem is the type of experience, the type of game where if that was one of your only games, it is fantastic to pour all of your energy into. It is this deep, complex, legitimate obstacle to overcome. Whereas Shining Force is more of a comfort food. If you're playing the game, you're always making progress. You're never going to get stuck in an unwinnable situation because you mismanaged your party. Here in the year 2022, if you are me, which you're not because I am me, then you play games for YouTube. Maybe you play games for YouTube too. I know a lot of YouTubers watch this. But you also probably play games for leisure. For me anyway, a big difference between playing games for leisure and for YouTube is that here I always finish games, but if left to my own devices, if I'm not feeling something, I just drop it. I just stop playing. With 100% certainty, I can say that I would not have finished Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem if this YouTube channel did not exist. But Shining Force, hell yeah, I replay this game all the time. I've played it to completion more times than I can count. Another thing to consider is that for YouTube, I like when games are short. I like finishing games in a timely manner so I can keep videos coming. Fire Emblem 3 took me over 70 hours, and it was a stressful 70 hours. Shining was a clip over 20 and comforting the entire time. I was never angry. I was never worried that I would have to restart. It was just a fun time from start to finish. Even when Shining Force is annoying, like when I need to manage items, inventory management in this game is not the greatest. It's not fun, but I don't mind it because the overall experience is just great. Now, is this a good way to like judge and critique? A way to look at games? No, probably not, but you don't always need to be the brainiest to be the best. Fire Emblem is stressful, but fulfilling, while Shining Force is comforting, but less poignant. They casualized what Fire Emblem had accomplished, branded it with this incredible style, and it was running unopposed in America. That's why everyone loves Shining Force. Well, enough about Fire Emblem, let's stop comparing. Let me just say that I love the early Shining game's framing devices. Here you're being read the story of the game by this little girl, and then you go through most of the game, and towards the end you actually meet her over the course of the events of the story. At least I think that's what the subtext is going for here. If you look online, there are so many tier lists, viability rankings about who's good and who's not in this game, and there doesn't seem to be a general consensus. Harvester of Eyes ranked all of the bird characters S tier, whereas I always thought they sucked. His logic is that you can give them the story MacGuffin sword called the Chaos Breaker and just have them fly around, wrecking everything. Though in my head, I would never consider doing that. You would have to be a psycho to not give the Chaos Breaker to the main character. He's the typical mute self-insert. I want to have the Chaos Breaker, except until the very end of the game where he has one line. I always thought this was weird. In fact, I always thought the ending of this game was weird in general. Like, why does he look back at the camera like he's winking at the player? Like, we know that he's... I don't get it. So I didn't use the birds. They remained on my sideline. But let's join in on the fun. I want to make a tier list. The largest tier and on top, I'm going to put the usables. Most characters are fine. It's just a matter of getting them off the ground. You see, Shining Force has one of the worst examples of the experience death spiral I have ever seen. In any game with multiple swappable party members, this is something that always comes up. If you're a strong character, it's easier for you to get kills, so it's easier for you to gain EXP. It's easier for strong characters to get stronger. It's like a rich gets richer problem. And if you're weak, then the opposite is true. It's a fundamental challenge both players and developers must tackle in these types of games. Because I said I'm not going to compare it to Fire Emblem anymore, let's look at Pokemon as my example. If you catch a level 2 Rattata, you can still level them up by sending them out into battle, then retrieving it, and he'll still get half the EXP, even if they actually didn't do anything. In the strategy RPG realm, most of the time, only the person who actually kills the enemy receives the points. If you attack an enemy, most of the time you'll still get a pittance, but in Shining Force, it's dependent on how much damage you deal. If you're weak, hitting for 1 damage, which is not uncommon when you get a new character, you're only getting 1 EXP per attack, and it takes 100 to level up. In most strategy RPGs, it's easier to engineer kills for weak characters, because during your turn you move all of your units at once. Also, in most games, there is some sort of damage calculator or preview telling you how much damage you will do if you attack this unit. Shining Force isn't built that way, and there's no damage preview, so it's much harder to engineer kills for your weak characters. Turns are unpredictable. You never know who is going to go next, so the only thing you can do is weaken monsters and hope that you move before they do, so you can actually land the final blow on the weakened monster. And worst of all, even if you do get a kill in Shining Force with a weak character, the game caps your EXP gains at 48. If you kill a monster, the most amount of experience points you can get is 48. You need 100 experience points to level up, which means that you need 2 kills and 2 successful attacks for just 1 level up, at minimum. And your experience points don't carry over. Once you hit 100, any leftover points, like say you're at 98 and you get another kill, you get 48 more, you start back at 0 on the next level. And that's just for 1 level. If you're only doing 1 damage, then you're probably more than 1 level behind where you should be, and Shining Force's stat increases are so random. It's not uncommon to go 3 or 4 levels without seeing a single attack point upgrade. Like if you get a level up and all it does is increase your HP, well that's great for survivability, it's still not making leveling up any easier. But once you get past the spiral, if you're committed, you can use pretty much anyone. But there are 2 types of characters in particular that I think are noticeably shittier than the rest. Healers, mages, whatever you want to call them. In my eyes, they have 2 main problems. They're always under-leveled because they don't kill anything. You get around 10 points for healing someone compared to 48 for killing someone, which is already quite the disparity. And it also means that you need to have 9 or 10 heals for a single level. Now that doesn't sound like that much, but consider that you won't have enough MP to get anywhere near that number of heals off in a single battle until, well, actually ever. I don't think I ever had enough for that. Mages are also incredibly slow, so over the course of battle, they have less turns overall than all of your other units. Their usability is also compromised by the presence of cheap, readily available, consumable healing items. Now for my own playthrough this time, just for a little self-imposed challenge, I decided against using any healing items in battles, so Lo ended up being in my party the entire game, and he was moderately useful, to be fair, which is why they're not at the bottom. Below them we have archers. I have always hated archers in this game. I don't know why anybody thinks they're usable. Archers fucking suck because they never hit anything. Shining Force is already a little weird with its accuracy. You're more liable to miss in this game than in most others, and archers are even worse than your average melee unit. I tried, I really did this time around, to have them redeem themselves. At various points, I attempted to get all 3 archers in the game to work. Lyle even ended up making my final party, after a lot of investment, but it was hardly worth it. He did noticeably less damage than all of my physical and my magic attacking units. The range is nice, but fuck it, man. It's not even close to being worth the lowered accuracy. The middling damage output is just the nail in the coffin. Archers suck. Below them we have Jogurt. He's a joke character, you're not meant to try and use him. He only hits for 1 damage and his stats don't improve by leveling up. Cute character, I like him, I respect Jogurt, I respect the devs for putting Jogurt in the game, but I gotta be fair here. Then at the very bottom, the depths. Complete and utter trash. 2 characters stand alone in the fucking shit tier. My less controversial pick is this robot named Adam. He starts weak, which as I just outlined is already a problem, but what sets him apart is that after you get him, there are only 4 battles left in the entire game. Why would anyone waste their time catching this motherfucker up when they're already at the end of the game? It just doesn't make sense from a time invested to reward perspective. I'm sure if you took the time to grind, you could make Adam a worthwhile character. He might even be the best character in the game when he's all the way leveled up, but it's just not worth it. Adam sucks, but everyone seems to agree about that. Everyone thinks Adam sucks. And my least favorite character in the game, I think I might be on an island with, because people seem to love him. The worst character in Shining Force is Blue the Dragon. He has this entire chapter-long story arc dedicated to him. Then he joins your party, and he hits for 1 damage. Actually, wait a second, no, he doesn't even do that. He doesn't even hit for 1 damage. Because I swear to God, he has the worst accuracy in the entire game. Like half as accurate as archers are. Blue never hits anything. I tried to get this guy up to speed for what felt like half the game. Editing Jason here. It was 4 battles. I gave up on Blue after 4 battles. Thank you. But it just wasn't happening. Eventually I managed to level him up, then upgraded his class, but it didn't matter. Blue was forever meant to be this intimidating dragon that misses 2/3 of the time, hits for 1 damage, and then dies to a gentle breeze. Maybe I was just unlucky. Maybe. Like, I bet he is good. I bet if you level him up, he's the best character ever, but I just couldn't get him going. To conclude, Shining Force is no masterpiece. For every battle at Shade Abbey or the fight against the Laser Eye, iconic battles that you remember, there's like 5 filler fights where you're straddling an open field or slowed behind annoying terrain. But I love this game. I love it so much that I don't want it to end. Don't be surprised to see me doing 2 or CD at some point in the next couple months. Though I'm not going to commit to anything because I have a bad habit of announcing what my next video is going to be and then not doing it. Just as there are a million ways to enjoy the nice, high-class, refined, refreshing taste of mug root beer, sequels are a boundless ocean. Some continue the plot, others reinvent themselves. The next NBA 2K will be more or less the same, while the next Final Fantasy might look like anything. And that's not even considering semantics on what a sequel is. Was Shining Force a sequel to Shining in the Darkness? Both verbalize shining in their names. Ask me, and it is, though my definition of a sequel probably does not align with most. Many people might consider it a spiritual successor, though not me because I hate that term. When asked to follow up their first work, Camelot's answer was to do something completely different, all the while mimicking the styles of the original. They made a sequel, but they didn't make Shining in the Darkness 2. Shining Force 2 is the other extreme. They'd make essentially the same game. At a glance, this almost seems like a level pack, with maybe granular improvements. Not that there's anything wrong with this approach, of course. Do you value sequels that reinvent everything from scratch, keeping only thematic or stylistic differences, or ones that take the original and then attempt to do it better? They're both valid philosophies. And they succeeded again. Shining Force 2, by every quantifiable category, at almost any angle you might choose to look at it, is a better game than its predecessor. Let's go on a little journey, a little sidestep. Dragon Warrior 1, when you wanted to talk to someone, you hit A to open up a menu where a range of options appeared. On that menu, you could select talk. In Phantasy Star, the next JRPG to come out as we know them, you ram your sprite physically into whomever you want to talk to initiate a conversation. Then Final Fantasy comes along, and you just need to hit A. And not just for talking to people, for doing anything, to examine a treasure chest, to open a door. Actually, to open a door, you just walk into it. It proved your primary action button should be context sensitive. Over the course of 3 games of iteration, all of this had been condensed into this. Problem solved forever. Except it wasn't. Throughout the 16-bit generations, occasionally we would continue to see the old Dragon Warrior style, Shining Force being chief among them. It didn't realize that requiring the player to open up a menu to talk to people made your game seem crusty and outdated on a first impression. Show someone who is not familiar with old RPGs one of these games, and this'll be one of the first, if not the first thing that they notice. Certainly it doesn't ruin a game for me, obviously, if you watch this channel, but here you go. That's an easily identifiable aspect that might be wrong with Shining Force 1. Contrasting that with 2, not only is C now our context-sensitive talk, examine, do whatever else Swiss Army knife button, but if an NPC moves out of your way while you're trying to speak to them, it still works. You still talk to them. It's incredibly small, but in terms of perception, Shining Force 2, with just this, light-speeded, ludicrous-speeded ahead of what was expected. It flips a minor annoyance into a feature you'd wish everything had. Not only that, but 2 simply looks better. Graphically, literally, with your eyes. You may not notice if you're comparing what you're seeing with a memory, but side to side, it's apparent right away. Though, I suppose if I'm being fair, 2's footage is much cleaner in this video because instead of capturing my Sega Genesis like I did with the last video, it's capturing my Nintendo Switch. 12 days after my Shining Force 1 video, Nintendo conveniently decided that Shining Force 2 was worthy of their Sega Genesis menagerie. I cannot stand collecting loose Genesis games, and later releases on the system would forego their forward-thinking plastic cases in favor of these flimsy, disposable cardboard boxes. As a result, it's much harder to find Shining Force 2 complete. One I purchased so long ago, had to have been over 10 years ago now, for $15 at Microgame in Clay, New York. Shout out to them if they still exist. Here's a game I have in a cardboard box, Vector Man. Hold on, play to win $25,000? They couldn't afford plastic cases, but they were running $25,000 giveaways? You know, I always wanted to like Vector Man. Game looks great, controls well, just wish the levels were better. Everything feels too zoomed in. I'm always taking hits from stuff flying in off screen. Feels like something you need to memorize instead of maybe reacting your way through. It often gets compared to Donkey Kong Country because of their pre-rendered sprites, but in terms of level design and variety, Vector Man doesn't even come close. Just for a joke, I was going to save state my way through it so I could do a gag where I call the number at the end for the contest, but then I got to this stage, couldn't figure out what to do, and can't be bothered to put in the effort to look it up. Anyway, back to Shining Force 2. It has more battles, the cursor is quicker, its memorable fights are more striking. Remember the laser eye? Now there's a bunch of laser flowers firing at you from every which way. Our story, while still not anything spectacular, is a bit more involved. Instead of a simple revenge quest that at the end maybe involved reviving an old god. Honestly, I don't remember. I drank like 5 cans of mug root beer and I was shaking in my seat from the sugar overload. In Shining Force 2, now there's gods and goddesses, anti-heroes, characters that switch sides, immortal vampires that want to kill themselves but can't, evil powers that you still choose to do business with because it's for the greater good. There's more moving parts and it might even be worth paying attention to. One's largest issue as I saw it has been fixed, sort of, or at least mitigated. The experience death spiral has been diminished greatly. Party members are not left behind as easily. If you want to use anyone, you'll be able to without needing to bend over backwards to accommodate them, for the most part, with one exception. Usually you'll do more than 1 damage, and also gain more than 1 EXP. Even ineffective attacks will net you 4, 5, 6 points. It also de-incentivizes letting your strong ones roll over everyone, because when they get 4 or 5 levels ahead where the game thinks they should be, they're the ones only gaining 1 EXP. Your points now also carry over from level to level. The cap per kill has been raised to 50 from 48, individually going from 1 EXP gained per attack to 5, or raising the cap by 2 points after a kill, might not sound like much, but collectively, all of these things add up. That, and I think they don't give you characters as weak as they did in 1. It all adds up to a game where it's not a pain in the ass to get people up to speed. Shining Force 2 really did improve everything, except the packaging. I stated that 1 lets the world building come to you, which it did, but 2 takes that idea and carries it out to the next logical extreme. It's open world, with a traditional open-ended JRPG map screen, and events don't trigger until you find them, until you trigger them. If you haven't played the games, Shining Force 1 used a chapter-based system. It wasn't one continuous open world, it was 8 smaller areas for you to explore. Strangely, I'm not sure 2's approach is better. I'm not sure if it works. Now hear me out, because this is certainly going to be a controversial opinion, but despite almost being twice as long as a video game, the switch to a connected overworld somehow makes Shining Force 2's world feel smaller. Chapters in Shining Force 1 gave the illusion that time had passed, our party had traveled for who knows how long since we last saw them. Your mind can imagine that the world is larger than it is because we don't see everything. They might have spent weeks traveling, so the entire adventure could have taken place over the course of years. In 2, because we see every last pixel of the overworld, you notice, you feel how small the game really is. Especially since you move so fast on the overworld. Our hero can zoom across the planet in under a minute. 1 feels like this enormous globe-spanning odyssey. Having 8 small cans of mug root beer feels better than having a 2-liter. Okay, bad analogy, but you get my point. I'm still glad they opted for an overworld, because first impressions, as I just said earlier, matter, and having 1 continuous open world leaves a hell of an impression on the player, especially if you're trying to sell a product, which is what video games are. We see this even today. You hear 1 game has a large open world and this other has small individual levels. Our monkey brains are wired to gravitate towards the open endlessness. And to be fair, I only even prefer chapters in hindsight after finishing the game. While you're playing it, while I'm playing it, it's not something that I or you are going to be thinking about. So I'm not going to claim that it's better or worse. I'm going to say that I prefer chapters, and I'm just making the point that moving away from them was a trade-off. And I'm sure most people disagree with me. In fact, I know most people disagree with me. They prefer 2's approach. Though I will say, switching to an open world did undisputedly heighten a core aspect of what makes Shining Force itself. Secrets were a core pillar to the original Force, and they're only more secretive here. Now, instead of these little sandboxes to hide your little secrets in, we've got a huge open expanse where they can put secrets anywhere. And they went hog wild, man. My memory of this game was good enough that I didn't need to use a guide, though now after I've beaten it and have watched other reviews, read up on what is in this game, I wish I did. Shining Force fans, shine heads, Force aficionados, the Jogurt side posse, people who know this game would cringe at what I did not do. I did not upgrade Sarah to her Chun-Li class. In fact, the only special upgrade I did do was apparently suboptimally wasted on Tyron. I did not go back to Creed's mansion after Odd Eye escaped to recruit those characters. I did not find the dwarf village. I did not find the secret fight in the fairy village. And probably many, many more things that I am not aware of. Using a guide also alerts you to a certain part that could wall first-time players. There's a boss fight about 1/3 of the way through the game that can only be damaged by the hero. Now, in Shining Force and in all tactical RPGs, as we all know, if the main character of the hero dies, you lose the fight. Because of this, as a kid, first time playing Shining Force 2, I hid him in the back row, where he wouldn't see any action. Because after all, if he's never in fights, he can't die. So I never used him. When I got here, it was game over. It's like tough shit, soft lock. My hero wasn't anywhere near strong enough to make this magic happen. Anyway, in Shining Force tradition, the last thing I'll leave you with is a tier list. And it's a lot more simplified this time. We've got 3 tiers. Good, probably because I didn't use them, and bad. Move these guys up here. These guys over here, yeah. Well, as you can see, almost everyone factors into good or probably good. That is everyone except for one character. If you played the game, you can probably guess who it is. It's the turtle, and it pains me to say it. As a kid, I remember thinking he was so cool, but I wasn't able to get him to do anything. Now as an adult, I had resolve. I was determined. This turtle was going to be my guy. He will carry the team. After all, you only get to name 2 characters, the hero and his turtle. He's clearly special. He certainly stands out when sitting next to everybody else. As a fighter, the idea is that he has super low HP, but the highest defense in the game, so those 2 things on paper should even out. His attack stat isn't very good, and he can't equip weapons, so he's tough to use. You need to go out of your way to get this guy involved. By golly, when he got to level 10, the moment of discovery, when he transforms into this giant ass monster that can walk over trees and cliffs, he can go anywhere. It's so amazing. And then you get into a fight, and he breathes fire. Holy shit! Unfortunately, the honeymoon does not last. It only breathes fire about 1 in every 5 attempts. When it happens, it's awesome, but he's unreliable. And his regular attack doesn't even seem like it's any better after the upgrade. And if this was his only shortcoming, I welcome that. I would still roll the dice with my man every time if that was the only thing holding him back. But his HP stays low, and late game enemies chew through his high defense. Just shred him to pieces. It doesn't matter who you're using, late game enemies all hit for 40, 50, or more damage, meaning that even an awesome, over-leveled turtle monster still gets one-shotted by everyone in the last 20-ish% of the game, which is a real shame. This guy is inspired. Shadowrun. I actually have quite the long history with Shadowrun on the Sega Genesis, much longer than on the Super Nintendo, that is. The first time I played it, I must have been 8 or 9 years old, and let me tell you, I had never heard of the tabletop game, didn't even know what a tabletop RPG was. So I put it in, no expectations whatsoever, and I played it, and I was completely filtered. I had no idea what was going on. I would just be walking around. Well, first off, there's a lot of text, so that's kind of a turn-off. A lot of green on black, hard to read text on top of that. So, you know what? This is all wrong. This whole thing, this is all wrong. That's more like it. Anyway, where was I? When I was about 8 or 9, I obviously had no idea what I was doing. I would just be walking around, and I would get ambushed by random street thugs and killed. And when you're a kid, I don't know if you can stomach that. You can't stomach being a game where you're so gosh darn weak. Shadowrun is a game that makes you feel insignificant at times. Then, fast forward a few years. Fast forward to when I'm in high school. And all within a few months, I watched Blade Runner for the first time. I watched Ghost in the Shell for the first time. I even read Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. I read Snow Crash. I got into this dark sci-fi world, and it was one of my favorite things in the whole world. That aesthetic was my calling. That was my aesthetic. I loved it so. Naturally, I was drawn back into the world of Shadowrun. This is the actual cartridge I had. I bought the case later, but this is the actual cartridge. It's got that shitty Sega Genesis clue, so it's like darker than it really should be. Not that you could tell because I fucked the lighting. But anyway, I sat down in high school. I must have been 14, maybe even 15 years old. I sat down, and it took probably about a month of just playing it almost every single day. But I untangled the complex web of systems that this game is, and it was one of the most formative gaming experiences of my life. As an adult with over a decade of distance between that time in my life, my mindset then and now, I will readily admit, Shadowrun is a mess. A cacophony of half-baked glitched systems and mechanics that somehow, when slapped together with a wish and some soy calf, equate to a Mr. Burns door situation. Though if you're going to play this Matrix-looking... You know, I never liked the Matrix. Crusty old Sega Genesis game. I reckon the roughness is almost half its appeal. The Super Nintendo Shadowrun is a completely different game, if you're not aware. They share a name, a broad genre. They're both murder mysteries in a way, the Super Nintendo one being a murder mystery to see who murdered you. But they had separate developers, which led to these completely separate game structures. On Nintendo, Shadowrun is more of a point A to B, cleaner, softer, nicer. Sure, after a couple of hours, you can go anywhere in Seattle. Oh yeah, both games take place in Seattle. That's like the center of the Shadowrun universe from what I understand. Though progression in the Super Nintendo game is clearly defined. It's more of an adventure game with light puzzles, a conversational keyword system, and combat that looks like you're just clicking on the screen. Because that's what you're doing. They're so different, but if you forced me to pick a winner, gun to my head, I'd go Super Nintendo. Shocking, right? Despite that, I have played the Genesis one way more over the course of my life. I replay this game every few years, and I've only beaten the Nintendo one once when I made my video about it. Genesis may not be as well put together, but it's certainly cooler. Nintendo eases you in, slowly introducing each mechanic, showing its hand one card at a time. There's this nasty tournament arc early on which forces you to grind to get out, which is a wall, and probably where most people, if they were to pick it up now, would stop playing, but it's still much more humane than what the Genesis version does. Here we have a razor-thin tutorial section introducing you to the most basic of basic concepts, and then that's it. After 20 minutes, that's all you got. Genesis doesn't show you its hand one card at a time, it wants you to play 52 card pickup. So long, good luck.
I don't recall saying good luck.
After this, you're unprepared, a weakling, Chris Dudley going against Shaquille O'Neal. Oh, sorry, I forgot we're nerds. I meant to say Deckard going up against Roy. It's overwhelming, a bombardment of so many terms and concepts being thrown at you in such rapid succession. You almost need someone to sit you down and explain what the fuck is going on. Well, you sitting down? Because here is the Jason way of playing Shadowrun on the Sega Genesis. First things first, what exactly is a Shadowrun? Put simply, they're jobs. Imagine you live in the Blade Runner future. It's dangerous to go outside, so you hire some bodyguards. Those guards would be called shadow runners, and their job, i.e. protecting you, is a shadow run. It's kind of like Craigslist gigs, but cooler and in the future. If you want some quasi-criminal shit done, they've got your back. Ironically, in the Super Nintendo version, you never actually do any shadow running. Not so here. 90% of your time will be spent doing these randomly generated jobs. You, as the runner, get your jobs from Mr. Johnson. There's more than one Mr. Johnson. That's not their real name, it's just what they're called to keep themselves anonymous. Mr. Johnsons are the quest givers. If you don't like a run they give you, just say no and ask again. They're a bottomless well, so just keep pestering them until you get the terms you like. The game starts and your brother gets murdered, so it's up to you to enact revenge. The main story is like a detective game. You ask people, consult your notebook for clues, trying to find out who done it. Before you can do any of that though, you need to pay the innkeeper the money your brother owed, so you can scour his stuff for clues. The game expects you to walk into this bar and do jobs for this guy named Grunderson, though alternately you could just sell all of your stuff and get the money that way. Grunderson gives by far the easiest runs in the game, which of course means that he pays the least amount of money, called Nguyen in this world. You're also quarantined into this small section of the city. The game will not allow you to leave until you get your brother's stuff back. All of this acts as a soft tutorial, allowing you to get acquainted with our main gameplay loop without giving you anything that you can't handle. Once you gain access to your brother's things, it's over though. You're now permitted anywhere, and it is hella overwhelming. overwhelming. Yes, I just said hella. Don't know why. Not because Shadowrun is huge, but because you're not gonna know where anything is. Story-wise, you're given a few different leads to follow, but how the hell are you supposed to know where the Trial Star City Inn is? Shadowrun is full of this. You're constantly being told places to go or people to meet, almost like in a modern game where you might expect to have waypoints or at least a map, but this game doesn't have anything, except for, I guess, the taxi cab screen, which I guess can get you into the right neighborhood, but good luck finding out which precise building you need to go into. Trying to remember where everything is half the game. Coming out of this tutorial, even if you know exactly where to go, or if you looked up a map online, you will rapidly discover that you are not nearly strong enough to keep up with even the most mundane enemies outside of the starting area. Random thugs on the street are still kicking your ass. And don't even think about even maybe having a chance against what the story missions put you up against. Here's where reality sets in. Shadowrun is a grind. It is a game where you do almost nothing but grind. Your starting equipment and stats are pathetic. And if you've wandered into any stores, you've noticed how god-danged expensive everything is. Shadowrun is a constant cycle of doing runs to get money, buying upgrades so you can do better runs to get more money, so you can buy even better upgrades so you can do better paying runs, so you can buy even better upgrades so you can do even better runs, so you can do even better upgrades, so you can do even etc. It is Dragon Warrior 1 levels of a transparent number game. Every time I play Shadowrun, I do the exact same thing starting out. After getting your brother's stuff back, stay in Redmond. Look at your stat screen. You see the top 4? Body, intelligence, quickness, and willpower. Body is defense, quickness is how fast your character moves, and the other 2 influence how good you are with weapons. We're going to grind Grunderson's runs until these stats are maxed out. And no, I'm not kidding. You are not strong enough for anything else yet. You are not strong enough to do any other Johnson's runs, so you stay your ass here and do his until you're fucking sick of them. Everywhere outside of Redmond will eat you alive. Grunderson gives 1 karma per run, and it costs the same number of karma as whatever number you're upgrading to. For example, it will cost 5 karma to upgrade my body stat from 4 to 5. Everything in the attributes category maxes out at 6, so it's really not that far to go. And in order to get all of these top stats maxed out, from here, from starting stats right now, you need to do 55 Grunderson runs. I timed it. This task took me 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 30 seconds. After that, or I guess whenever you have the money, buy a Predator pistol from the store. It is the only gun you will need the entire game, and it's not even really that expensive. Now that you're fast enough to run from random encounters, fortiful enough to not die instantly during story fights, and have a gun powerful enough to actually kill people, now you're finally strong enough to actually start playing the game. Which I guess, sure, you could do all of that, if it weren't for the fact that Shadowrun has cheat codes. ABBACAB on the title screen will unlock this character menu hidden below the save/load game icon in your pocket secretary. Once you know about this, it's so hard to resist the urge to simply give yourself as much money and karma as you need. In fact, whenever I replay this game, most of the time I cheat like a stepmother on Pornhub. Though I did not know about it when I was 14, and for the sake of the video, for the sake of the journalism of the video, I managed to play it legit. And seeing those numbers go up, as it does in these types of games, can be rewarding. When you can finally afford that 3rd set of heavy combat armor for your party after actually earning the money to buy it, it's such a great feeling. So if you're not going to cheat, I'll offer up 2 more pieces of advice. Save often, make it a habit. Do it every 5 minutes, do it every 2 minutes, do it every 30 seconds, do it every frame. Save every time it pops into your head, every time you're on the menu, save. because you never know what's gonna happen. You never know when you're gonna get wiped out and lose 10% of your money. Yes, that's the penalty for dying. You lose 10% of your money. So save and get into doing matrix runs as soon as possible. They're a little intimidating, controlling this Pepsi Man looking dude. They're not grounded in any kind of reality. You're just sort of like in a fake computer realm, but it's actually really simple once you know what's going on. Not only do matrix runs pay the most up front, you also get to sell all of this loose data that you find along the way. And that's something that Shadowrun got right on the money. Selling data is a huge business. Most of the time, you make more money on the side this way than you do from your straight up payment. Only problem with doing matrix runs is the high cost of entry. You're going to want a better cyber deck than the one you start with, because the one you start with doesn't have enough room to download any data. Also, I don't think you can upgrade your programs more than a couple times before they get too good for you to use. So you want something better than the one you start with, but don't bother with the uber expensive ones either. They're super overkill. You can get a cyber deck in this game that costs like 250,000 new yen, which why? That's the cheater deck right there. You have access to all these different programs you can put on your cyber deck, but there's only two of them that are any good. Attack and Deception. Just focus on those two. They're the only ones you're ever gonna need. Oh yeah, did I mention? Fucking save. Save. Every time you go into the Matrix, you risk losing permanently your programs. And they are some of the most expensive items in the game, these programs. If you're on a Matrix run and you lose your level 8 attack, that's a reset. You hit reset on the Genesis, regardless of how far back your save is. If you manage to have a mid-level cyber deck, we'll say level 6 attack and deception, you now hold a license to print money in this world. If you cheat, Shadowrun still makes for a neat little detective distraction, though I suppose at that point you'd probably rather be playing the Super Nintendo game, or maybe even Shadowrun Returns. Blue Sky Software was also responsible for Jurassic Park on Genesis, as well as Vector Man. Both impressive, very cool, extraordinarily lovable games, with deep flaws in their own way. Shadowrun is no different. I love this game, but at the same time, I cannot in good faith recommend it blindly to anyone else. If you happen to be 14 years old, you just witnessed Blade Runner for the first time in your life, and for some reason, you love retro video games, you love the Sega Genesis, then boy do I have the game for you. Try out Shadowrun. But if you're an adult that values their time, well, there's a billion other fish. Recently, I've been spending a lot of time watching dead mall videos here on YouTube. Shout out to Retail Archaeology. Then I thought, you know what game really gives off dead mall vibes? Namco Museum. Not Namco Museum on the Switch or on the 360 or on the PS2 or any of the other frauds, hack frauds, which share the title Namco Museum. I'm talking about the OG Namco Museums Volume 1 through 5 on the PlayStation. The idea was that you're actually going to a museum, like a physical museum, where each of these games would be its own exhibit. You're the only one who's ever in the museum, and the music, these early PlayStation 1 just empty low-poly visuals, they give off the same feeling, I guess, as being at a dead mall. As a kid, I had volumes 1 and 3, and it seems like those are the only ones that people actually bought. And I always wondered, what about volume 2? What's in volume 2? Then later on, I learned about 4 and 5, and even later than that, about 6, which was only released in Japan. Each cover had a different letter, with 1 having N, 3 having an M, which I didn't really know what that meant as a kid, but when you put them all together, it spells Namco, N-A-M-C-O. It's 5 volumes. But I could never find volumes 2, 4, or 5 around. Whenever we would go to EB Games, I would always look, but they only ever had 1 and 3. Of course, now, in the age of getting whatever the hell you want, whenever the hell you want, I still only own 1 and 3, because the other volumes are way too damn expensive, but, you know, you can still play whatever you want these days. This is just going to be a chill walk around, a chill walk through, if you will. Me sharing with you what truly is the holy grail of retro video game compilations. Way back in 1995 when Namco was releasing these, I guess just the idea of going back and visiting old video games was a kitsch enough idea. They really felt the need that they had to go all out. Like, the games couldn't prop the package up by themselves. I'm gonna give each game one play. Each game in all these collections has tons of options. You can flip individually all the dip switches, but I'm going to be playing everything with its default settings. Every volume started with this FMV cutscene with 3D models representing characters in each of the games. Volume 1 here is admittedly kind of lame. It's Pac-Man running from some ghosts, only the ghosts pass him instead of doing whatever it is they're doing in Pac-Man. Then all the other characters pass him by. You see the spaceship from Bosconian in the background, the Galaga ship going by, the Toy Pop people, leaving Pac-Man down in the dumps. But never fear, Miss Pac is here. You begin in this lobby area. The controls are real simple. All you can do is run and look up, which is, believe it or not, one of my main complaints with Namco Museum, because it's either all or nothing when you're looking up. You hold the button down and Pac-Man, I guess, or you start to look up, but then as soon as you release it, your head goes back down to eye level. So either you're looking all the way up or you're looking straight ahead, and there's no good way to settle the camera in between. I know, it's an incredibly minor complaint, but I wish there were more modern camera controls in these games. Volume 1, being a 1995 PlayStation release, has no analog controller support. In fact, none of the volumes do, which is understandable because 5 out of 6 of them were released before the honkin' thing existed. Words can't express how much I love the aesthetic of these super early PlayStation, early 3D environments. And if you love them too, the Namco Museum is something you definitely have to check out. The receptionist allows you to put in your initials so you can save your scores. The museum proper is one central octagonal room, with rooms leading to each individual exhibit. You see these big signs with artwork representing each game. Let's hit up the lounge first. Here in this office break room, you can view a complete list of every game that Namco has ever made, a feature which every other volume would also include, as well as scans for the NG, or Namco Gamer, I guess, magazine's front covers. They were really proud of this magazine because every other volume would continue this tradition as well and include cover scans of later issues. Namco Museum is a celebration of Namco's history. Like, look at how cool this is. You can zoom in to examine these magazines in more detail. You just don't see bonus materials like this anymore. Most scanned materials are in Japanese because Namco is a Japanese company, and you can just tell from the game selection that the Namco Museum PlayStation line was intended for Japan first and foremost. The biggest hint possibly being that the 6th volume never even came out over here. What the hell is the Namco robot? It's weird stuff like this that makes Namco Museum so special. It really does feel like they left no stone unturned at Namco HQ when searching for things to include. Like, they ransacked those offices, just looking for any relic they could scan, and it warms my heart to see. There's a cute little mini bar to sell this aesthetic, a jukebox where you can actually listen to the music and sound effects from each game. But those aren't all the bonus features. First, let's check out Toy Pop, the most obscure and strangest inclusion by far. I'm not going to cover every museum room because they all look more or less the same, with the only difference being the color of the checkerboard on the floor and wall stripes. And obviously the things on display. Here in this hallway you can view promotional material, instructional cards, any art which may have been produced for whatever game you selected, even scans of the original arcade boards. It really is incredible and commendable, the lengths they went, the amount of stuff that they give you on each of these games, and this is just for little old Toy Pop. Every game, no matter how small, was given the same treatment, and I love that. Oh, look at this, you can even view each sprite individually. And after all that, at the end of what was already way too much is a pure white void with an arcade cabinet. Okay, this was possibly a terrible example to start on, because out of all the games and all the collections, this is the one that they phoned in the most. It's just a pure white void with almost nothing. But at the end of these hallways, normally you're taken to a fully rendered 3D representation of the game you're about to play. But again, for whatever reason, they got really lazy with Toy Pop. Every other game and every other volume has some incredibly aesthetic visual, which I suppose this White Void could be considered too, I guess. Well anyway, Toy Pop is from 1986 and was designed by Takefumi Hyodo. It's a single screen shooter that can be played by 2 players simultaneously, which is likely why it was included. Your objective is to collect all the yellow hearts, which for some reason forced this door to open over here. There are a variety of enemy and weapon types, and each enemy can only be defeated by one specific weapon. Like cars are only defeated by the vinyl records, tanks by bombs, and bubbles by arrows. There's not a button to switch weapons or anything, so you need to blast open these presents hoping that the correct one happens to be there. Its music can be a little bit irritating, but overall I like this one. Almost reminds me of a more cooperative Bomberman. Next up is Bosconian, and wow, take a look at this place. This is certainly a vibe. The room we're in is more like what you can expect out of these screens. Bosconian is from 1981 and designed by Makoto Sato, who unbelievably apparently still worked at Namco as recently as 2019, and were credited as a graphic designer on Sekiro Shadows Die Twice and the Dark Souls series of all places. It's a multi-directional shooter, notable for its use of voice synthesis.
Lost all.
I remember having a lot of fun with this one as a kid, but revisiting it now, it's a little slower than I remember. And I keep expecting Sinistar to pop up. But no, that's a different arcade compilation I'm thinking of. Your objective is to destroy the giant green Bosconians, I'm assuming is what they're called, which is either done by shooting each pod or by one perfectly placed Death Star shot up the middle. Bosconian is kind of a hidden gem. Unfortunately, the success of Galaga, which Namco also released in 1981, cannibalized most of this game's market. Namco actually sold out of Galaga machines and resorted to converting their stock of Bosconians to that more popular game. As a result, physical Bosconian arcade cabinets are exceedingly rare, which is a shame because this is much better than, I don't know, 90% of all games that are over 40 years old. Bosconian gets a huge thumbs up. Wonderful inclusion. Next we have Rally X, and Tim Rogers actually had a really great segment about Rally X in his Pac-Man video. The TLDW being that this game and Pac-Man came out around the same time, that they're both similar, and despite, or perhaps because Rally X was more grounded in reality, i.e. you're obviously controlling a Formula 1 car here, and Pac-Man is entirely abstract, that Rally X faded away while Pac-Man soared to unbelievable heights, which goes against conventional wisdom. You would think it would be easier to sell a game where you're playing as a car or a vehicle than whatever undefinable stuff is going on in Pac-Man. It was released in 1980 and designed by Hirohito Ito, and Rally X is the only game I could find credited to the guy, so he must not have stayed in the industry long. The game itself is a lot like Pac-Man. You automatically move, you're in a maze being chased by these red vehicles, but the maze itself is too zoomed in, and I find myself playing off the mini-map on the side more often. You can also blow smoke out of your exhaust pipe, causing the red cars to spin out. Rally X is okay. It's gotta be my pick for worst on Volume 1, but this disc is a stacked lineup, and it's by no means bad. For a game from 1980, the fact that I could have any fun at all with it is a testament. Pole Position from 1982 has 3 credited designers. Oh, look at the cute little Namco blimp. The crowd looks like crap though, it's just a bunch of colored squares. Pole Position as a game really shows how far the car game, the Formula 1 game, the racing game had come in just a couple of years. It must have been crazy to see something like this all the way back in 1982. It's like, stack this game side by side with Rally X and holy shit. Pole Position was highly influential, as you can see with Square's Rad Racer, Nintendo's F1 Race and Mach Rider, Sega's Outrun, and countless other 80s racing games aping its style. Well, here's Pole Position. It was the originator of all those games. The actual cabinet was enclosed and featured a racing wheel, as you can tell by its lovingly constructed model in the museum. Honestly, I don't think Pole Position is particularly fun to play today. I have a hell of a hard time attempting to stay on the track, but you have to pay respects to what pole position means to video games as an art form. Oh my lord, this room is batshit insane. I don't know if this is what I think of when I hear Galaga, but it's cool nonetheless. Now's a perfect time to mention that many of these games support what Namco Museum calls arcade mode. Many early 80s arcade games used vertical monitors instead of the typical horizontal orientation you'd find on a standard TV. As a result, when playing some of these games on Namco Museum, certain alterations had to be made to fit the entire game on screen at once. For example, Galaga in the arcade doesn't have this side panel. The score was kept up top. Namco Museum offers to display the game in its original orientation. The only catch is you have to turn your TV sideways. Anyway, Galaga is one of the most well-known games of all time, and you probably don't need me to tell you it's fun. This was the perfection of the Space Invaders styled shooter. The complex for its time enemy patterns, the way they fly in to start instead of just appearing like in every other game, how nuanced Galaga's power-up system is. You risk one of your extra lives for added firepower, and in turn become double the target. The risk-reward weighing of shooting the Galagas as soon as possible or waiting till when they come down with reinforcements so you can get more points. Holy shit, this game is some genius level stuff. The best game on Volume 1, perhaps the best game in any of the volumes. It's fucking Galaga. To my absolute delight, Pac-Man's house is modeled after its appearance in Pac-Man 2: The New Adventures, which only would have been a year old at the time. The game itself is a little scrunched, unless of course you play it sideways. And it has this border art filling up the side space. I like it, but I can see how other people might not. Every time I play Pac-Man, I'm always better at it in my head than I am actually putting thumb to D-pad or thumb to joystick or however I'm playing the game. My one-play score was embarrassingly only 18,130, which is an okay score, and I guess I'm happy with it, but I don't know. It seems like whenever I think about this game, I'm always a lock to get at least 3 ghosts with 1 power pellet, if not all 4. But here, I was struggling to get more than 2. Maybe it's rust, maybe I'm just not as good as Pac-Man as I thought. And what can I add about Pac-Man? It's iconic. In whatever Namco collection you put together, if you're going to have a Namco Museum game and not have Pac-Man, then like, what's the point? So they did the right thing. You absolutely had to have Pac-Man, and here it is. A mere 2 months after the first volume saw the release of Namco Museum Volume 2, with a more energetic FMV intro sequence. Pac-Man's blasting off to the Space Museum. Let me just say right off the bat that it's wonderful finally getting to discover what Volume 2 was all these years later. Seeing this intro, it's like a piece of my 9-year-old self can finally be put to rest. It's finally complete. 2's loading screens feature Mappy the Mouse. 1's had Pac-Man, I guess I'll mention those from now on. And 2's museum portion is a direct copy and paste of 1's. I knew going in that 3 had a completely different museum from 1, so finally getting to see Volume 2 and learning that it's just 1 with different games and different materials plugged in was a big disappointment. I expected all 5 games to have new museums, new connecting environments, or at least new textures. Looking at the list of games included, you can see why 2 wallowed in more obscurity. It's a bunch of no-names with Super Pac-Man and maybe Mappy slapped on. And at least to me, Mappy's not much of a selling point. First game we're gonna look at in Volume 2 is Grobda, and we're in some kind of coastal shipping yard? Not really sure I understand what they're going for here. Alright, let's, oh fuck, huh. Oh man, I didn't stand a chance. Wow. Grobda is a descendant of one of those old Atari tank games, most famously included as a game mode in the 2600 Pack-In Combat, but it existed before that. And Grobda is kind of hilariously difficult. Too bad I'm limiting myself to one play each because I game overed in seconds. It's from 1984 and was designed by Masanobu Endo, who created the much more famous games Xevious and The Tower of Duraga. Xevious, which is also on this collection, we'll get to that soon. Grobda seemed like fun, but it ate my quarter in less than a minute. So, goddamn Namco. Gapless is the much lesser known sequel to Galaga, and I love this visual. It's like you're trapped in the enemy's theft beams. They also used a sit-down machine instead of the more standard stand-up cabinet to get across the visual better, as a full stand-up cab in this shot would be blocking the ship. For Gapless, all I can really say is that there comes a point where more doesn't necessarily equal better. Gapless is Galaga, only with a bunch of shit added and lopped on that doesn't really make the game more fun. I wasn't good enough to show you, but you can have up to a 4-shot instead of 2 like in Galaga. I mean, that sounds more fun, but at that point you're taking up half the screen. And I don't know, it feels like it kind of cheapens the idea. The graphics use slightly more detailed sprites, yet are somehow less timeless as a result. I mean, these are more identifiably insects, but so what? They don't look as good if you ask me. You can move halfway up the screen now, which also I have to ask why. It doesn't fit this style of shooter very well. Don't get me wrong, Gapless is still a lot of fun and worth being on the collection for sure, but at the end of the day it just made me want to play Galaga instead. Oh my god, this is some PS1 majesty. Look at this endlessly repeating texture on the wall. What are these glowing orbs? What am I looking at? What game do you think this is? Just judging by the room, I would have no idea. Well, I already mentioned it. It's Xevious. And Xevious was a much bigger deal in Japan than it was here. It's a vertical scrolling shooter, but what made it stand out are that there are 2 different layers to shoot at. There's a ground level and an air level, I guess. In the air, it's a typical shooter, but then there's also turrets shooting at you from the ground that you have a separate fire button to take care of. This is from '83, a year before Gapless, but Xevious uses its progressive energy in much better ways. Being able to go up and down fits the scrolling shooter genre more than it does the single screen, and the dual-layered concept was a genius level idea at the time. Xevious is a fantastic game, and is probably as good as any of the other Namco classics, but I reckon at least in America, this didn't help sell a single copy of Volume 2, though. Mappy is from 1983 and stars a cute little cartoon police mouse. He's a great character, a great design for a character, and his area looks like Resident Evil for some reason. It's a shame that I hate the game he's from. I guess it was influential. For example, I took a look at Jaleco's catalog a few videos ago, and City Connection was an obvious ripoff. You also have things like Sega's Flicky, as well as a whole host of other games that I can't name off the top of my head. But I don't know, I've never found this style of game fun. The whole side view moving between layers, just concept. I don't think I've ever enjoyed a single game that did this. You're jumping on trampolines, using them to access the different layers of this house. You're supposed to collect these knickknacks while these smaller kittens chase you. So again, it's like the classic Pac-Man maze concept. You run around a little maze and enemies chase you. Your object is to get all the objects before they get you, or else you die. Mappy still deserves to be here. It's an important part of Namco's history. I'm just personally not a fan. If I had this as a kid, maybe I would be a big Mappy fan. Who knows? Maybe if I had volumes 1 and 2 instead of 1 and 3, I would be telling you about how great Mappy is, but as it is, Dragon Buster is a game that I had never heard of before, and it wins the award for laziest room in Volume 2. It's just a cube with an ugly texture plastered on the wall. Dragon Buster was released in December of 1984, and I actually had quite a bit of fun playing this. It's kind of completely absurd. I mean, just listen to this music. Compared to most of the other games we've looked at, Dragon Buster represents quite a bit of a step up in ambition. There's a world map with branching paths, as well as multiple routes within those paths. Simply having a health bar is a little forward thinking for this time as well. It's a side-scrolling action game, not unlike what Zelda 2 would eventually be. You have 2 attacks, a limited fireball, and a sword swipe. And as a pre-Mario side-scroller, this is incredibly impressive. The jump is a little floaty, but this is before anybody really knew how to do a jump in a video game. Yeah, Dragon Buster is a lot of fun. Another fantastic addition, but much like Xevious, I highly doubt it moved the needle in terms of sales. Nobody went out and bought Volume 2 because Dragon Buster was on here. Finally, we come to Volume 2's main event. Super Pac-Man's room is some sort of ghost nightclub. It's really cool. Look at this ghost, he's drunk as shit. Does this take place inside Pac-Man's penalty box? You can go inside the penalty box in Super Pac-Man. I wonder if it's a little ref. Infamously, Namco never really figured out how to sequelize the original Pac-Man. They made all sorts of iterations, which have mostly been lost to time. Ironically, Miss Pac-Man, the only game to actually catch on, wasn't even made by Namco. Super was the most successful Namco follow-up, but success here is relative, and it's still regarded in history as an overall failure. I think what Super gets the most wrong is how non-transparent its rules are. With Pac-Man, you can get the gist of it by just watching 5 seconds of gameplay. Your goal is to eat all of the dots, you're being chased by these ghosts, don't let them get you or you die. Then if you eat the bigger dot, you can eat the ghosts, and that's it, that's the whole game. Look at this footage of Super Pac-Man. What the hell is going on? It needlessly overcomplicates the Pac concept. He doesn't need to grow twice in size, and Pac-Man shouldn't be going around collecting keys to unlock doors. Pac-Man feels bizarre with all this empty space. Why are there dead ends leading to nowhere? That just feels like bad maze design. Believe it or not, Super Pac-Man wasn't even in the Japanese Volume 2, being replaced by Cutie Q instead. And Super Pac-Man didn't show up in any of the other Japanese volumes either. And I think that's wrong. Super Pac-Man is still worthy of inclusion, and after you get used to it, the game is still fun. And even if it wasn't, this was the official in-house sequel to Namco's most important game. Even if it was kind of a failure, you can't tell the story of Namco. You can't tell the story of Pac-Man without mentioning Super Pac-Man. Like, we can learn from our failures as well as our mistakes, and this is far from the worst game that we're gonna see in any of these compilations. So, check out Super Pac-Man if you haven't. It's no masterpiece, but it doesn't deserve to be forgotten either. Let's take a brief diversion to touch upon Cutie Q. If you look at the giant list of every game Namco has ever made included in all these, you'll notice that Cutie Q is the 4th game on the list. So it's one of the pioneers. Its room, though, has to be one of the ugliest ones in all of Namco Museum. I mean, I get that it's supposed to be a representation of the playfield, but I don't know, this black void with the weird faces on the ground doesn't do it for me. The game is like a more complicated Breakout. More complicated and slower Breakout. I understand its inclusion for just historical significance, but playing this, especially with a PlayStation 1's D-pad, is not the greatest experience in the world. This kind of game really does need analog controls. 'Twas a dark and stormy night at Namco HQ when this evil tarantula spider thing was waving his arms around. Pac-Man? What were you doing in there? Silly little Pac. Volume 3's intro stops to display each game's logo as it's going on, which is always a welcome feature. This one's super nostalgic for me. Namco Museum Volume 3 is probably the PlayStation 1 game I played the most as a kid. And that's out of all PS1 games, not just the Namco Museums. Its entire museum mode is etched into my memory for life. Loading screens feature the kid from the Tower of Druaga. Look at this cute little intro card. No smoking in the museum. Feel free to take pictures though. 3's museum was completely redesigned from scratch. There's no more entry foyer, which in hindsight was sort of a pointless area. It could have easily just started with you in the big octagon. As proven here, because the information deck and the game selection doors are all consolidated into one room. Replacing the former entryway is this scrupulent new hallway. Incredibly classy. I think this is supposed to be a dragon from Dig Dug. Let's go check out the library first. Everything you would have found in the lounge in the first 2 volumes has been moved to the library, and wow, this is a huge upgrade. Much larger space, more delicious low-poly models to enjoy. You can even see each individual magazine scan hanging on the wall. There are all sorts of other goodies to view here as well, such as the Tower of Jiraga comics. On the opposing end of that scrupulent hallway is the theater, and this place is great. Just an excuse for Namco to stick in as many 3D models of their classic characters as they could. We've got the entire Pack family, Mappy the Mouse, the Pal from Packin' Pal, the guy from Metrocross, the guys from Toy Pop, the basketballs from Dig Dug, as well as a host of others down there by the screen. The hallways leading up to our games also got a facelift. No longer are they cut and paste, dry white, museum-esque corridors, which have their own unique aesthetic that I like, but now each game has its own custom hallways in addition to just having that one room at the end. And here's Pole Position 2's hallway. Pretty cool. And the room itself doesn't disappoint either. I still prefer Pole Position 1's, but the racing model gesturing to the screen was a fantastic touch. Pole Position 2 is almost the exact same game as the first, except I find it much harder to control. I don't know if we can talk that up to the PlayStation's controller, or if it's just overall a much more slippery game. It seems to be nearly the same, except you can see stuff like the Golden Gate Bridge back there, and this city if I freeze frame, and that seems to be 2's main upgrade. It just has more background details, which is fine. It also has more courses to choose from at the beginning as well. So yeah, this is basically just Pole Position 1, but with a little bit more. The next one, Phozon, the strangest and most certainly least talked about pick for Volume 3 for sure. I've never heard it referenced outside the context of this specific collection. It never even gets included on newer Namco museums. It's basically just in this Volume 3. Its area is like you're a test subject in some scientist's lab. See up there? There he is. There's floating molecules putzing around and this weird holographic display board rotating around the room. I like it. And I've always kind of liked the idea of Phozon more than I've liked the game itself. I've always thought it was too hard. You're supposed to try and match the shape displayed in the middle by catching these floating particles, but after a few stages, this game becomes almost impossible. It's really hard to catch these where you want them, especially when you're trying to fill up the middle spaces. I've always kind of wanted to see how crazy these shapes eventually become, but because I'm only playing these games one time each, today was not that day. Oh yeah, here's another new addition to 3. Instead of that menu with the dip switches, they changed the UI to make it easier on dum-dums like me. You don't even need to leave the game anymore. The menu just pops up right here. Got all the options you had before, just organized in a more user-friendly, coherent package. The Tower of Jiraga's hallway is dark and dingy with pure black floors and Mario brick siding. And its room is one of the most impressive. The titular tower stretching high into the sky. This big-ass bug thing. There's actually a hidden room you can access by holding L and R, then pressing up, down, right, left in that order 3 times, where you can watch the protagonist and this bug guy fight. The Tower of Jiraga is in a tough spot of your Namco. The game was an enormous deal in Japan, a huge smash hit. It was one of the main inspirations behind The Legend of Zelda, for example. But if you plopped this game in front of a random somebody today, or even back in 1996 when Volume 3 was released, it's hard to make sense of what this game was supposed to be. It's a real strange mix, obviously, as you can see. It's mostly a maze game, but it mixes in a dash of action, a pinch of RPG elements, and that's what really made this game take off. This was one of the first games that was more about solving it than it was moving correctly or just shooting things to move on to the next stage. The hook is that there are secret items in each stage that you absolutely need to find to progress at certain points. And some of these are so obtuse that no one player would ever find them by themselves. It relied kind of on a concept of shared knowledge, that one person would discover a secret and then tell his friend, and then collectively the experiences of all the people that were playing this game at the same time would eventually overcome it. But if you're just worried about getting a high score, there is a score feature, and you can just find the keys, move on, maybe get the secret item if you happen to find it, and then keep moving until you die. But played that way, it's sort of incredibly not fun. It's coin op, as in pay money to play, but it's not really made for casual play. It's a strange dichotomy. Namco themselves clearly had loads of reverence for this game. The guy you play as is the loading screen. They programmed in that extra Easter egg with the fight for this game. It has the most amount of bonus materials included. Druaga has this rich history, and it's clearly one of Namco's favorites, but it's mostly really ducking confusing if you're not in the loop. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that most people in America in 1996 were not in the loop. Galaxian has this sick entryway, and its room has this whole animated sequence of the ship preparing to launch. Very cool. Galaxian is a shooter from 1979, and that's possibly all I need to say about it. Look at this, and then look at something like QDQ, which was released after this, believe it or not. And suddenly Galaxian becomes much more impressive. It's sort of just the prototype Galaga, but Galaxian is still a fun time in its own. It's a natural evolution to Space Invaders. You can only fire one shot, so you need to be real careful not to waste it. This was before Namco established their patented scoring system. It seems like no matter what the game, what genre you're playing, your score will always be around the same ranges. Anything under 10,000 is pretty bad. Between 10 and 20 is good for your first try. Anything over 20 and you've probably practiced this game a little bit. Around 100,000 is personal best range, or at least what you can hit if you've practiced the game quite a bit. And anything higher than that is a pretty good score. Namco balanced their games in a way that the scores would usually end up being around the same number from game to game. From Pac-Man to Pole Position to the Tower of Druaga, radically different games, the scoring system is still similar. There's nothing like Sega's Outrun, for example, where you play the game for 10 seconds and have a score in the millions. There's nothing with noticeably lower numbers either, with the exception of Galaxian, which has a much lower scoring system than any other Namco game, at least any other Namco game included in these collections. Bottom line was that Galaxian is the first Namco game anybody ever cared about, and it belongs in here 100%. Dig Dug could have headlined its own volume, if you ask me. This game is as big a retro icon as any other. We're on the surface of some kind of digging site. The environment isn't much to look at, but these dancing basketballs with goggles are. Seriously, what are these supposed to be? I've always wondered. Are they Kareem Abdul-Jabbar references? They're so strange. Enough that you don't even question the existence of dragons in Dig Dug. Why are these dragons underground? Anyway, Dig Dug takes the Pac-Man maze genre and subverts it. You can go anywhere. In fact, you even move at the same speed no matter what, whether or not you're on a predefined path or not. It's the enemies that need to somewhat adhere to the tunnels you create. They're slowed down by the dirt. You're not. His pump was also the birth of the internet inflation subculture. Who doesn't love Dig Dug? To this day, no Namco Museum release is complete without it. For Miss Pac-Man, they reused Pac-Man's house from Volume 1, but here you can actually go inside.
Miss Pac-Man.
This is one of the coolest things I have ever seen in my life. Miss Pac-Man apparently loves America? Oh wow, Mr. Pac-Man even makes an appearance on the toilet. Namco infamously no longer holds the rights to Miss Pac-Man, so it never gets re-released anymore. They never use the character anymore either. Whenever Pac-Man needs a female counterpart, they use someone named Pac-Girl or Pac-Lady or Pac-Woman or something. As for Miss Pac-Man as a game, it's the original Pac-Man, but they took the next logical steps. A, it's faster, and B, there's more than one stage. That's it. Those are the differences between Miss Pac-Man and regular Pac-Man. And if you find an arcade cabinet in the wild, there's an incredibly popular modification which makes Miss Pac-Man even faster than this, unofficially dubbed Super Miss Pac-Man. Holy shit, oh my god. You see that? I went right through the ghost. Until, or I guess unless all this licensing stuff gets sorted out, you're not going to see Miss Pac-Man, arguably the best Pac game ever released, get re-released. They actually just put out a Pac-Man museum for modern consoles. I happen to have it on Xbox, but it doesn't feel complete without Miss Pac-Man. They got Super Pac, they got Pac and Pal, they got all these other weird packs that nobody really cares about, but no Miss. So Volume 3 on PlayStation is your chance to play this now discontinued gem. And what a way to end Volume 3. I think objectively, if we're gonna step back and declare a best volume, it would have to be 3. There are only 6 games compared to the 7 on each of 1 and 2, but they're all winners in their own right. Fozon, and at least here in America, Druaga, fill those weird, forgotten niche spots you need to have. Dig Dug and Miss Pac are as fantastic a 1-2 punch you could ask for. And to top it all off, it is the most detailed museum yet. Stuffed to the gills, with amazing special features. It would take something earth-shattering to top this, and spoilers, they won't. It's all downhill from here. Which brings me to Volume 4. Starts with Pac-Man wearing a silly little hat, where he's on a quest to procure the Volume 4 disc. Alright, nice touch. But right off the bat, just by watching this intro, what the fluffernutter is any of this? Who are all of these people? And what the hell are they doing in my Namco Museum? They're really stretching deep for titles at this point. Namco must have already hit on all the well-known classics. As a company, they had their golden age in the early 80s, let's say from the release of Pac-Man in 1980 up until the Tower of Druaga in 84. With Volume 4, Namco is creeping up the timeline into the mid to late 80s, which, in hindsight, the late 80s into the early 90s, really up until the PS1, was sort of a dark age for the company. I'm not privy to any financial information, but just looking at the list of games they made those years, it's slim pickings to find anything remarkable. Volume 4 represents their attempts to find such gems, with 2 released in both 88 and 86, and 1 game from 84. That's right, there's only 5 games this time. Sort of. I mean, there's kind of a 6th, but not really. I'll cover it in a bit, you'll see. My first initial impression is incredibly strong because they finally fixed how looking works. That thing I complained about all the way back in Volume 1, how you can only look all the way up or all the way down. Well, now you can look in between. It took them 4 volumes, but they finally got it right. Now there's a button to look up, a button to look down, and the camera will actually stay where you place it. So rejoice, everybody, I can finally put the camera wherever I want, which is cool, but at the same time, it's disappointing that the museum layout is mostly reused from 3. But hey, at least they changed up the colors and the textures a bit. Like in here, remember that classy room in 3? This is it now. What the flick am I looking at? This is the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life. Going to the library first, it's not bad. I prefer the one from 3, but this one has its own vibe. You have all the characters from Libble Rabble mulling around, and they're here despite Libble Rabble not making the cut for any of these volumes. I suppose they want to do a tone by sticking them in here, and Libble Rabble not making the cut is probably for the best, because it would have been a nightmare to control with no analog sticks. We're in a penthouse library at the top of a tower, I guess, with a nice view of this cardboard cutout city. This building kind of looks like a PlayStation 5. The theater is mostly the same layout, but with new character renders and a kick-ass concert everybody's cheering for. We have the Mappy family, Toy Pop makes a return, the Metrocross guy is down there now, sliding back and forth. Always love to see him. The first game we're going to look at is Ordine. These games are all complete unknowns to me, but this room is cool. You've got a 3D anime woman working at some kind of restaurant, it looks like, playing the game, and it's a horizontal shooter, something we, in fairness, haven't seen yet. You have 2 attacks, a regular forward shot, and one that arcs down and at an angle. It's fine, but this was released in 1988. Shooters had come a long way from the days of Galaga. It's just proof that Namco went from being on the cutting edge to just copying whatever trend they saw. This was well after Gradius and Life Force, and a host of other scrolling shmups, and I don't personally see anything Ordyne does that's special. It's a decent little game, but wholly forgettable if you ask me. Next, I went into this room. I can't really tell what the artwork is trying to say, and it's completely pitch black. I can't interact with this thing, and doesn't seem like there's anything to do in here, so what gives, Namco? We'll come back here, I'll show you what's up later. Assault was the next game I tried out. I'm given a choice between playing version 1 or version 2. The internet has told me that the only difference is they patched out a game-breaking glitch in version 2. I guess kudos to them for giving me a choice. Alright, it doesn't really matter. This is a weird one. It's a tank game, but it controls so strangely. Each side of the controller directs each tread on the tank individually. The D-pad moves the left tread forward and back, while the face buttons move the right one, and the shoulder buttons fire. It's incredibly annoying attempting to move anywhere, and I did not get used to it while playing. Think about what this means. Everything is the complete opposite of how your brain is hardwired to handle things. If you want to turn left, you need to move the right tread, and vice versa. In the heat of the moment, every single time, without fail, I would go in the complete opposite direction I intended to. Maybe if you play this enough to actually get used to the backwards controls, you'll actually be able to get the tank to do what you want and have fun. But for me, right now, this is a total write-off. The Return of Ishtar is the sequel to the Tower of Jaraga, and a sequel that I never hear anybody talk about. Its area has this statue pointing over here. Okay, there's nothing there. Nowhere near as cool as Jaraga's giant Spider-Man. Wait a second. There's a save system in an arcade game? An ambitious concept for sure, but I can't imagine coming back to the arcade over and over again, typing in passwords to reload my save, attempting to finish this. It makes me put in a second player? Alright, okay. We'll see what this is all about. Well, you move one with the D-pad and the other with the face buttons? What was Namco's obsession with attempting to get people to control 2 characters at the same time? Libble Rabble had that too. I have absolutely no idea what I am supposed to be doing. I got sick of keeping track of both of these frickers almost immediately, so I'm wandering around and everything looks exactly the same. And everything looks like a dead end too. Where am I supposed to go? There's not even a score counter in this game. Can I go down here? I guess not. How about in here? Surely, right? No? Do I need both characters? F that, I'm out of here. Okay, well, that's 2 out of 5 complete duds here. I have no clue what the name of this game is. What is this supposed to say? I can't read the game's title, but it has an aesthetic as hell room. Old Japanese architecture. It looks straight out of LSD Dream Emulator. So I start the game and this is what I see? None of the buttons do anything, and I'm trapped. What's going on here? Apparently this one doesn't emulate well, so I have no way of playing it. But that's not going to stop me from judging it based on this footage I found on YouTube, and it actually looks kind of fun, if a little hectic. Looks like you just keep walking right, slashing at Japanese demons. There's decent variety too with these top-down stages. Even though I didn't get to play it, I'm going to say this anyway. Whatever the hell this game is supposed to be called is without a doubt the best game on Volume 4, and I'm willing to bet my life on that. Now, before moving on to the Volume 4 main event, how about I show you what the deal with that dark room was? Think about this for a second. They lifted the same museum layout from 3. Only problem is that there were 6 games in Volume 3, and there's only 5 here. so they needed something to fill the extra door with. You go into the dark room and then hold L1, L2, R1, R2, triangle and up at the same time to unlock Assault Plus. The room it's in looks like it was designed for a soccer game, not one where you control a tank. I don't know what's so plus about Assault Plus. It seems like the exact same game, only with new stages. I still can't control this stupid tank for the life of me, and I have next to no interest in building the muscle memory required to get into this. It's finally time for the Resident Pac-Man. And thank God, because this collection is desperately in need of a savior. Unfortunately for Volume 4, it's the unfortunate one that gets stuck with Pac-Land. You know, the side-scroller, the one that looks like a 2-year-old drew it with crayons. Pac-Land pretty much had to be here because it was one of the first side-scrolling platformers, and Miyamoto himself has said that it directly inspired Super Mario Bros. But nobody on Earth thinks that it's actually a fun game to play. But before I get into that, let's comment on its room, because it's super chill. Pac and Miss Pac vibing on a beach. Playing hide and go seek with this purple ghost. Yeah, this place is awesome. Then the ghost starts chasing this fairy around and Pac-Man is looking for a power pellet? Oh shoot, I guess we gotta help him out. So I knocked this one out of a tree for him, and I think the game glitched because the power pellet is nowhere to be seen. It disappeared, and Pac-Man isn't doing anything. I'm pretty sure that was the solution to the puzzle, but nothing's happening. Oh well. As for Pac-Land, despite what I just said, I don't hate it entirely, but every time I play it, I always get to this one part with the springboard and have absolutely no idea what to do. I've never gotten past this because I can't get Pac-Man to cooperate. It seems like whatever I do, I can't get him to jump far enough to get over this pool. It just doesn't happen. Either he'll do this weak little normal jump, or I'll hit the thing too late and he'll just run directly into the water. Also, just by looking at this footage, how would you imagine Pac-Man controls? Like any other game, right? You press right to go right and you press left to go left. Well, no, that would be too simple. Pac-Land controls by having you hold circle to go forward, hold triangle to go back, and then every direction on the D-pad jumps. I mean, I guess it's an adaptation of the arcade's controls, in which it just had buttons, like one to move forward and back and jump. But it's just so bizarre. And it's understandable why nobody bought Volume 4 when it came out. This is such a terrible value proposition. Right off the rip, you're getting one less title, which is already disappointing. And then of the ones you do get, there's one admittedly cool looking game that I didn't even get to play. One historical curiosity in Pac-Land. One generic shooter whose name I can't even remember. And 2 piles of crap as far as I'm concerned. It's time for Volume 5, the last one released in America. Its intro cutscene bodes about as well as 4's did. A bunch of random characters that only specific Namco employees who worked on these specific games could possibly care about. If their first pass at the mid to late 80s dredged up almost nothing worth playing, then I can't imagine what the scraps of those scraps looks like. But to my pleasant surprise, as a total package, I'm much higher on 5 than 4. Before I even touch a game, look at this museum. Oh my god, this is clucking bonkers. I began this project comparing the museum to a dead mall, which became less true with its redesign in 3, and now here, it's like you're in Pee-wee's Playhouse. Look at all the colors. Look at the pack train going up above me. Even its layout is much less boring. Every other volume had one central room where all the game's areas sort of branched off from. Here, they're spread all over the place. There's a game in the basement, Here's an elevator in this glass tunnel that I didn't even notice at first that leads to all the bonus materials. It almost gets full marks, but each game has its logo and some artwork on its door, while for some reason the Legend of Valkyrie just has white text on a black background. Do they have some kind of technical issue with a wrong size texture that wouldn't cooperate? That they didn't have time to fix or anything? The library is underwhelming too. They were kinda running out of bonus features to squeeze in here, and you can tell. There's a cute little wind-up mouse chasing another cute little wind-up mappy around. The theater is cool. No more Namco cameos, but we're treated to Pac and Miss Pac performing some rendition of that famous scene from Romeo and Juliet. None of the themed rooms disappoint either.
This is
The best presented Namco Museum without a doubt. But do the games live up to this excellent presentation? Only one way to find out. First title is Baraduke. This is the game hidden in the basement, and it feels like a basement too, an unfinished one. Anyone else grow up in an old ass house? I'm talking like over 100 years old, with a dirt floor, disgusting basement. Ours didn't even have a door going to it. There was a hole in the floor with some plywood over it and a ladder leading down there. That's the headspace this room puts me in. Baraduke is a shooter, but it's one where you're trapped in a room and it has gravity. Instead of floating in midair like a normal shooter, you're a guy in a spacesuit and you slowly float downward. Your objective is to hunt down all of the enemies in one room before you're allowed to move on, and I actually think this one's a lot of fun, at least for the single credit I played of it. This would have been the best game in Volume 4 anyway. Next is Metrocross. I've mentioned that this character cameos in the last couple of volumes, and I actually already knew what this game was because you ever watch Brutal Moose? Recognize this song? Yeah, he used to use this all the time. At some point I researched where this song came from and it led me to Metrocross. Its room, a little dark and ugly for my liking, has more interactable elements than you normally see. You can get flattened by this can, bounce off the trampoline. In Metrocross, the game was way ahead of its time. It's an endless runner, like the ones you'd see in mobile games 30 years later. You can move up and down and jump, and they get a lot of mileage out of those actions. You have to avoid rolling soda cans, jump over the hurdles. The green tiles slow you down, so you need to avoid those. There are also jumps, which if landed on, spring you forward, and a skateboard, which makes you move way faster. Importantly, you don't die when you run into an obstacle. Instead, every stage is on a timer, and your main obstacle is just to get to the end before time runs out. Getting crushed by the cans or messing up just results in you losing a little bit of time. This is kind of like the original Pepsi Man. Namco really missed out. They could have gotten an RC Cola license or something. I adore Metrocross, and I wholeheartedly believe that this would be considered one of Namco's defining classics if it were released more often. As it was only re-released here in the worst selling volume of Namco Museum, and again on the Xbox 360 store, but that's it. It wouldn't be in any of the more modern Namco museums, and it's not even an issue of age, like this game is too new or something. It's from 1985. I don't understand why Namco doesn't bring this out more often. Metrocross is a winner. I don't care what anyone says. Our third game out of 5 is The Legend of Valkyrie. Despite the missing door art, its room is okay. You have these green slime, like from Dragon Quest, only with full human bodies chilling in the corner, and a sleepy woman resting on a small ledge. The game, though, is absolutely friggin' insane. It's another shooter, but like Baraduke, you're not in a spaceship, you're on foot. It's a foot shooter. You can jump around the screen, its sprites are huge and varied. It feels fun shooting things. You have a huge variety of weapons. There's also a money and store system where you can buy upgrades and armor and just all sorts of stuff. There's also some light platforming, which I'm not a fan of, but as a change of pace, it's okay. Holy cow, Volume 5. You're starting to low-key kind of kick ass. The Legend of Valkyrie is, without a doubt, another hidden gem. Dragon Spirit, our fourth game, is... Wait, this is Dragon Spirit? A dancing couple? Then they're kissing? This is the room? Where are the dragons? It reminds me of that terrible NES Dungeons & Dragons game. Or maybe King's Knight. It's a little better than that, but our 3-game win streak comes to an end here because Dragon Spirit just feels like another generic shooter to add onto the pile. I can't find anything wrong with it, but I can't find anything right with it either. Which brings us to Pac-Mania. We're in some kind of ski lodge. Not sure I understand the relevance to the game, but kinda cool, I guess. You can eat this power pellet and all the ghosts run away, except for the purple one. Also, you gotta love yet another Pac-Man 2 reference. Pac-Mania, however, is perhaps my least favorite Pac-Man game of all time. For starters, it's too zoomed in. You can't see anything that's going on. Second, its gimmick is that you can jump over the ghosts. Gee, isn't this fun? You know, subverting the only challenge of Pac-Man. He's about to get me and whoops! Just jump over him. It's also way too slow. I wanted to kill off my packs just so I wouldn't have to keep on playing. It's kind of a shame that Namco felt the need to shove a Pac-Man game into every volume, because Mania sucks ass, and I would much rather have seen a deeper pull. Or at the very least, they could have put a better Pac-Man game in here. Was it too soon to re-release Pac-Man 2? Maybe they could have done Junior Pac-Man or Pac-and-Pal? I don't know, anything but Pac-Mania. I'm sure someone out there likes this game, but not me. I feel gross while playing it. It feels like a fake game. As for Volume 5 though, 3 out of 5 ain't bad, especially when all 3 of those receive huge thumbs up from me. I really mean it. Shout out to Metrocross, shout out to The Legend of Valkyrie, and shout out to Baraduke for being legitimately under-discussed hidden gems in the Namco canon. Japan would get one more Namco Museum on the PlayStation called Namco Museum Encore, with the little registered trademark logo on it. I'll make this one quick because this one doesn't even have an actual museum. You know, the whole point of me talking about these in the first place. It's just a menu screen where you select which game you want to play, more in line with the modern Namco museums. We have 7 games again, like in the first 2 volumes, but these feel like the scraps of scraps of scraps. What I thought Volume 5 was going to end up being. Let's just machine gun these out. King and Balloon is a shittier version of Galaxian that came out a year later. It also talks to you. Motos is like bumper balls from Mario Party. This one's okay, I guess. You're supposed to bump all these balls off the edge. Spy Kid is another shooter that I couldn't possibly care about. Rolling Thunder is the most famous game in Encore, and I'm dumbfounded this didn't make it into either 4 or 5, because it's better than all of the games in 4, and at least 2 of the ones in 5. And more so than most other games, I would have loved to have seen Rolling Thunder bonus features. Wonder Momo is one of the worst games I have ever played in my entire life. Rompers is a simple maze game from 1989, hilariously late to the maze game party. It's okay, but this type of thing belonged in 1981. You couldn't get away with releasing a simple maze game in the late 80s. Who's gonna choose to play this when you could play like Ninja Turtles or something? And finally, the last game in the Namco Museum PlayStation canon is Dragon Saber. It's the exact same game as Dragon Spirit. You play as a dragon, you shoot things, another generic shooter. My final ranking has to be 3 is better than 1, is better than 5, is better than 2, is better than 4, is better than Encore. Sure, Encore has better games than 4, and maybe even 2, but the lack of a museum mode really holds it back. So that was Namco Museum on the PlayStation. Over the years, there would be all sorts of other Namco Museums. It seems like if you could play video games on it, then it has a release of Namco Museum. But never again would they put in this much effort. Newer Namco Museums are always a solid time, but nobody has any nostalgic reverence for any of the other versions. It's exploring this area, it's all the special features, it's all of just the weird visuals and places that Namco Museum PlayStation places you in that make memories, that make people get those warm and fuzzies in the deep-seated recesses of their heart. The games are there, but the personality is absent. Dead Mall origins are nowhere to be found. No kid in 20 years is going to make a tour of the Namco Museum on Switch. Interestingly enough, you can actually play the Namco Museum on Switch sideways. I can't believe they kept that feature. So that was my tour of the greatest retro video game compilation of all time. If you have any memories of playing the games on Namco Museum, or just hanging out in its world, leave a comment. If you want me to look at other retro game compilations, then share the video. If it does well, if it gets more views than normal, then I have a few others I'd want to cover, but, you know, it's kind of a wait-and-see thing. If this video tanks, then probably not. Shout out to you if you watched till the end. Shout out to the patrons. Shout out to William Robert Lee. Anyway, that's all I got. Never trust anyone who needs a haircut. Goodbye. Quest 64 is, in a word, lazy. You start the game in a decent-looking cathedral, and then you step outside and the game looks like this. Character models twirl around like a carousel. Look at this guy. It's just so jarring seeing you and these low-poly kids next to each other. What the hell is this guy even supposed to be? What the what even is this thing? He has like one giant triangular stomach. Oh my god, what is wrong with these people? They look like they're made of Mega Blocks. Look at this face. Ugh.
Did you know that Quest 64 was developed by Imagineer, who would go on to make fitness boxing on the Switch?
Oh, hi, Nintenty Four. No, I did not know that. Say hello to Nintenty Four, viewers. He's going to help me review this one because he has all sorts of fun facts about the Nintendo 64. Anyway, there's only about 8 attacks that both you and your opponents share. Different level abilities are the same thing, only larger. Quest 64 is so lazy that it's one of the few games where you can't save directly to the cartridge. Instead, you needed an elusive memory card expansion.
You know that 258 different Nintendo 64 games use the memory pack?
Whoa, that's a lot. Just North American releases or worldwide ones, too?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Then what the hell am I paying you for? I suppose a great deal of games use it. I just never really noticed because all the notable first and second party Nintendo games like Mario 64, Mario Party, Mario Kart, Zelda, Donkey Kong, and Banjo-Kazooie didn't. Which I've never played, but would be shocked if you couldn't save to the cart in Banjo-Kazooie.
Never played Banjo-Kazooie either, but my wife loves it.
Wow, Ninty, you're married? Whoa, she's hot. One of the most damning things against Quest 64 are the constant fades to black. Look at this transition. You walk into this magic teleporter, fade to black, and there you are. Think of a good RPG. Imagine if in Chrono Trigger you step onto the left telepod and it fades to black and you just show up here. That's right, it is in Chrono Trigger. The Lost Sanctum does this fade to black crap all the time. If you're not aware of what this is, it's an area added to the DS re-release of Chrono Trigger, and it's absolutely horrible in every way. When you first walk in, there's 7 monsters, and Magus is like, there's too many. We can't deal with this. Let's get the hell out of here. Mind you, each Magus and Chrono have both individually stared down the jaws of Lavos at this point. But no, these 7 jabronis is just too much, and we run away. Here we are about 2 minutes later, felling 6 of them with a single technique, but no. 7's too many. 6, fine. 7, way too many. After ridding the town of monsters, the general premise is there's one central hub area with these reptites standing in front of their homes, and they give you chores that you need to do. Find this item, give it to me. Why does he want it? Why do I care? No real reason. The Lost Sanctum spans 2 time periods, 65 million years apart. Yet they look exactly the same. What the hell have they been doing for 65 million years? They haven't progressed as a society at all. Do you remember how mildly annoying the woods in front of Guardia Castle are? What if we tried to harness that energy and craft an entire 10-hour segment of game out of it? It's like they designed a few new areas and were forced to stretch it out as long as humanly possible. Here's an example of what I'm talking about. This quest involves you building a bridge, so a reptile wants you to build a bridge and lists 3 things you can bring to him: sturdy lumber, strong metal, and a durable hammer. At this point, you've given a hammer to another reptile, so you talk to him to get it back, and you find the lumber in the northern forest, and you find the metal in a chest at the end of a cave. The cave is a room that's too dark to see anything, despite it being clearly lit before you go in. But whatever, you give him the items, and while the quest is just getting started, he wanders off saying he's going to build a bridge across the mountains. So, in an attempt to find him, you go up this mountain. Only when you get there, this black gnu won't let you pass. Well, it turns out you were supposed to talk to another reptile who noticed that his neighbor was missing, and if you don't talk to him, then the gnu never moves out of the way. It's just a stupid quest trigger. So we went up the mountain and then back down, and we're gonna go back up again. And it's a good time to point out that this area has mandatory encounters. Most of Chrono Trigger is a great mix of fights that you can avoid and fights that you can't. Generally, areas that you need to traverse a bunch of times, like this mountain, consist mainly of avoidable encounters, but whoever designed this didn't get the memo because the fights are all mandatory. Whether you're going up or down, doesn't matter what time period, you will get into fights. So we've gone up, down, and now back up the mountain, so the moob moves out of the way. And here's another issue with the Lost Sanctum. There's no consistency in the world, and the choices of music are just bizarre. We go from top of the mountain, walking off screen, and we're in a cave. And no, I didn't edit this music in, that's actually what plays here. And then you go to the other end of the cave and whoa! Again, not editing this music. It's the song from the end of the trial, being played over some guy building a bridge for whatever reason. And yes, everything in the Lost Sanctum is just a shameless asset flip. Heaven forbid they try and design any new assets or tile sets. It's not like a DS cartridge could hold literally 85 times as much data as a Super Nintendo cartridge or anything. But no, everything is just an asset flip. Like, he couldn't build his own bridge. This bridge already exists. And you don't even see a hole in it. There's a hole in it earlier in the game, and we don't even... But whatever, he can't build the bridge alone, so the reptile needs help. You won't do it for some reason, but luckily that gnu, who's only 2 screens away, will. So you go over there, you get the gnu, you bring him back, and he gets hungry. He won't eat unless you give him some food. So you go back down the mountain, fighting more forced encounters, get some food in the main hub, go back up the mountain, fighting more forced encounters, and you give the food to the gnu. He eats it and needs even more food. So you go back down the mountain, go to the past, kill some monsters, hopefully get the random drop that he asked for when you're grinding the enemies in the past. And you go back to the future, back up the mountain, and finally give the food to the gnu. We've gone up and down this mountain 8 fucking times in this quest alone. And believe you me, it's not the only one involving this mountain. And this is just one quest. It's... all the Lost Sanctum is shit like this. Just don't play the Lost Sanctum. It's not part of the original game. It's non-canon. Nothing of importance happens, and it's just a bunch of bullshit. Sorry about that, Ninty. Let's start scratching again. It's easy to get turned around. Battles happen in the same game world as everything else, which is cool, but the combat system evolves around positioning yourself to be able to throw rocks at enemies. When you finish a battle, there's a great chance that you won't be facing in the same direction you started in. There is a compass, but it disappears during battle, so you'd need to remember what direction you were facing before the fight. In places like this cave, good luck. Walking in a straight line is a challenge in this game. This came out the same year as Zelda Ocarina of Time, if you can believe that.
Did you know that Zelda Ocarina of Time is the highest rated game of all time on Metacritic?
Wow, Ninty, looks like you're right. Wait a second, the second highest is Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2? No way! I'm more of a Tony Hawk's Underground type of guy. It does not spur as much discourse as the Pro Skater games, partly because it came slightly after skateboarding's relative cultural peak. Though a larger factor was because people were just getting sick of these games. Underground was the 5th title in a 4-year span, and that's if you don't count the competition. Every masterpiece has a cheap copy, and the Pro Skater series was no exception. This was the first Tony Hawk game I played, and it's genuinely difficult to go backwards from here. The earlier games feel like they're missing something core to themselves. I've dabbled with the originals, even bought the remake expecting to have a good time. It was okay, nothing special, and it certainly didn't keep my attention. It's disappointing that this game only revolves around checking boxes in a certain amount of time. You can't even get off your board in the Pro Skater games. You're just collecting bullcrap or doing tricks. Sure, it controls well, and it's satisfying to pull off some crazy maneuvers, but there's no customization whatsoever. Compare it to Underground, where not only can you customize your person, but your board, your moveset, create a part, create a trick. You can even customize the menus to an extent. Small things like adding cars or people to the stages make things feel so alive. NPCs will even talk to you and react to your presence. In Pro Skater, it's like you're in some kind of isolated skateboard limbo. Inside a level, oftentimes you'll be doing things that don't really make a ton of sense. So many scenarios that normally in life wouldn't involve a skateboard have them inserted in, and it's super cheesy, but give me these missions any day over some unimaginative checklists. Everything I've mentioned is just ancillary though. What it comes down to, the brass tacks, Tony Hawk's Underground has a story mode and the earlier games do not. And if there's not a narrative stringing me through these stages, then I fail to see a point. Underground does a shockingly great job at delivering a basic rags to riches story. It does so many small things well. A detail I've always appreciated is being able to see your skateboard rotating in the pause menu. Something as innocuous as that reinforces the game's narrative. On the onset when the game starts, your board is a piece of shit. Look at it. Would you ride this? I wouldn't. Then you get a nicer one as a gift, which is cool, but it still isn't really yours. Then you get a sponsorship and can choose between a lineup of many. You picked the board this time. It's already a bit more special, but we're not done yet, because later on, when you turn pro, you gain the ability to craft your own with this ludicrously extensive skateboard creator. If one put their mind to it, they could make something really cool. Not that I care to myself. THUG is obviously about skateboarding, but it mostly hinges on your relationship with your best friend / Gary Oak style rival Eric. Tony Hawk's Underground is a game about how victory and its achievements don't change you. They just make you more into what you already are. You both start from the same place, become world renowned in your pursuits, but where for a protagonist, everything was always about being a great skateboarder, for Eric it's just a vehicle for fame and fortune. To him, everything is a zero-sum game. In order for him to be successful, you cannot be. Only you're better than Eric, and it eats him alive. He's a Hall of Fame worthy villain. Early misadventures with the drug dealers or not signing you up for the Tampa Am contest could be chalked up to incompetent buffoonery, but everything changes when you do this stupid risky stunt, flipping over a helicopter 40 stories up in Hawaii. Eric passes the footage off as his own, stabbing you in the back and running away with your big break. Even after this, our protagonist has a big enough heart for forgiveness. Until Eric fucks up again, stealing a tank, crashing it, and then saying nothing while you take the blame. He's a classic sociopath who's willing to do anything for even a small advantage. If you play this game, you will learn to love to hate the name Eric Sparrow. Overall, there earnestly is not a thing groundbreaking going on here, but it's easy to follow and it's effective. Tony Hawk's Underground doesn't try to do too much, but it does a great job with what it is doing. The game is funny when appropriate, while still managing to get across the necessary emotional beats. This could have been a movie, albeit probably not a very good one, but there's more than enough substance to carry it. As for the stages, the gameplay, I don't like how in order to unlock levels for multiplayer, you're required to progress in story. What if you're visiting a friend who doesn't have a save file? This sort of thing really should have just been there to enjoy. However, I do enjoy how the levels work like in Sonic 3, in that mostly disconnected areas are tissued together by story advancing cutscenes. Even the level designs show at least some form of progression. For example, there's two big skateboarding competitions you'll partake in. The first is confined to a smallish room, whereas the later is in a level-spanning stadium. It opens up. Everything is based on real-life locations, like New Jersey, which has, nothing. Or New York, which also has nothing. No Statue of Liberty, no Central Park, no Empire State Building, no Bronx Zoo. At least Florida has an alligator. Hawaii has palm trees, and there is McDonald's, so they get a few things right. Anyway, wasn't I supposed to be talking about something else? Sorry again, Ninty. I keep getting sidetracked for some reason. Ninty? Where'd you go, bud? Went out for some smokes. Be back later. Well, I don't want to do the review without him, so I need to kill some time so we can get back. What are other YouTubers doing to fill time these days?
No, it was not.
Get the fuck
It
out
was
of here,
not.
piece of
You-
shit. It was definitely you.
No,
I
it
don't
was
even know.
not me.
I don't even know how to murder somebody. Baja was confused too. You're the only one who knows what the fuck's going on.
No,
Case
shut up.
closed, you sussy fucking baka. What?
Wait, line he just said right now.
Alright.
What?
I'm game.
It's
Good
him. I'm
enough
just.
for me.
Oh, come on,
You
man.
fucking piece of shit. Why'd you do it? Why'd you do it, man?
Boom.
Why'd you walk up right away? Only fucking sussy bakas walk up, you piece of shit.
Yeah, I told you what I
Yo.
did.
Yo.
6 cents, baby, 6 cents.
Door boy.
Why'd you do it, Baja? What the fuck?
Yeah, bro, why'd you do it?
Whoa, that's gruesome.
No.
What?
Oh, shit. Oh, you lied to me.
Oh.
I told you.
What, dude? There's no way. Oh!
Ah! Admit it! I hadn't seen you the whole game.
Yeah, I've been doing tasks. What do you
No,
Oh.
because Baja, fucking Jonas, and I were all right next to each other the whole game. Baja wandered off and fucking dies.
This doesn't work with poor
Yeah,
people.
come on. Alright, who am I gonna kill first? Because I am the imposter.
No.
Oh, it was Jonas. Well, I'm just saying whoever reacted to that the hardest was the real imposter.
Nah, it doesn't
I was
work
hoping
like that.
somebody would go like, no, I'm the imposter, and you saying something is the equivalent of that to me. Well,
Yeah,
I
because
said
you were
I
like,
was
I'm the imposter.
Yeah, and you
I was
said,
like,
no. Aw. Furious, who you voting?
I guess. I mean, I thought you were being serious when you said you were the imposter.
You're gonna vote for me? What happens if each person gets
yeah.
one vote?
I just walked past Jonas. He was sitting in the what's it called? Where you push the button to call the meeting.
Damn it! Whatever.
Are you so
I
afraid
admit it!
of...
It was me! Take this button and bash it over my fucking head. What are you, coward? What are you, chicken? Fucking
Yeah, I'm a
chicken, you
chicken.
can't come in here with me and hit the button? No? Ah, yeah. Pro Skater's just not the same, even the new one. What else do we have on this thing? Oh yeah, Ratchet and Clank. So about 9 months ago, I sold my soul to acquire a PlayStation 5. Currently, I have 4 games for the thing. NBA 2K21, Immortals Phoenix Rising, Demon's Souls, and Ratchet & Clank. Once upon a time, a new console generation represented a leap so far forward that whatever you were stuck playing suddenly looked like a baby's toy. The jump from the 2600 to the Nintendo to Genesis, Genesis to PlayStation. They were each capable of delivering entire new experiences. Every 5 or so years, developers almost had to rethink and rewrite the rulebook on how to design a video game. This is no longer true and probably hasn't been for about 16 years. Despite the furor, after all, stating that the PlayStation 5 is in high demand is about as gross an understatement as Jason Graves is a big fat poser. It's the hottest new toy, but in terms of improvements, yeah, you can tell a difference, but we're not reinventing the wheel trying to take advantage of this new tech. Games on the PlayStation 5 will be considerably similar to the ones on the 4, only they'll load faster and have 4K capable visuals. Case in point, Ratchet & Clank Ripped a Fart is structurally the same as the 2002 original, it just looks really fucking good this time. In fact, it might be the best looking game I've ever played, and no, that's not hyperbole. Art direction is on point, and it's a technical marvel. Shame I cannot heap such praise upon our story. The gist is that Ratchet and Clank go to an alternate world that's fucked because their dimensional doppelgangers never met each other, and therefore could not use the power of friendship, heart of the cards bullcrap, to defeat this robot guy. So you need to introduce them to bring balance to the universe. Only it turns out that Bizarro Clank is an emo teenager, and Bizarro Ratchet may or may not have inadvertently had something to do with that. It's disappointingly disposable, doubly so after hearing what other people have had to say about it. You'd think from the way some people are talking about this game that they've made the next Toy Story or something. Though at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because plot in this instance only exists as an excuse to blow things up. Movement is perfect, it cannot be improved. The weapon variety, all good stuff. I haven't played the PS2 games in a while, so I'm not sure if these were always this satisfying, but nevertheless, they absolutely nailed it here. Game uses all the controller gimmicks you might expect, and the PS5 triggers are as crazy as advertised. Rift Apart is like a tilt-a-whirl, a shallow theme park ride. It's fun, short, feels amazing, but this isn't the kind of timeless masterpiece you should buy a console for. In say about 10 years, when the visual charm has worn off, I'm not sure anyone will care about this game. But right now, in August of 2021, if you have a PS5, it's not like there is anything else. So, it's what we have. Bottom line, good if you have a PS5, entirely skippable if you don't. Hold on, is that Ninty way over there? Wonder what he's doing inside Ratchet and Clank. Oh my god, Ninty's cheating on his wife. I gotta tell the missus. Miss Ninty, you home? Oh, I'm terribly sorry, I didn't... You too, you piece of shit. Now that's fucked up. Though it does remind me, there's another Quest game for the Game Boy Color. Not that I have much of anything to say about it. It's just a demake of the original. Still a lazy, bland game, which I still need to finish reviewing, by the way. Oh, Ninty, you're back? That was an awfully long trip to the store, huh?
Yeah, there was a lot of traffic.
Traffic, huh? Where are your smokes?
What?
You know, you went out to get some smokes.
Oh, those are for my wife.
Okay then. Let's wrap this up. There are a few nice things I can say about Quest 64. I do like the enemy designs, and it's short, which is always nice. The best thing a bad game can be is short and easy. What?
I think this is the end. Oh, my wife.
Ugh. Why? Why'd you do it?
Oh, Jason Graves, you know too much.
What? I don't even know what you're saying. You might want to take the peanut butter out of your mouth if you want to sound threatening. Pretend it's 1996. The Sega Saturn just came out and was a colossal flop, a huge bomb. And if we're going to save this thing, we need to radically course correct what we're doing. And I think I have just the idea that might work. We got this new ESRB rating system, and adults only. There are hardly any adults only rated games, and none on PlayStation, most importantly. They say whichever format has the porn wins. Well, I got these fresh from Japan, because they've got basically the same rating over there, and it's reserved for porn. Well, you want to see more?
You sick bastards.
First we got Gale Jan. Okay, I mean, it's a little too black and white and artsy for my taste, but sure, I'm in. Huh? Oh, it's like a drawing? Oh, no, it's animated. Does that mean that it's rotoscoped like Lord of the Rings on SNES? The game itself is tiles, but not like Shanghai, if you've ever played that, where it's a solo matching game. I used to play the one on Windows Vista. This is sort of like a one-on-one card game with dominoes, I guess. And I have absolutely no idea what the hell is going on, which is going to be a running theme in this video. The game keeps making me pick tiles to put in the middle here, and sometimes we roll dice. I feel like this isn't even a language thing, it's just a cultural one. Like this is some well-understood Japanese game that everybody knows, but here I am just picking random things. I lost, and don't really know why. This girl on the continue screen doesn't even match the rotoscoped style from the title. And hell, do I even care about traced over drawings anyway? No, I don't. You have to be smarter than the smut you see, and I'm not. The next game is by Sammy, which is the company that bought Sega. We're treated to a delightful montage of a woman frolicking on the beach with these incredible Windows Movie Maker star transitions. Not bad. I'd prefer the video be full screen considering that this isn't, you know, the Sega CD anymore. Oh, those damn cops. You can't have hot women without those pesky cops intervening. Hollywood, wait a second, what? Why was everybody Japanese then? Oh, nice little creep shot here. Alright, I'm hyped. And it looks like I can't do most of these yet. They're grayed out anyway, and I can only select the woman in the top left. So what you gotta do is take these little squares off to the side here and match it up with the missing part of the video. Pretty hard, right? Except no, nobody's hard. Because what are we, at an airport? This isn't erotic at all. Your reward for finishing, is to watch the entire video without all these shapes in the way. The whole game is literally just some Japanese people filming their trip to Los Angeles. It's closer to a travel vlog than smut. Look, she goes through the tunnel, into the airport, then talks to us only in our right ear for some reason. Yeah, put on headphones to get that remark. It kinda reminds me of the Best Metal Jesus video, which is the one that's basically just POV, you and Kelsey go to E3. Next comes a sliding panel puzzle, and am I the only one who completely sucks ass at these? To the point where if I see one in a game, I just instantly go online to look them up? At least the video clip we're trying to match is short, so it's not that confusing where the squares need to be. They gave us some cheats too, but they're only temporary, such as freezing the timer or showing numbers over each panel. Oh man, look at how close I am. Only one panel off. But you know that trying to get that one panel into place means that I'm gonna have to mess up the whole rest of the puzzle, so I might as well not even be close. It's timed, but luckily there's unlimited continues, so I can just keep making attempts until I win. And it took me 8 tries. Yeah, I know, pathetic. But I'm telling you, I can't do these sliding panel puzzles to save my life. Our reward this time, we hang out in a hotel lobby as this poor woman attempts to act naturally, whatever that means in this context. Hey, baby, that's enough of the lobby. How do we check out the room? If you know what I mean. Oh, what's this special stage? Oh, shit. A button big, B button small. I know what I'm gonna do. Yeah, buddy. This is so stupid. Now we're on the beach for another finish the video quote-unquote puzzle. These are timed as well, but they're much easier than the sliding ones. After that, alright, finally some fucking action. Well, not like fucking action, you know. You know what I mean. Alright, very nice. Wait a second, did she change outfits again? That's not what she had on. She had a 2-piece on. Wait, what? Wait another second, hold on. Whoa. Am I racist? Do we have multiple women with us and I'm just now noticing? I guess now that I think about it, the woman from the second one could have been different from the one from the first. I'm going to blame the poor video quality though. And I'm still not sure, even looking at the footage, if this is just one woman or multiple women. I'm going to say it's only one, because if there were more than one, you would think that they would be, you know, interacting with each other. Maybe there's 2 and the other one had to hold the camera. After that, another sliding block puzzle, which is unfortunately all we're going to see because the game froze after I failed to solve it and it didn't save my progress when I reset the game. So this is all you're gonna get because I'm not replaying any of this shit. No boobs, no butts, just a pretty Japanese girl, or girls, at an airport, in a hotel lobby, and on the beach. Next up is, anime. You know what? If anime is what it takes to see some darn boobs, then son of a bitch, I'm in. We put in our name and then...
と言っても誰もいないんだよね。寂しいな。
Is this me talking?
いればな。
Oh, what a beautiful day. Damn, what a great day. The weather sure is nice.
せめてゲームの中だけでも。
Then a bunch of juvenile cartoon characters show up, and it's like, what the fuck is this? I thought this game was supposed to be porn.
お前たち泥棒か。金ならないぞ。全くないぞ。
Eventually, after 6 minutes of this, the game starts, and it's a text adventure game, not unlike Snatcher by the looks of it. Only I have no idea what any of the options are. Imagine trying to play Snatcher without being able to read any of the words. Probably wouldn't get very far. Well, we still have to try, right? And it looks like we're just cold approaching women at this diner. Hey, baby. Nice, cigarette? Hey, if she smokes, she pokes. I don't think this interaction went well because now we're talking to someone else. Then thud! The screen shakes. I guess we smashed into her? Or she just dropped all this food on herself? Classic move, right? The old spill food on your date so you can offer to clean her up trick. 50% of the time, works every time. And holy shit, I think it actually worked because we're back in what I would assume is your room, except it doesn't look anything like the intro, so maybe it's her room? I don't know, it sort of looks like an office break room with a computer in the corner. We're given dialogue options, and I have no idea what to pick, so... Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by the toe. If she hollers, let him go. My mother told me to pick the very best one, and this is it. Alright, game, did I do good? Did I do good? We making progress? Oh, are these good sparkly eyes or bad sparkly eyes? I can't tell. Oh no, oh no. I think grabbing her is probably a bad sign. Alright, fade to black. Did we do good? Ah, fuck, I think we messed it up. This girl looks pissed about whatever we did to her friend. And then the game kicked me back to the room with the cartoon characters. Probably just to laugh at me. Ugh, what am I, 0 for 3 so far? These are supposed to be porn games, right? I haven't seen as much as a nipple yet. Okay, next game. Giving off some serious horror vibes. I'm not sure I like the look of this building. Reminds me of the stereotypical Japanese high school you'd see in Persona or something. So, we'll proceed with caution on high alert if this gets too gross. Game starts with some old dude talking to me. Then we're whisked away to our apartment, I guess. And a fucking sweet one at that. Oh man, I'd love to live here. It's got that industrial feel. Looks like a pretty big room, has verticality. Not much happened when I played this one. A girl comes over, says a bunch of things that I can't read, then I'm presented with a choice of 3 different dialogue options. Which, I guess I chose the wrong one because she left, and this scary looking guy shows up. Then the screen goes black, and I'm getting shouted at by this angry Japanese man. And I'm booted back to the title screen. All this in about 5 minutes. Honestly, this looked like an interesting game. It's a shame I can't read it, or make any progress in it at all. Ah well, next game. Oh hell yeah, this is what I'm talking about. We're back in the realm of the living, which is good. So we pick a girl.
皆さんお元気ですか? 趣味はテニスの内山さとみです.
And she sounds cute, right? Ah yes, you dance very nice. You're not gonna believe what the actual gameplay is, though. It's fucking strip, rock, paper, scissors. Win, and she takes off a piece of her clothes. Oh my god, panties first? Scandalous. The video quality is much better here than in that sliding puzzle game, but the same song plays every single time, and there's no way to skip the dancing. This guy's always telling me to hurry up. It gets grating. And I think this game is actually rigged. It's rock, paper, scissors, so if it were purely random, I should win a third, lose a third, and tie a third, right? So these matches are first to 5 wins. That's when the girls get fully naked. Only, I faced every girl in the game, there's 12, and managed to lose every single match against all of them. I mean, just statistically, that seems incredibly unlikely, right? So I'm convinced that they juiced this game to be against you. In fact, I even counted. I went through my footage and tallied up every throw's results, and here's the breakdown. I won 28 hands, lost 56, and we threw the same thing 14 times. This is nowhere close what we would expect, right? That's more losses than the other 2 results combined. If the game were truly random, shouldn't it be 33% win, loss, and draw? Not over half the time you lose, a third of the time you win, and then 10-ish% of the time you throw the same thing? I can't believe these rotten bastards would rig a porn game like this. In fact, that's hilarious to me. Like, what was the motivation? This is Claw Machine or that Stacker game design, making you think that you have a fair chance, when behind the scenes, you were always predetermined to just waste your money. But I already bought the game! Bought the game. Just give me some damn nudity! So I went through all 12 of them, lost every time. But you know, I'm feeling lucky. Let's try one more again. We're gonna go back to my favorite. I mean, look at this crazy dress. She's the cutest. Her dance is a little more exaggerated than the other girls. And she's got the little details, like this hand shuffle she does before throwing it out. Oh, holy shit, I might actually have a chance. Rawr. Yowza. Wow, I'm actually kicking her ass, or scissoring her paper. Whatever. They always do tops before bottoms. I've seen a couple of boobas. The game has not yet let me take their next thing off. But we're up 3-1, so I'm feeling pretty good this time. Oh no. She's visibly more uncomfortable now. Look at how unconfident she looks this time. Watch the last thing be her necklace or her shoes or something. Fuck! No! Come on! Game, you can't do this to me.
Mom, yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! Ah! You fucking bastards! Bullshit! God fucking damn it! I'm telling you it's rigged! Anyway, I actually kind of like this game. It was by far the most amount of fun I had playing any of these anyway. And that earworm... is never going to leave my head. Ah, fuck. Actually, wait a second. You don't want to see that. I don't want to do that. I'm abandoning this gag. There have been a couple boobs and some light eroticism, but nothing too greasy yet. Acclaim? Huh. That's the last company logo I expected to see on any of these. So you've played Virtua Racing, Virtua Fighting, Virtua Cop, but what about Virtua Photo Studio? We get to pick between 3 different girls. I mean, middle, right? Easy choice. Hold on, is O her blood type? 1973, damn. She's older than my mom. I'll bet anything that this chick is still cute today, too. Whoa! Take picture of my daughter. This game is like Pokemon Snap. If Pokemon Snap was about taking pictures of Misty in front of a studio background. Then we get to select pictures to send to Professor Oak or whatever.
Wonderful.
Oh, yes. My daughter very pretty. Very good. Then we get to pick her next outfit. Oh, whoa, okay. Pretty good. What else we got, though? Holy, oh my god, yes, please. Is the game gonna let me go full slut right away?
What? これなの?
Oh my god, it actually worked. I thought the game was gonna say no or something. Oh my god. This is awesome. Holy shit. Wait, is she taking this off? I didn't know she was gonna be taking it off. She is! Holy shit, her nipples are huge! You're just gonna have to take my word for that, YouTube. What, the bottoms are coming off too? What?
何これ君全然才能ないんじゃない
Oh, my daughter. Disgusting. Filth.
はいお疲れさん
Yeah, I guess the daughter joke kind of stops working here. Alright, I see this last one as an absolute win. I got what I came for. Came. But I do have one more game I want to take a look at, so let's give it a chance. Well, I gotta go. Never trust anyone who needs a haircut. Shout out to the patrons. Goodbye. Have you ever seen 5 seconds of a game and just from that knew you had to consume all of it immediately? That was me with Echo Knight. And can you blame me? Look at it. This is a fucking PS1 game. Chunkiest polygonal environments you'll ever see. These creepy marionette moving like dollhouse monstrosity low poly humans in first person solely so they don't have to render another character. LSD simulator movement style right down to the head bob and hearing every single one of your footsteps. It's an acquired taste. Glance at this and you've got to pick a side already. It's like you're either all in or you're all out. This either looks like the coolest thing in the world to you, or this looks like something you would never want to touch with a 15,000 foot pole. You're teleported back in time to a ship that went missing at sea a long time ago. Everyone on board is a ghost, some kind of restless soul that needs resolution. That trope, you know, a ghost that's haunting an area or a person or whatever because they have unresolved issues in the real world. And in this case, sometimes that means giving them an item, reuniting a ghost mom with her ghost son. Sometimes you're diving directly into their memories and you're teleported back to these fantastical locations where you need to fix whatever went wrong in their life to give them such regrets or grief or whatever. That stuff is cool, but minute to minute, Echo Knight is mostly a game about solving puzzles. All kinds of different ones. Block pushing, lever pulling, what items to use when and where and on who or with each other. Puzzles where you need to examine your environments, and admittedly a few of them are actually incredibly clever. Like the part where you're supposed to figure out what some guy named Ed's favorite drink is by noticing that his initials are on this painting on the wall, while simultaneously noticing the bottles of alcohol that are half hidden behind a bar in these drawers, and you would have to know to crawl back there. Well, anyway, on the painting, you're supposed to notice that there's 2 snakes, an axe, and a man, and on the bottles of alcohol, there's a snake bottle, an axe bottle, and a man bottle. So because of this, you're supposed to realize that you're supposed to pour this ghost a drink from the snake, axe, and man bottles. Good shit like that. And amongst these separated vignettes, across all of these ghosts from all different walks of life, there's a central plot line that weaves its way through it, and everything keeps coming back to this evil red stone. There's also the disappearance of your father working its way in there somewhere. But the way everything comes together, I don't think it quite works. It's really goofy, it's really stupid, which is kind of a shame because this could have been an all-timer for me if the story had worked. Although earnestly, that's not the appeal by my estimation. I chose to play this because I wanted to be in these early 3D environments, stomping around with endearingly annoying controls. Sometimes you're just in search of a vibe, and Echo Knight certainly delivered on that and then some. It's short too, only about 6.5 hours for my completely blind playthrough. Oh yeah, and I almost completely forgot to mention that it was developed by...
That wasn't scary at all.
Fine. Yeah, I'll bet you didn't know Darkseid was on PlayStation. The second one is too, actually. Maybe next year. If you've never heard of it, Darkseid is an American-made point-and-click adventure game on the PC. Its largest selling point, that instead of simply ripping off Alien like so much of the video game industry loved to do, they actually got the visual design artist for Alien, H.R. Geiger, to do the art for this game. That's really cool. Darkseid isn't imitation, it's the real deal. It was ported to PlayStation, but as you can probably discern by these strange characters inhabiting the bottom third of our screen, for some reason the port never left Japan. Luckily, all of the spoken dialogue is still in English.
Hi, you must be Mike. I'm your neighbor, Delbert.
You play as this guy named Mike Dawson, who just moved into this gigantic house, especially for one single guy. I live in a 1-bedroom apartment, and I don't even know what to do with that one room. Can't imagine a big old haunted house. Also like me, he loves to narrate and comment on everything he sees, often multiple times. So whenever you leave your house, be prepared to hear,
"It's a calm neighborhood out here. My house seems somehow out of time, a relic of a dark past, or perhaps a dark future."
And every time you go to the store,
"What a quaint general store with a little bit of everything for day-to-day existence."
And every time you go to the graveyard,
"Here's an entry to an old cemetery, overgrown with weeds."
Or walk down this hill,
"The road seems strangely empty and unoccupied. This town looks unnaturally quiet."
He's a blabbermouth, which, considering the circumstances, is a very good thing. It's not like I can read the subtitles or anything. The premise is these aliens insert this little monster directly into your forehead hole at the start of the game, and you have 3 days, or about an hour and a half in real world time, to figure out how to stop it from hatching out of your skull. Oh yeah, and it just so happens that your new house doubles as a portal to this alternate fucked up H.R. Geiger alien dimension. It's like Majora's Mask with the 3-day cycle, except you can never keep any progress from one cycle to the next. Progress is what you keep up here. You only retain knowledge. The point-and-click genre is typecast as one that can be obtuse, unforgiving, and generally just containing asshole design elements that can potentially render your save file unwinnable. And Darkseid embraces all of this. Love it or hate it, this game, games like this, are the reason people say shit like that. It's the embodiment of dumb, cryptic puzzle solutions that make no sense, unwinnable save files because you didn't do the thing right away. Its makers expected you to fail repeatedly, as so many aspects are just trial and error. Unless you look up a guide and follow it to a T, you will not beat Darkseid on your first, or second, or even third attempts. There's tons of pitfalls, insta-death traps, and pointing out ways that you can brick your save almost feels redundant. But I don't know. Here's one that won't spoil much, I hope. At some point during the second and third days, you'll always get arrested, even if you don't do anything illegal. Well, at least they want your ass on both the second and third days. You can get out of jail on one of those days, but not both. And the way this works is that the police officer stands next to your front door, so if you try to leave your house or go into it, you get busted. Problem is that you absolutely need to go back and forth in and out, and the solution is to, on the first day, hang a rope from this gargoyle statue on your roof, and then use that to enter and leave your house. Obviously, you would have no way of knowing this, or even really would have thought to have done this on your first run, but once you realize there's a problem, you can get your brain working to find a solution. And that's just a simple example. This game is loaded with them. I beat Darkseid a long time ago, the PC version, so for this I wasn't going in blind, yet it still took me 3 attempts. Now, is Darkseid any good? I don't know if good is the adjective I'd use to describe it, so probably not if I'm being honest. I love the style, and I respect how it lets potential players fail. But when you break it down, the game only has a few areas, and if you know the premise, you know the entire plot of the game, and there aren't really any puzzles that I thought were particularly clever or well designed. Personally, I love dumb adventure game nonsense, such as giving your neighbor a bottle of scotch so you can steal his dog's stick. No doubt an essential item to preventing this alien scourge from being born. I absolutely love shit like that, but I'm also acutely aware that it's not for everyone, and it's not really a sign of particularly good design. Baby consoles away. It's Halloween!
For your information, the Nintendo Switch is enjoyed by children and adults alike.
Alright, give me one more chance. This next one will be scary, I promise. D, yeah really, it's just called D, is one of the strangest games I've ever seen. You play as Laura, who's investigating why her dad suddenly became a mass murderer. So I guess the D stands for dad? But everything you see is a trick. Your PlayStation is not rendering these visuals. This is an FMV game. Almost reminds me of Myst. If Myst were much smaller, horror themed, had a time limit, instead of it being a slideshow, used full motion videos instead. Oh, alright, maybe it's not like Myst at all. D is a video game about wasting your time, which is true of almost everything if you really break it down, but it's much more literal here. The premise is you're trapped in this pocket dimension or something. I don't know, you just kind of get absorbed by this Donnie Darko goo and need to find your way out. The hook is that you have a hard time limit of 2 hours to do so. So it's like an escape room, or at least what I imagine what an escape room might be like because I've never actually been to one. Every obstacle, every mechanic, everything about D is designed to stall for time. Because it's an FMV game, you don't directly control your character, instead you hit forward or left or right, and a predetermined animation plays. Once it's over, you pick another action, wait for the animation to end, repeat until the game's over. And as a result, it is one of the slowest paced experiences you will ever have. Like right here. Shit, I didn't mean to go that way. So you need to wait for Laura to move all the way down the stairs, walk all the way across this hallway, then turn around, and wait for her to move all the way back before I get to choose another action. Occasionally, this half-transparent, disembodied head will appear just to talk shit about you.
Laura, go back.
Reminds me of Crash Bandicoot 3.
Over to this side.
And if you'll remember a single thing about D, it'll be this head moaning,
Laura, 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 what are you doing?
Laura, Laura! At its core, D is a series of light puzzles paired with horror-themed visuals. How light am I talking? Well, let me take you on a tour of this opening bit. So to start off, you find yourself in this opening room, which I'll represent here, with a locked door, which I'll represent right here. There's also a table in the middle of the room, and an opening on the left-hand side. On the table is a bowl. And if you look at the bowl, it fills up with blood. Leaving the room, on the left-hand side, you'll discover two pathways. You'll discover another room with a barrel and a valve, and another hallway up here. If you try and go through this room to the hallway, then spikes come out of this wall, and they cut you off, so you can't go this way. This way is out. You can't interact with the valve on the tap yet. You can't interact with the barrel, so you go to the other room. This room contains a dresser with 5 marked drawers in the corner. Opening each drawer will net you a piece of blank paper. So what do you do with a blank piece of paper? Well, the only other interactable element you've seen so far is this bowl of blood in the first room. So you put the paper into the bowl, and it reveals the Roman numerals for 4 and 2. So you go back to the room with the dresser, open up only the 4 and the 2 drawers, and this time it nets you a wrench that you can interact with the valve with. So you go back to the room with the valve, interact with the valve, it disables the spikes so you can go up through this hallway and continue the game. We're talking this kind of shit, and it's all pretty self-contained, so most of the scenarios look something like this opening one. Oh yeah, and by the way, this diagram, what I just explained, this is about 20% of the whole game. No, I'm not kidding. D is tiny. It's almost a scam. If this were a Myst clone with pictures instead of slow-moving FMVs and this face didn't interrupt you half a dozen times, it would be about 20 minutes of actual game. And as I said before, if you've already solved these puzzles once, it's not like they're going to change, so why would you ever revisit this?
Laura, we are cursed. In our veins flows the blood of Dracula.
Wait, the D stands for Dracula? This isn't scary. Dracula Resurrection is one of 2 Dracula-themed point-and-click adventure games released for the original PlayStation. The other one is called Dracula: The Last Sanctuary. Despite what these titles may suggest, Resurrection was actually the first game, and on PC, believe it or not, the Dracula series went all the way to 5 games. Pretty good for something that I had never heard of until right now. It turns out that Dracula Resurrection is a sequel to something, that being the book Dracula.
It's like taking 2 cans and put them together.
And the title refers to Dracula being resurrected after the events of said novel. Have you ever read the book? I did in high school, and it's pretty unorthodox, in that it's not structured how most books are. You know, with a narrator or a central protagonist that its events are filtered through. Rather, its story is told through a collection of letters written by various characters describing their encounters with one Vlad Dracula the Impaler. Most prominently was Jonathan Harker, who made first contact when he traveled to Transylvania to act as Dracula's realtor/English language coach. Over the course of the book, a bunch of shit happens, and it ends with our friend John cutting off Dracula's head, which is depicted in this game's opening cutscene. Now it's a few years later, and John's wife Mina left him a note saying that Dracula has returned, and she's boarding the first boat to Transylvania to screw his brains out or something.
Dracula's home was summoning me as if he'd returned and wanted me again.
She doesn't really give a good reason, but whatever, we have our premise. Dracula has our wife, and we need to go and get her back. The game starts, and it's a first-person point-and-click adventure. Not unlike Myst, but unlike Myst, you're not interacting with 2D stills, rather scrollable 360-degree panoramics. And they're quite high-res for the PS1. Playing this game is like scrolling through a fictional location on Google Street View. If you can't tell, this was originally on PC, and the effect works even better there. Still, even on PS1, I'm impressed. Dracula Resurrection is what I'd call a handsome game. Well, the fidelity anyway, because its characters are grotesque.
Dracula means the son of the dragon. In our country, Transylvania, the dragon is a very evil creature.
What the hell is this guy talking about? Dracula is a dragon?
It's Dracul. Dracul the devil.
Dracul? Is this in any way related to the Count?
I wonder if Dracul is related to Dracula. I'd be stunned.
Welcome, stranger. Welcome to my humble inn.
This innkeeper is a million times scarier than anything else in the game, and might be one of the scariest things I've ever seen in a video game ever. I love when they're done speaking. The CG cutscene ends and it just lands on a still image of that character. This is it. There's no movement. They're just this. It's unnerving.
Go away, and don't come back.
These cutscenes are obviously ridiculous, but they play such a small role. Most of the time you're clicking around Google Street View attempting to figure out where to go or what to do next. The game is super quiet as well. There's no background music or anything, only an ambient sound effect here or there. My largest complaint with Dracula Resurrection is that it can be quite dark. Not in terms of content, I mean literally the screen is too dark, to the point where I've actually artificially increased the brightness on all the footage you've been seeing. This is what it looks like normally, and oftentimes because of this, it's hard to discern interactable objects from the backgrounds. Like this stick that you're required to pick up here. Did you see this? Because I didn't. It's also a real where the fuck do you go kind of game. This snow area all looks so similar that I keep getting lost. There's no in-game map or anything. Hell, I don't think there's any maps online either. So you're left to your own devices to figure out where to go. In typical point-and-click fashion, it's way too easy to miss crucial items or interactable objects. Not even just because of the darkness thing, just because there are areas you can go or like objects that you wouldn't even think to try and pick up that you can. For that reason, this is what I'd call a guide game. I clicked around this stupid snow area for a couple hours, barely making any progress at all, until I looked up the guide on GameBoomers.com and realized I missed this slingshot on a screen that I didn't even discover yet. At least for the first half of the game. The second half of the game you might be able to get by without a guide. Here's an early example of just weird point-and-click puzzle solving in this game. There's a guy blocking this hut you need to get into because there's an elevator to an underground passage in there.
Get away from this cabin! Otherwise you'll have to answer to me!
The solution is to take your slingshot, shoot at some owls. You don't even hit them. They'll just fly away and that distracts the guy. Which is something I would never consider in a million years. But Dracula Resurrection is actually pretty good as far as the bullshit puzzles go, at least compared to other point-and-clicks I've played. There's usually at least some logic at play, such as when you need to get this key that Olaf from Advance Wars has. So you need to play this flute to get his attention.
It's the flute belonging to the ruffians who were sitting there earlier.
Do you know what they use this instrument for?
They use it to call each other.
Do you know what melody they play?
Then use your knife to cut the rope holding this outdoor chandelier so it drops on him so you can take the key. Okay, maybe that one's a little weird too. All I know is this opening snow part is fucking terrible. I really can't do it much justice just by speaking about it, but it's aimless. You never know where to go, you never know what to do, what items may or may not be missing. But thankfully this area is only about a third of the game, and after that things get better by quite a bit. Here's how Dracula Resurrection is structured. You start in this big open-ended non-linear snow environment with that inn and the ugly old lady. Eventually you find your way out of here onto a linear path, which is a welcome change of pace. There are still minor puzzles to solve, but they're all self-contained, as in the solutions are never far away from the obstacles themselves. The most complex bit in this third of the game has to be the minecart switch puzzle. Basically, you're able to ride this minecart, but there are also switches you can toggle on and off to determine where it goes. Classic grade school, back at the cereal box stuff. But it works. After you solve the puzzle and get the minecart to go where you need it to go... Wait a second, disc 2? Shoot, I didn't know there was a second disc. My download didn't come with 2 discs. Where's the second ISO? Oh, wait a second, here it is. You just click on the little tabby thing. I see what you did here. Disc 2 opens with this cutscene where we see Dracula for the first time since he was killed off in the intro cutscene.
What greater pain could I possibly inflict on him than impede his quest when time is so precious?
All he does is gloat that you're walking into your death. Great. Can't wait to sprinkle some garlic on him or whatever you end up doing at the end of this game. And disc 2 is when the game starts to get, dare I say, good. That's when you get to Dracula's castle and the game becomes less of a where the fuck do I go kind of game and more of a how the fuck do I go kind of game. It's where most of the classic point and clicky use this item on that comes into play. Your obstacles are more clear and it's more about figuring out what you're supposed to do than where you're supposed to go. Back in the snow, I never really had any idea what the hell was going on. And that's on top of there already being nonsense point-and-click puzzle game interactions. Dracula's castle and the opening snow part are the difference between an unknown unknown and a known unknown. It's hard to solve puzzles in the snow when you don't even know what your objective is in the first place. Something I will say about Dracula Resurrection, which instantly renders it not scary, is that you can't die. There's no combat, there's no death mechanic, there's no obvious way to soft lock yourself, which would be scarier than death, of course. You never feel like you're in danger, and when there's no danger, there's no fear. We meet this old lady who is supposed to be unnerving. I think we're supposed to find her creepy, but she doesn't look any more or less like a spirit Halloween decoration than anyone else in this game. If anything, she's a lot more appealing than the old lady at the inn. She tells you that she knows where your wife is, but you need to get this necklace from Dracula for her first before she'll tell you where she is. After a lot of mist-like puzzles, you eventually meet the 3 brides of Dracula, which isn't something that the game invented because they're in the book too. And this could have been a really tense moment, but remember, you can't die in this game, so I don't really care.
Put that amulet down right now, or my sisters and I will make you die a horrible death.
Why aren't you attacking me? Unless you cannot, because the power of the dragon ring is protecting me. You're powerless against me.
See, even John knows he's invincible. And since I'm invincible in this game, yeah, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna take your necklace and you can't do anything.
Drop in exhaustion. You can hold out another few hours at most, whereas we have all of eternity.
That's their threat? That eventually I'm going to fall asleep and let my guard down? That's pathetic. Holy shit. As far as, like, final villain threats go. Boy, sure was convenient that within arm's reach there was a lever opening up a giant window in Dracula's castle. Why does Dracula's castle even have windows? They can only be used against him. We're almost at the end. John then finds his wife, who's asleep. Then they both make their escape using Dracula's flying machine that he got from Leonardo da Vinci. Which I know sounds ridiculous, and I'm not kidding, but believe it or not, it's actually in the book, so... No, I'm just kidding again. There's nothing like that in the book. They just slid in that Dracula met Leonardo da Vinci and got designs for a flying machine from him.
The young genius I met in Florence in 1468 turned out to be true. I have kept some of his sketches, especially this one of the flying machine.
And that's how the game ends. You never even confront Dracula, which is disappointing. So overall, to recap, Dracula Resurrection gets off to a wretched start. The ending was incredibly anticlimactic. It's not scary. It's hard to see what's going on. Everyone looked deranged, but... the second disc minus the ending was okay? But nothing. Those are all valid complaints, and this game isn't very good. I'm definitely not itching to play the sequel anytime soon anyway. Not right now, at least. I guess there's always next year. Speaking of, I'll bet you didn't know Darkseid was on PlayStation. The second one is too, actually. Maybe next year. Darkseid 2 for PlayStation! Yeah! But only in Japan. Boo. No idea why. This game was originally in English. You would think the hard part would be porting it to PlayStation. Then they could just reinsert the English dialogue. I can't imagine it being a poor business decision with development costs being next to nothing since you already, made the game. For the original Darkseid, all they did was translate the subtitles to Japanese, but the English voices were left intact. Not so with 2. Unfortunately for me, they dubbed it as well, meaning I can't play very much of the PlayStation edition. At least I can't play very much and get anything worthwhile out of it. But Darkseid 2 is one of those games that's worth talking about anyway. It's one of the most famous, or maybe infamous, cult games ever made. So the show must go on, and very anti the spirit of this video, I played through the PC version. I know. The title of this video says PS1 horror games, and I'm only talking about 2 games, and one of them effectively isn't even a PlayStation game anyway. Oh, I'm so bad. Darkseid 2 is a traditional point-and-click adventure which takes place directly after the events of the first game. Oh, what's that? You already knew this because Madular just did an over an hour-long deep dive into it? First off, Madular, that's cheating. You're supposed to wait until Halloween to release your Halloween video. Now it just looks like I'm copying him, but the joke's on you because I'm actually copying Peanut Butter Gamer and Retsupre. Darkseid 2 takes place about a year after the events of the first game. Mike Dawson has moved back home with his mom, and as a result of the trauma he suffered, remember from the whole alien being inserted into his brain thing, according to his mom, all he's been doing for the past year is mope around and stare at the wall all day.
This breakdown, all you do is stare at the walls.
No, not that wall. Unfortunately for Mike, some Twin Peaks stuff has been happening around town. Your girlfriend was murdered and you're the prime suspect. The game starts and you're being interrogated by police about things that we don't even know.
You left out a lot. The witnesses said you and Rita left the banquet together. What happened when you two were alone?
The game just started. How am I supposed to know what I was doing the night she was murdered? It happened before the game started. The character Mike doesn't know either because he has the rock-solid alibi of, I don't remember.
Look, I don't remember being alone with Rita that night. I don't remember anything. I must have gotten drunk. Wanted to have a relationship, but Rita didn't.
And that's why you killed her.
Mike, you're screwed, aren't you? Eventually the sheriff leaves you alone so we can begin our own detective work to clear our name. But wait, Dark World stuff is also happening, and if you watch the TV, the lady from the box art tells you that the ancients are coming to take over the world again, and the key to go back to the Dark World is coming. Then the doorbell rings and someone hands Mike a ticket to this carnival, which is the obvious route of progression. This leads me into my largest complaint about Darkseid 2. Don't get me wrong, I like this game a lot, but its structure bothers me a little bit. There's no logical flow to the events of this game, as in a lot of the times, progression has nothing to do with solving a puzzle or figuring out where to go next, but is rather locked behind you either wasting enough time or talking to every NPC. Here, early on, the game basically just told me to go to the carnival, but if you try to do that, you'll find that it's not open yet, so you need to walk around town, talking to people until eventually it opens up. There are many such examples of this exact phenomenon littered throughout the game. A common way for this to progress is either by talking to your friend Jack on the front porch, or by being hypnotized by the therapist. We gain otherworldly insight this way, where Mike will hear conversations being had by other people, or will remember events that he had conveniently forgot. That's how we get our murder suspects. Either Jack tells us that someone is suspicious.
First, I didn't believe it. Then I thought about it, and it makes sense, I'm telling you. Two folks who ain't what they seem. How about Mayor Fleming and Doc Larson?
Or we learn something in these hypnosis dream sequences that gives us a new lead. But you can't see the therapist or talk to Jack whenever you want. It's predicated on wasting time, or talking to certain NPCs which are never telegraphed. This is a game that forces you to listen to everyone and everything, whether you like it or not.
I think she was murdered by aliens from another dimension. As I've got theories about a hired hitman and a satanic cult to follow up on. Don't worry, I'll find Rita's murderer and prove your innocence.
Gee, thanks, Slim. That makes me feel a lot better.
But thankfully, dialogue is this game's strong suit, so more often than not, you do want to listen to what people have to say. There are still puzzles, but nowhere near the same levels of the original Darkseid, or really even compared to any other point-and-click adventure game I've ever played. Rather, Darkseid 2 is much more focused on its characters and dialogue. It's nowhere near as difficult as the first game either, which is good because that game was bullshit. You can still die here, but there's no way to soft-lock yourself, at least no obvious ways I've found, which if you recall was a major mechanic in Darkseid 1. That game was like Groundhog Day. It expected you to play it over and over again until eventually you figured out what to do. There was a strict timer, and if you didn't know exactly what you were doing, then you couldn't beat the game. 2 is a more traditional experience, and it's pretty easy. Anyway, let's circle back around and talk about those hypnosis dream therapy sessions. The first one we have, according to this, is that we were with Rita. Rita's the name of our girlfriend. The night she was killed, we had an argument and she stormed off.
Always busy doing stuff for the library. You never have any time to spend alone with me anymore. Why can't it be like it was when we were in high school?
As we already established, Mike doesn't remember anything the night of the murder, so he's effectively an unreliable narrator, even though we, the player, experience events in real time and we're the ones controlling Mike's actions. We're not literally him. What he says out loud isn't always what's going through his head. Sometimes the character Mike has more information than we do that we'll only find out through these therapy sessions. Remember this point because I'll be revisiting it when we talk about the ending. While we're waiting for the carnival to open up and talking to every character, we realize that everybody hates Mike.
How about a game of pool?
Cut the crap, Dawson. We might have been friends once, but that was a long time ago.
Everybody's such an asshole to you.
Sorry, Mike, but it's time that you got up. The sun has been shining for hours.
Ah yes, all great games begin with your mom nagging you out of bed. These conjoined twins seem to like me quite a bit.
Say, this guy looks delicious, doesn't he, Minnie?
My name's Mike Dawson.
Mike Dawson? Oh no! That was the name I was supposed to mail the key to. I think I made a big mistake.
Look, pretty boy, I'm not letting my sister say anything more. Go on, get out of here before we all get in big trouble.
Oh, never mind. I guess I fucked up somehow? Because they wanted to mail me a key, but they mailed it to someone else? Man, Mike can't catch a break.
Mom hates it when I leave the toilet seat up, but it's my little way of rebelling against the system.
Jeez, Mike, you're such a loser.
I've given myself a vacation for the first time in about 3 years. The store is closed right now. I'm just going to relax and water my lawn for the next week or 2.
Wait, you're going to water your lawn for 2 weeks?
I think I have to leave now. You take real good care of yourself, Paul.
Yeah, you said it, Mike. Everyone here gives me the creeps. The only person who's nice to you is this guy named Jack. He wears a leather coat, and everyone always compares him to the Fonz, so I guess I will too. He looks like a balding Fonz.
Okay, Jack, how can I get myself out of this mess?
I think you can prove your innocence. If you can't remember what happened that night, we just gotta prove someone else did it.
Jack is everything that Mike is not. Mainly cool.
I don't want to touch this crate. I'd probably get a splinter or a spider bite.
Come on, Mike. Would Jack worry about getting a splinter? Eventually, you make your way to the Dark World through this horrible maze, which thankfully after you solve once, there's a shortcut so you don't need to do it again. The plot is that aliens have invaded the Dark World, enslaved everyone, and now they plan to come to the Light World. The only problem being is that these aliens can't cross over into the Light World. Only Light Worlders can go into the Dark World. Dark Worlders can't go into the Light World so easily. So they need to get 4 human heads from the Light World to power this generator, which will enable this super being to cross over into our world so they can open a rift and let the aliens in. I know, it turns out our girlfriend's head was the only way that these aliens could take over the world. This means that somebody in the Light World, somebody in town is working with the aliens so they can take over the world. You're murder suspect number 1, so you're on a quest to clear your name, but at the same time, you're also on a quest to stop these aliens from taking over the world. Darkseid 2 is not a very tight narrative. Some side plots never go anywhere, such as the missing money, and later events render the subplots which do happen irrelevant, such as the fire killing Mr. Ramirez. So this was probably intentional to throw players off the real mystery. The more you explore around town, the more you learn that Rita was off having sex with literally everyone, except for you.
He's got a collection of porno pictures. Oh my god! These are pictures of Rita!
I really think they hit on something with this main narrative. As we continue to investigate, more and more people end up dead around town, many of them being suspects who we thought were the killer. Remember that lawn watering guy? It turns out he's a satanic cult leader. Wait a second. Satanic cult? This was foreshadowed.
As I've got theories about a satanic cult to follow up on.
In fact, everything that Boy Scouts said ended up happening.
She was murdered by aliens from another dimension.
Yeah, that happened.
But a hired hitman.
That happened. Holy shit. I really love this character because he's pretty much the only guy that Mike trusts because he listens to him about his theory about the aliens in the other world. But then as soon as he starts talking about other conspiracy theories, which end up being true over the course of the game's events, Mike loses interest and writes him off as a crackpot. The irony being, as the ending of this game will reveal, the only conspiracy that they share, that they have in common, ends up not being true. The lawn guy attacks us, and we kill him in self-defense, which sucks because his head ends up powering the generator. Then we're getting interrogated by this FBI agent.
Right, Dawson. Everybody's a psycho but you. No wonder Rita dumped you. Is that why you killed her?
Oh, shit. Well, okay, just stay calm. We'll tell the truth. Oh, shit, Mike. No. Oh.
Oh, no. I think I'm really in trouble.
So as the game progresses, the disconnect between the player's mindset and Mike's mindset really starts to manifest. He starts doing some completely irrational things beyond our control.
I'm glad I killed that creep.
Like, Jesus, Mike, I'm glad I killed that guy? Not something a sane person would say. Then we look in our girlfriend's mirror, and wait a second, Jack? What?
You thought you had everything pretty much figured out, didn't you, Mikey boy?
Eventually, the Dark Worlders get the 4 heads they need to power up the super being, but he turns out to not be that super because we kill him pretty easily. It's not even like a boss fight, you just kill him in a cutscene. Then we destroy the generator, severing the link between the light and the dark world, only then this happens.
Hey, wake up, Mikey boy. You've been out of it for a little while.
What happened to Dr. Sims? He's been stabbed.
We killed him. He was getting in the way.
What do you mean we killed Dr. Sims?
Don't you get it, Mikey boy? You and me, we're both one and the same. I don't exist at all. I'm you, and you are me, and we're all together. Get it?
were too late.
Yeah, this game is awesome. Was the whole Dark World in my head? I think the best works of fiction make you want to go back and reevaluate everything after you have context of the whole story. And Darkseid 2 succeeds at that. And there's a lot of ways to read what happens at the end of this game, but here's my take. Everyone was an asshole to you because you're obviously a murderer. Let's go back to that unreliable narrator part. My theory is that whenever you're in the Dark World, you're not actually in the Dark World. You're just Jack in the Light World. Jack, his alter ego, is in the Light World, carrying out all of these murders. That's why we never see them, that's why we have no memory of any of them, because we were in the Dark World, but really we were in the Light World murdering people. Just, we didn't know that. It's like we receded into our own mind to cope with the horrible things we were doing. Basically, this is a story of Mike reading way too much r/incels, learned that Rita was very open to having sex with everybody who wasn't him, and if he can't have her, then nobody can.
Bitch. She was never really interested in me. She was just toying with me.
So he killed her. Then to cover it up, he killed everybody who was onto him. But he couldn't deal with himself being a bad person like that, so he created Jack to run around doing all the horrible things. Despite what you may have heard about Darkseid 2, I think this is kind of a meme game in some circles. It's absolutely worth experiencing.
Here, Mike. This will explain everything.
Earthbound Beginnings. I know, it's almost exciting, but we aren't quite there yet. Beginnings is something that I've wanted to cover for a while now. Not only as a prelude to the eventual video that I'll need to make, but for my own sake. Comment down below if you've heard people say this, or if it's been you yourself. You tried Earthbound Beginnings, maybe when it was released on Wii U. Maybe by emulating that unreleased prototype. Maybe you tried the double EXP and money patch. After a little intro, you leave your house, but you're so weak that you can't fight more than 1 or 2 enemies before dying, so you grind a little, so you can get to the first town. Everyone is talking about a little girl going missing, and zombies at the graveyard. Only you go there, get your ass kicked, grind, so you can go to the graveyard, so you can rescue the girl, so you can go back to the town, so you can go to the zoo. And you go there, and you get your ass kicked, so you grind some more, so you can go to the zoo, so you can do the shit at the zoo, and then you get through that, and you get to Magicant, and you're too weak again, so you gotta grind some more. And sensing a pattern, you dropped it, because it's just kind of a less realized, rusty piece of crap, right? Does that sound like your experience with this game? Because I know it sounds a lot like mine up until about a week ago. 2 things are true at once. Your takeaway isn't wrong. This does come off as some kind of messy, grind-heavy first draft. Though the game does get much better than this. It certainly does not start with its best foot forward. The opening bits of this game, basically up until you have 2 party members and access to the train, they're not fun. Classic Dragon Warrior-esque grind fest. We could extend the Dragon Quest metaphor even further. Blank backgrounds. Only the king or your dad in this game can save your game. They both somehow magically know how many experience points you need to level up. So you might play this game and think, hey, I've played Dragon Quest. I've played Dragon Warrior. I've played Earthbound. Why am I playing this? And then you just stop. But at a certain point, it transitions into something interesting. Earthbound, Mother 2, the sequel that is a collection of moments more or less strung out in a straight line. They even go so far as to number the towns, Onet, Tucson, Threeson, Fourside. Earthbound Beginnings, after the intro, once you get access to the train, is completely open. It's a scavenger hunt. You're looking for the same objective. In both games, you're supposed to get these 8 melodies and piece them together, but you almost never get them in ways you would expect to in Beginnings. He's like, you almost never need to like go to the end of some cave, fight a boss, and then you get the melody. They're all puzzles just scattered throughout the game world. When I say the world is open, I mean you're still being gated by how difficult enemies are in certain areas, but you have access to everything the game will ever give you access to at around 20% of the way through, which is pretty neat if you ask me. So once the world opens up, it's on you to find where these melodies are. Most of them aren't completely spelled out, and that's one of the largest things Beginnings has going for it. This game asks the player to pay attention. NPCs give clues about how to obtain melodies. They don't simply tell you a direction to go and leave it at that. It demands something of the player. You can't just not pay attention. How often do you see a game credited to one guy? Well, actually, I guess that wasn't always an uncommon thing. In the Atari era, back when it only took one guy to make a game, if you'll recall, Activision was founded by members of Atari because they weren't getting credit for their games. Activision would always put out the creators of their games out in front, like David Crane's Pitfall. Activision would oftentimes include full bios of the game's programmers in the manual, but once the center of the video game universe shifted from America to Japan in the mid-80s, that sort of went away. I mean, part of it is because it took more than one guy to make a game all of a sudden, and another part of it might have been a cultural shift. It wasn't called Shigeru Miyamoto's Super Mario Bros. Of course, we see it all the time today with the likes of Hideo Kojima, but back then I can't think of any other NES games that right there on the title screen is Shigesato Itoi. In Japan, they ran adverts announcing this game, and all they were was Itoi sitting in front of the screen stating that he made a video game, because he was already famous over there, but I'm sure you knew that, and that you should take your time playing it. Lots of things you'll recognize from Earthbound first made appearances here. Most of the music is later reused. Look up Beginnings soundtrack if you want to hear 8-bit renditions of classic Earthbound tracks. Towards the start of Earthbound, there's this weird alien invasion screen that I always thought was out of place. Now after playing this, I believe it fits better in this game. And playing this now and seeing bits of Earthbound that would incorporate this later, something like that title screen is clearly derivative of its starting point on what goes on here. Beginnings tries to do a similar thing like in Earthbound, how the cities ramp up in terms of like size until you get to Fourside, which is supposed to be like the big city. They achieve this by having huge buildings and a corporation and a helicopter and bureaucracy, I guess. This game tries to achieve the same thing by just having more like empty buildings that you can't go inside. By the time you get to what is supposed to be the big city area of Earthbound Beginnings, there are just rows and rows of houses that you can't interact with, and I think it's kind of funny. Beginnings is super interesting if you've already played through Earthbound. It's like how when Harper Lee died and they published an early draft of To Kill a Mockingbird, I feel sort of weird playing this. It's a game where you take a train ride, then you watch the train move in real time through the game world to its destination. One where a monkey steals a key you need to open a door, but in the process breaks the lock, rendering it useless to you anyway. You spend an entire game grinding to meet obstacles ahead, only for the final boss to be something you pacifies, you sing it into submission. My final takeaways are that Earthbound Beginnings gets kind of a bad rap. It's nowhere near the clunkiest, crustiest old RPG I've played. It is an RPG from the 80s, but I have put up with so much worse in terms of just usability. And after a rough start, I really do believe that if you are an Earthbound fan who has been put off by this game in the past, give it another chance, because it really is cool to see the DNA that would later sprout out and become this masterpiece that we all love. Give it another chance instead of replaying Earthbound or Mother 3 for the 20th time. And if you've never played Earthbound before, then obviously play that. Like, who cares? You don't have to play Mother 1. You don't have to play Earthbound Beginnings. You don't even really need to play Mother 3. Just play Earthbound. That's an essential. That's like a bedrock baseline game that everybody should have already played by now. Deadly Premonition was developed by Access Games and released on the Sega Dreamcast in the year 2000. If the platform had anything going for it, it was an abundance of strange games you couldn't get anywhere else. Deadly Premonition is hysterical, a rare, truly hilarious and surreal experience. Combine that with earnestly heartfelt moments and fully realized characters, it is also one of the most memorable. Ironic, I suppose, because I had never really heard of it or at least taken note of its existence until recently. And I've done some dives into the old DC. There's a scene early on which serves as a vertical slice. Not in the traditional sense where you're exposed to each game flavor, you know, the combat, introducing the open world mechanics, all the different game styles you'll come across in a neat little package. You know, something they might have put on a demo disc. That's not what I mean at all. I mean an emotional vertical slice. how you'll react to the game, and how the game treats you as a player are all wrapped up neatly in this scene early on. Near the start, maybe about half an hour to an hour in, you're at this hotel, and if you wander around, you'll realize that it's mostly empty. Then you walk into this oversized cafeteria hall for breakfast, and a cutscene plays. First thing I noticed was this overly loud YouTube free audio library sounding background track. Then our hero, named York, and Polly Oxford, this old lady character, start to speak, and this overbearing, distracting whistling kicks in. Is that the Super Mario World theme? And they're speaking, and I'm thinking this is some Sonic Adventure tier audio mixing. Fittingly, I guess, considering the time and place this game is from, I suppose. Fade to black, and we're both sitting on opposite ends of this comically large dining room table. I guess it's ahead of its time utilizing widescreen to this extent, but holy cow, this is ridiculous. You don't need to take up the entire screen. There's these button prompts for small talk, and if you press it, then the game pulls the rug right out from under you, acknowledging in succession why this place is so goddamn empty, why it's so goddamn big, and Polly can't hear you because you're at opposite ends of this enormous table. So York starts shouting. All the while, this distracting Mario world whistling has been crescendoing in the background while Polly is dishing out her life story and her dead husband. It's ludicrous. The clash is so jarring. Then the music changes to some acoustic guitar with some guy chanting over it. As York lights a cigarette, it almost looks disinterested in what Polly is saying. It's like a Monty Python sketch. Reminds me of The Cheese Shop specifically. This game is so bizarre, and it knows that, revels in that, makes jokes about itself. You will never want to skip any of the dialogue. Calling this so bad it's good is an insult to you, to this specific scene, and the broader game at large. It has gags centered around its sound design, over quirky little graphical and animation choices. York will make dad jokes, off-color remarks with a dead body laying in a pool of their own blood in the bathtub in front of him. Deadly Premonition had me dying of laughter over gruesome death scenes, and that is coming from the most squeamish little baby on the entire internet. I put my thumb over the screen. I close my eyes at the hint of even a needle going into flesh. I can't handle that. I do not enjoy gore or blood or any of this grisly schlock, yet this game makes me fucking laugh at it. And they aren't just jokes. Deadly Premonition isn't just funny. One-off quirky little gags come back as hydrogen bombs, counterattacking with a precision strike. In this game, man, it's got bombs. Kapow! And when you think it's done laying them down, kablooey! Bombs on bombs on bombs on bombs! Anyway, what is this game actually about? Well, the setup is lifted verbatim from Twin Peaks. A dead girl in a small Pacific Northwestern town. An FBI agent is dispatched to solve the crime, where he befriends local law enforcement and uses his superior intuition and connections with this parallel supernatural alternate world to help solve the case. Even York's notable idiosyncrasies, such as his love for coffee, are shamelessly stolen and regurgitated here. Aside from image and likeness and stealing characters, worry not, because the plot is completely different. They diverge almost at the start of the game, and it's almost like Twin Peaks fan fiction, except with less of a focus on high school girls. In Twin Peaks, the FBI agent often speaks into a tape recorder whom he calls Diane. It's a genius plot device, catching the audience up on his investigation, as well as acting as a window into his personal psyche. Deadly Premonition steals this too, only York does not have a tape recorder. He talks out loud addressing someone named Zach. It achieves the same effect as it did in Twin Peaks. Zach is a stand-in for the audience, for the player. When York speaks to Zach, he is speaking to you directly. He asks you questions, talks about film, talks about what you think about other characters in the game. It's the closest Deadly Premonition ever comes to breaking the fourth wall, yet it doesn't shatter. Like the breakfast scene with Polly, you notice how strange everything is, form questions. Nobody hardly reacts to your conversations with Zach. And you're thinking, hey, do they even notice that I'm talking to myself over here? That is until Emily, the girl of your murder investigating quartet and love interest, straight up asks you, hey, what's the deal with Zach? Deadly Premonition never takes the easy way out. It never turns to the camera, points and goes, whoa, look at me, I'm so weird, I'm so quirky, oh, XD, 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 I'm not like other games. No, Deadly Premonition is internally consistent. Its jokes have setups and payoffs. Its bombs are planted ahead of time, detonate, then explode, and they will knock you to the fucking floor. It all works because of the respect this game has for itself. It would be too easy a payoff to just be, oh, random, look at me, I'm so bad I'm good. No. It's not like that at all. Zack is great, a convenient device to interact with the player and deliver backstory. It fleshes out York, and he is also an atom bomb. It's like it all comes back. And while the soundtrack is nothing you'd ever want to listen to by itself, in-game, it's glorious. Everything fits in such an off-note kind of way. Most of the time you'll be hearing the same few tracks repeated, but again, even the soundtrack contains atomic bombs. Every time the game, sometimes literally mind you, drops the needle on a new song, it is a goddamn holiday. It looks okay too. Sure, there's frame drops and visual glitches abound, but if you squint, it could almost pass for a PlayStation 2 game. Albeit an ugly one, but you can't expect much more from the Dreamcast. The thing only has 16 megabits of RAM. Most of what I've said really only applies to the main story. Deadly Premonition is a linear point A to point B adventure. It railroads you from place to place, event to event. Deadly Premonition does a fantastic job of keeping up forward momentum in regards to its plot. Every sequence naturally leads into the next, but at any time, bafflingly, you can just ignore the task at hand and dick around. Deadly Premonition is also completely open world. From the first time you're allowed to drive, which is another surreal experience, by the way. The game goes into first person, and it's like you're really driving. It's just as boring, too. You can go anywhere. The entire game world is open right from the start. Not only that, but each character has a predetermined, just like its fellow 2000 game, Majora's Mask, style strict schedule they follow every day. You can follow them around, learn where and when people are going to be. There's a Bomber's Notebook, too, where you track everyone's little side quest. Simply doing these is engaging in its own right. It's almost like there's another fully fleshed out game about the town and the people who live in it, baked into this fantastic bomb-filled adventure. And the kicker, you never even need to interact with any of this. In fact, you might not even realize it's there. I didn't until somebody told me, not somebody within the game, somebody in real life told me about this. It's not like Grand Theft Auto where you have downtime in between missions. It's just one to the other to the other. You need to actively ignore that to get to this. It's a hidden game within a game. And Deadly Premonition makes you want to do the side quests. Not because they give you items. After all, extra weapons, items, upgrades, none of that shit matters. You want to do these side quests because they're great, because you care about the characters. And that means a lot coming from me. If I don't have to do something, it's like pulling a toenail off, trying to get me to do anything extra. I am not a completionist. I am like the anti-completionist, and I'm still compelled to do these. Deadly Premonition does so much right that it makes me forget that the camera is inverted and you can't change it, that the combat is at best inoffensive, and at worst completely irrelevant. About the $30 coffee in vending machines. About the six times this game crashed while I was playing through it. I barely even remember, let alone care, about the time that I rolled my car and phased through the crust of the earth. Or about the annoying sleep and food meters. Or how you need to remember to shave and clean your clothes. Despite all of that, Deadly Premonition comes together into one of the greatest video games I have ever played. And no, I'm not kidding. Oh wait, what's that? 2010? Huh? Oh, what? This was originally an Xbox 360 game? And I've been playing it on my Switch? Ew, modern games. Disregard everything I just said. This game fucking sucks.
It's a beautiful day, Patty.
Really? Seems kinda normal to me.
Now that you mention it, yes, it is a normal day. I just felt like saying that.
What? You know, sometimes you really get on my nerves.
My same friend who put me onto the original also told me not to worry about Deadly Premonition 2 because it reportedly sucked. Which I didn't believe. I don't buy into the idea that one was some accidental masterpiece. It isn't like The Room where you're laughing at some insane dude's ineptitude at telling a story. Deadly Premonition comes with baggage for sure. It's not technically sound. It looked like an HD upscaled Dreamcast game, but it had real storytelling chops. Some of the greatest writing, some of the best characters I have ever seen in a video game. And when you're laughing at Deadly Premonition, by and large, you're laughing at jokes, not poorly worded dialogue or how it buckles under itself so often. Its jank is sort of incidental to the main course. Maybe it was off-putting to some, but the dichotomy between expectations set by how it looks, i.e. Deadly Premonition looks bad, so it must be bad, and how hard the game actually ends up going if you stick with it. The juxtaposition charmed the pants off me. Then again, if you know me, you know that oftentimes I'm not wearing pants anyway, so that might not be saying much. I don't think 2 sucks. Well, it just kind of sucks. Certainly has nothing on the original. Does it suck? I don't know. Honestly, I went back and forth with it. While I enjoyed the game, the more I think about Deadly Premonition 2, the more cracks in its foundation I discover. When compared to the original, which I'm going to be doing quite a bit of, almost everything is just a little bit worse. Believe it or not, 2 is even more compromised than the original technically. Its environmental assets look bland. I'm guessing they were generic stock pre-made assets. Its frame rate is not close to stable. Combat somehow finds a way to be even more simplistic than in the original. I'm not a fan of this Pusito cel-shaded style that's used here. Its open world is too big despite not even being that big, with not enough going on inside of it. And to top it all off, it takes way too long to load. 21 seconds from screen to game, which isn't terrible. And an additional minute and 3 seconds every time you leave the hotel, and a similar time anytime you want to leave any other building. Even with all that, the largest disparity as I see it between these two games is how phoned in all of 2's side content is. The main quest, if we're just talking about a critical path run, I would say is 70% as good as the originals. Still doesn't really come close, but it's better than your average video game, I would say. It's everything else that isn't here. DP1 had this entire half of the game, so many character stories, so much of the actual detective work and mystery solving was all done through these optional quests. 2's optional content is all rote standard, kill 30 bees, kill 30 dogs. Beat this old lady at a bowling competition. And when you do them, they don't even expand upon the game's plot or story. They all just attempt to give you practical items, which don't end up being that practical because this game is easy as fuck and you never need them. It drops the ball, literally. Bowling is fun, but honestly, if you can think of a bowling minigame which isn't fun, I for one would love to see it.
You're the one who's stupid. Sure looks like you're having fun to me.
However, ironically, it's much easier to interact with said side content here. The morsels which actually exist, that is. Your questing screen is one button press away. It's not hidden behind 3 menus and never spoken of by anyone like in the original. They fixed the map system too. DP1's map was absolutely useless. Imagine you're playing Grand Theft Auto and all you had access to was the little mini map in the corner with no route mapping, like no GPS navigation and no way to zoom out. That was Deadly Premonition 1's navigation system. Here in 2 is none of that bullshit. Its map works exactly as expected, which is good. All of this is part and parcel if the story holds up its end, which it fares okay. As I said, probably about 70% as good as the originals. What impressed me so much about the first Deadly Premonition is how everything, little one-off jokes, every character's idiosyncrasies, elements which are set up so subtly that you don't even really notice them, all converge to blow your mind in the end. And that just doesn't happen in the sequel. I wish more odd shit would have come back around like in the first game. For example, the multiple personality cook slash hotel owner slash bellboy. He's a wacky character that you laugh at when he's introduced, but then he never really ties into anything. When you're interrogating future or I guess present day Zack, you notice these perfectly clean and maintained spots inside his otherwise shithole of an apartment.
Don't touch the sanctuary.
Then he assaults you for touching them, and he never explains what these spots are. It never comes back into play. It was just a one-off gag to get across that Zack is this fucking weird guy.
That's a sanctuary.
Speaking of, Patricia as a character, her existence is incredibly strange to me. York is so out there. He's so wacky that he needs a straight man foil. The original had George Woodman, someone you can tell everything about his personality just by looking at him. This is what you call a straight man. In 2, it's this 13-year-old girl.
What? You've never seen Terminator?
Well, the first 2 came out before I was even born.
I know, but come on. It's Terminator.
Which is just weird. Whose idea was that? I mean, it's not like it doesn't work, but like who at the DP2 brainstorming session suggested pairing York with like a sassy young teenager? Again, it worked. She is the best part of this game, but from the surface, why? Even the game barely attempts to contextualize how pairing them up makes any sense at all.
Compared to non-smokers, smokers have a 4.7 times greater chance of getting lung disease. Then I reckon you also know that secondhand smokers have 1.3 times greater the risk compared to smokers?
Of course.
So you won't mind paying the damages when I die of lung disease? How about writing that in a contract for me? I promise to protect you from all the evil in our world. Well, that's stupid.
I really don't like that in the end they brought back. It feels like in the end they're going one way and then they kind of fake you out and swerve that actually it was who wasn't even in this one until the end. He was the big bad behind everything for some reason. It feels cheap.
Do you always dress this way? I'm not quite sure how to put it, but you're practically naked.
This is America, land of the free.
So that was about where I was going to end my thoughts until I went online and sampled the discourse surrounding Deadly Premonition 2. Apparently everyone on the internet, or maybe just everyone on Twitter, had issues about how this game handled a certain transgender character. I know. If you're me, or if you're anyone reviewing Deadly Premonition 2, the only ways to win in this scenario is to either ignore all this stuff or to fence it by saying something along the lines of, it didn't bother me, but I guess I can see where they came from. Which is mostly the sentiment I'm gonna end up coming across as, I think, after I'm done with this. But my point is that there's no winning here. Saying anything that isn't incredibly abstract and vague is going to make at least one person upset. So, at the risk of making some people upset, I have things to say, or I guess responses to, as I see it, the most common complaints. I'm getting most, or who am I kidding? I'm getting all of my information from 2 videos. The Problem with Sweary by Thor High Heels, somebody I respect magnitudes as a YouTuber. He has a great channel. He's a smart guy, smarter than me for sure. So go check him out. And a trans woman discusses Sweary trans representation and Deadly Premonition 2 accessibility by Laura K. Buzz, who admittedly I've never heard of before watching her video. I'll try not to straw man, but inevitably I realize that's what it's going to come across as. So if you are interested in the topic, please go watch both of those videos. Their issue, as I can see it, can be broken down into 3 main ideas. One, which I will quickly dismiss right now, is anything the director of the game, Sweary, said on Twitter or anywhere else on the internet in the past. I don't care. Separate the game from the game maker. It's a really simple concept. Separate art from artist. Not to say that either Thor High Heels or Laura were wrong to bring this up. Both of their videos are framed more as a commentary or criticism of Sweary himself rather than straight reviews of Deadly Premonition 2. So I would say both of them had more of a reason to bring it up. but for the sake of my game review, I could not care less about anything Swery has ever said on Twitter. The next one is that the worst character in the game, not worst as in the poorest written, worst as in least scrupulous human being, worst as in largest douchebag, happens to be a male to female transgender person. And they're used as kind of a meta joke. York goes on this huge spiel about how you should never judge, or you know what, I'll just play what he says.
You're looking for a stylish woman, right?
Yes, we've established that.
Then I think you're barking up the wrong tree with Professor R. She isn't exactly a normal woman, if you catch my drift.
I hear you loud and clear. Melvin, you're careless in every sense of the word, but I believe you operate on the side of good in most cases. With that in mind, I'm disappointed to see that you carry some prejudice with you. Is she the type to forbid customers from entering her jazz bar due to the color of their skin?
No, she ain't like that.
Well then, case closed.
So he says all of that. Then you meet this trans woman, and she's a piece of shit. Laura in her video articulates this point well.
We are so rarely represented at all, and in real life we're so often perceived as dangerous, villainous, creepy sex pests, that putting a trans character in your game as a villainous, creepy sex pest reinforces a lot of current and dangerous real-world views of who and what trans people are.
And to everything she just said, I agree. I didn't really think about it while playing, but that must suck. That's like placing the only black NPC in jail, or having a race of big-nosed bankers who secretly control everything, or any other kind of weird, harmful stereotyping. The third point they make is about dead naming, which is using a trans person's former name and gender pronouns, which I'm going to push back on this point. There's a few schools of thought on this, and personally, I'll call anybody by whatever they want to be called. That's just a core tenet of being nice. Thor and Laura subscribe to the thought that when a person transitions, all mentions of said person, past, present, and future, should always, without question, use their new identity. And in the broadest strokes, I don't agree. And Deadly Premonition 2 contains a couple of good examples why. The first and easiest to explain, her father, a southern plantation-owning old man who never accepted her transition to begin with, dead names her. And that makes perfect sense. That's in character. That's using characterization. You know, you get what I'm saying. Whereas Thor argues that
within the context of the game's moral compass seeming shaky, with the proud slave owner descendant transphobe dad getting an honorable emotional death scene, and York constantly dead naming his daughter in his honor after her death.
And my response to that, even if he is in the wrong for doing this, I mean, he's still a person that's like worthy of your empathy. It's like, should his death scene be less dramatic? Should his death be any less sad because of this? You don't need to co-sign everything someone says or everything a person believes to not hate them. Regardless, he's obviously not the example people are upset about anyway, so it's when York does it, which I'll defend by saying that when he does it, it's basically when he's expositing to the player what has happened in the game so far. Like when you get to the end of a chapter, York will do these like recaps where he will tell just to get the player caught up in case they walked away from the game or something.
But we ended up meeting the person he was talking about, didn't we? Under very unexpected circumstances. Leonard Clarkson. He ran away from home, found his true self, then changed names. Sozak. Do you remember her name?
He'll do little recaps of the plot. And when he does that, he uses her former name. And it's because her connection to the plot is more because of her biological relationships to the other characters in the story. Ironically, her former last name being the relevant one. If York in these sequences refers to her by her preferred pronouns, and only those every time, it would make these recaps and two separate plot reveals needlessly confusing. And I don't want to spoil the game too much, so I don't really want to get into specifics, but I'll just say that their past identity as a man is more relevant to the game than their present identity as a woman. I mean, I get that they want to fight the fight to get people to address everybody by their preferred names, but if there's ever an example where it's justified, I believe it's justified here. And to top it all off, I didn't even really like Deadly Premonition 2. Funnily enough, I think my review has come out more negative than Thor High Heels. Anyway, do you hate me yet? Leave a dislike. Tell me how big of a pile of shit I really am. Pokemon Red and Blue are games about being Michael Jordan in 1996, a god among infants, though I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Hi, I'm Jason Graves, never trust any posers who need a haircut, and let's talk about why the best Pokemon games are the originals. Or rather, let me talk about Pokemon while you potentially listen or type a comment without watching any further. Presently, we take Pokemon for granted, like it was always a foregone conclusion, a slam dunk guarantee. But let's pretend that you live in Japan and it's 1996. Analyzing the situation, Pokemon was a weird game, and it was an even stranger hit game. Think about it, the Game Boy was 7 years old. 94 and 95 were years of definite decline for the platform, with most notable titles being demakes of popular mainstream games. The best-selling Game Boy games of 1995 were Street Fighter II and Donkey Kong Land. All the notable games you think of on the Game Boy, Tetris, Metroid, Mario Land, Zelda, we are years removed from all that. 7 years in, this is like if a 3DS game came out in 2018. Hell, they weren't even making games for the Game Boy Advance 7 years after that came out. So you have a platform with no momentum. Not only that, it came from out of nowhere, or more specifically, Game Freak, whose notable back catalog consisted of Mendel's Palace, Pulseman, Smart Ball. Maybe you've heard of Mario and Wario, that mouse game that only came out in Japan? Pokemon was being worked on as early as 1991. It was trapped in development hell for years. So we can agree that all these are red flags. You have an aging platform, an unproven developer, and a game that is taking many more years longer to make than it should. It is a mechanics-driven, role-playing game, something known at the time for being a little more complex than your average game. So you've got a complex game coming out for the Game Boy, a platform which was arguably dated the day it was conceived, 7 years later, and yet it still managed to take over the world. The original Pokemon games are such masterpieces, they ingrain themselves so deep into the collective culture, so fast, that nobody even questions it. The fact that this franchise was ever allowed to exist is sort of a miracle. These games get so many things so extraordinarily right that its makers are selling largely the same game, chasing their own tails to this day. To play Pokemon, a typical moment-to-moment experience is to be walking along your merry way when suddenly a kid approaches you, spouts a sentence fragment which wouldn't make sense in any context in the world, and then has the gall, the cojones to challenge you, naively believing that his loser rat or his dumb caterpillar will do anything at all to dent your meticulously constructed team. Pokemon is the best execution of the, quote, chosen one story archetype, not only in video games, but I truly believe it is the best example in all of fiction. Now, if that sounds strange to you, and you've never thought of Pokemon as a chosen one story, well, there's not a prophecy or any dumb shit about how you're gonna free the land from evil or anything, but believe you me, it is most certainly a chosen one game. It is a game where you are chosen because you are the best. This is a game where the most important thing to the world is taming and battling these creatures. The vast majority of NPCs have little or nothing else to talk about. In this world, if you are not a Pokemon trainer yourself, then you are standing around talking about other Pokemon-related things. It is a power fantasy where you are the most talented person at the most popular thing in the world. You're like Tom Brady in a world where the entire population plays football. Or, I don't know, you're like Pele if you're not American.
I didn't think I'd ever need to tell you this, but I would be a bad parent if I didn't. Soccer was invented by European ladies to keep them busy while their husbands did the cooking.
And the sports analogy isn't even my invention. They coat that head to toe with this sort of iconography. Pokemon train, like an athlete might. There's a league, like a sports league, and there's a Hall of Fame, like a sports Hall of Fame. It's all a giant competition. There's a clear number one, a clear-cut best, a clear champion, and that's our finishing goal. And it's all the motivation you need. It's the carrot dangled on a stick to get you through Pokemon. You want to be the best. Right from the beginning, you are a novelty. In a world with over 100 Pokemon, your starter is something unique. You don't start with a fucking Weedle like these stupid, no-talent kids. You start with a Squirtle, a Pokemon you're not going to see again. It is reinforcement that you are special. Nicknames. You are the only trainer in the entire game which will have nicknames for their Pokemon, and they really help to bring this concept home. Sure, Pippin here is a victory bell, one of many, easily duplicated, but Pippin is my special victory bell. You may see others, but you won't hear it by any other name. Before Pokemon in the past in these monster collecting RPGs, take something like Shin Megami Tensei. They had a real hard time distinguishing between who the good monsters were and who the bad monsters were. For instance, some demons will have a complete society of their own. They'll live in towns, they'll converse with you, and they're cordial people. But on the other hand, some of the exact same demons will just indiscriminately attack you for really no discernible reason because they appear to all be the same. In these games, there's a sort of dissonance between why some of the monsters are civilized, but most of them aren't. Pokemon masterfully cuts the types of battles in half. You have wild encounters and trainer encounters. It's perfect. It's a narrative explanation as to why there's this kind of dichotomy. And not only that, but it also lets you choose and control when you get into fights. Typically, in any other RPG, if you're outside of a town, you're liable to get into a fight. But in Pokemon, there are clear, marked places where you will get into a battle. That is in tall grass, that's in caves, or that is in the sightline of a trainer. If you're not in any of those spaces, then you're not going to be in a fight, generally speaking. The Pokemon themselves are crosses between utilitarian battle partners, logos, and products all in their own right. Each Pokemon is its own brand, and this commitment to consistently excellent design legitimately sells these ideas. If you're going to make an RPG where the whole point is to recruit other monsters to join your team, and you're going to like these things enough to trade with other people, they damn well better be good. And this game consistently hits home runs. Sure, in other RPGs, you could talk to and recruit the animals, but this was the game where you would want to talk to the animals. So many different Pokemon could have been the Pikachu in an alternate universe, the face of the entire franchise. If Pikachu had never existed, honestly, if Pikachu had never existed, do you think that Pokemon would be in a different spot as a franchise? Sure, obviously the face would be different, but let's say if not Pikachu, maybe Meowth could be the Pokemon that represents them all. Why not Clefairy? Why not Charizard? The design sensibilities of this game are incredible. There are so many viable, just put them on the front mascots that legitimately sell games. And something interesting about Pokemon when compared to contemporary RPGs is that it's completely built around, it's framed around an in-game bestiary where you can see monsters that you have encountered and you may or may not have them at your disposal. Yes, that's common now, but I can't think of many other games with a bestiary in 1996. As for the battles themselves, they're genius. It preaches diversity. You can only have 6 Pokemon and 4 moves per Pokemon, leaving you with 24 abilities. The battles avoid being mash A to win by their mere nature alone. There's no default attack like in most RPGs. Everything is an equal choice. Not only that, but as your Pokemon are leveling up, it makes you decide on the spot what abilities to keep and which ones to permanently throw away. They're not like swappable, equipable skills. They are permanent choices with real outcomes that matter. And the most well-documented reason that Pokemon is great is that it's a social event. The different versions, branching evolutionary paths for a specific creature. Not only could you do it, but they went out of their way to facilitate reasons for you to trade with other people. Not only that, but the core concept of the game,
that you are the special, you are the talent, you want to be the very best. This concept extends out into the real world. Playing Pokemon by yourself is the ultimate confidence builder, but playing it with other people, on the other hand,
well, that's a humbling experience. If everyone in the game was no match for my team, then what chance does my classmate or Jimmy from accounting have? Naturally, you want to test your might. It's like if you could plug a second controller into Final Fantasy and proceed to play it like it's Street Fighter 2. As anyone will tell you, this is not a tightly designed, well-polished, well-programmed game, and it catches magnitudes of shit too much for it. It's glitchy, has all kinds of balance issues, the quirks are too many to list, and I don't care. The original Pokemon games were trailblazers. Detractors will say that it's not competitively balanced. Well, you know what else isn't competitively balanced? Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy II, Breath of Fire, Final Fantasy III, ActRaiser, Soul Blazer, Final Fantasy IV, Earthbound, Shin Megami Tensei, Final Fantasy V, The Seventh Saga, Wizardry, Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, Wild Arms, Dragon Quest, Paladin's Quest, Spanky's Quest, Quest 64, King's Quest, Cat Quest, Beast Quest, Costume Quest, Space Quest, Oculus Quest, Quest 65, Quest 64 for the Game Boy Color, Quest IT Management, Quest Waste Removal Company, Ultima, Final Fantasy VII, and I don't see people giving any of these games nearly as much shit. The truth is that the original Pokemon games are two of the most scrutinized games ever made. And if you hold most games of this era up to the same kind of light, not a lot, all of them are going to have warts. Pokemon Red and Pokemon Blue are masterpieces as far as I'm concerned. Not only has Game Freak never made a better game, but it belongs with Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VII, and Persona 5 as some of the greatest Japanese RPGs ever made. Sure, there have been more balanced, better thought out iterations on this game, but that is all they are. This game's vision with different, albeit sturdier, materials making them happen. But at the end of the day, this is the giant whose shoulders we're standing on. Pokemon Red and Blue were earth-shaping events. They created the ground you stand on. Any and all the games which came after simply do a pretty good job of mowing their lawn. A wild Pokemon appears. It's a hit, more than a hit, a gargantuan, colossal phenom. 3 years later, no longer are we dealing with these weird little turn-based Game Boy RPGs. Television, trading cards, spin-offs, knockoffs, blast-offs, coughing. Pokemon is not an idea of a video game anymore. It's an empire, Pikachu our monarch, cloistered off in the ivory towers of Game Freak HQ, or rather in the second floor of the one building in Celadon City. A meeting of the minds will attempt to examine their lightning in a bottle generator as to craft some more energy. So for the first, and what I would argue is the final time, they asked themselves, how can we iterate upon this video game? Red and Blue got over with its concept alone, but they wouldn't be so lucky crafting a sequel. No matter how sound your foundation is, if it never changes or improves, your likelihood of sticking around is slim to none. Pokemon as a video game series at this point is effectively no longer a trailblazer. Everything it does is going to be in its own little bubble from here on out. Instead of taking inspiration from Dragon Quest, for example, it's going to be taking inspiration from, well, itself. Looking back from now, July of 2021, what sets Pokemon Gold and Silver apart is that they are the only games to look at the Pokemon formula, and instead of asking how do we do this better, they asked how do we follow this up? And their answer could be summed up with one term: more. They could give you more. 8 badges, now there's 16. One world to explore? Well, why not 2? The secret sauce to Pokemon Silver and Gold's longevity is that it's an emotional masterpiece, not necessarily a game-designed one. The level curve is infamous and inexcusable. Many others have noted that viable team composition selections leave something to be desired, and I'd argue that overall its layout pales in comparison to the originals. But it doesn't end up mattering because that's not what one thinks of when this game comes up. We don't remember that you can't catch a Larvitar until the final minutes. We remember that the world is actually 2 worlds. We remember that it's double the game. except that's a trick. You do not receive double the game. Your quest through Johto takes around 20 hours, and Kanto almost doesn't achieve 5. As a piece of design, as unvarnished code, they are not equal halves. But in the deep recesses of your brain, it feels like they are. For deep stretches of playtime, you're trouncing under-leveled, under-talented Pokemon. Immediately succeeding a gym with a level 35 creature, you'll cruise by swaths of trainers having low 20s before the difficulty adjusts. And yes, I do know the defense to this. You can do the Lake of Rage bit first, but the game is obviously laid out in a way where it doesn't make sense to do that. You need to go to Olivine to get Surf, so why would anyone not do the gym in the city they've already been in favor of doing one you need to backtrack to get to? Unless you're purposefully looking for a reason to sequence break, that's not the way you're going to play the game. And if that's the case and you are trying to sequence break, then you're probably looking for an extra challenge anyway. What's the point of sequence breaking when there's nothing to break? The allure to doing this is to butt heads with more powerful foes, and it's taken away from us here. The difficulty is a scatter shot. You will have these stretches of low-level encounters, only for the game to ambush you by jumping up 10, 20, even 30 levels. Important battles feel important because of this level increase. Now I ask myself, is that a cheap trick? Possibly, but I cannot in good faith say that it doesn't work. Don't get it mixed up. I'm not trying to say that these games are difficult, because they aren't. Depending on who you ask, level balances are either sloppy and uneven, or a legitimate way to craft memorable encounters. On the other hand, these low-level trainers do reinforce the idea that you are the best, which, as I established last time, is priority number 1. Pokemon is a series that always sets you up to succeed. Every fight is engineered for you to win without needing to delve into any deeper mechanics or use any real tactical advantages. You use what looks cool in a way that feels natural. No questions asked. Red, this game's final boss, is the lone exception to this rule in the entire series. Unless you count things like the Battle Tower, I guess. You are not expected to match Red's levels, or brute force him. You're not expected to just unga-bunga your way in. It's a challenge. You're supposed to rise up, engage with the mechanics, build a competent team, and overcome. In the previous game, the main antagonist was the literal kid next door, as if the entire universe revolved around your tiny, insignificant neighborhood. The two most important people are you and your frenemy. This time that rival role is reprised and filled by a complete nobody. He doesn't taste success. This rival, the ultimate enemy in the last game, is not your equal. Because this game is not about outdueling your peers. It is not about being better than that other kid. It assumes that you already are better than that kid. It's about being a part of something larger, about living up to the legends of old. Remember, this is the only time Pokemon has ever explored this. They never would again build off any previous entry in such a direct way. Silver and Gold are about seeing how things change. As any scope broadens, so does the potential for greatness. Red existed in a world with exactly one great trainer, himself. Well, things change. Underneath his feet, new Pokemon, a new region, new trainers. Team Rocket allows girls now. For the most part, Red doesn't adapt. He clings to Kanto's stalwarts. Legends fall. Current sensations become has-beens in a flash. Red lives long enough to pass the torch to you, and from Kanto to Johto. Many NPCs consider Johto to be the lesser realm, the Canada to Kanto's United States. Gym leaders boast about their superiority despite knowing how many badges you've claimed to date. To them, everything of consequence happened in Kanto. Ironically, its streets so barren this time that you'd be one to think that nothing of importance had ever happened here. You as a character know better. Johto is much more traditional. You've seen the history of one realm in this game, the other in the last, seeing all the ways it has changed, oftentimes for the worse. Our Pokemon Tower is replaced and downsized. Cinnabar Island was destroyed. Copycat's house torn down to make room for a train that I didn't even use. They came up with a continuity that is set in the future, yet in a place that is stuck in the past. We see cityscapes and technology encroaching upon the region. Kanto's urban sprawl is expanding. Hell, this game even predicted the smartphone revolution. Again, things change. There are new evolutions to old favorites. Crobat, Steelix. Sometimes in order to grow, you need to leave, expand your horizons. Kanto, which was the entire game last time, is belittled. It's a husk. A boss rush comprised of fights that are designed for you to murder indiscriminately. These are battles you would need to go out of your way to try and lose in order to have a chance of being toppled. Though public opinion appears to have shifted somewhat in the last few years, these are still potentially the most beloved games in the series. And that's because they are like the anti-modern Pokemon, giving us more, giving us introspection, two aspects everyone and anyone who plays the series misses dearly. Every game follows the same formula. Every generation of Pokemon is about reliving the same emotional beats of Red and Blue, while this one is distinct because it's about moving past this sentiment. You could say that Pokemon as a whole focuses their attention backwards. Most of the time they take the same formula, make some quality of life changes, introduce some new creatures, and call it a day. Ironically, Silver and Gold, entries themed around revisiting the past, are the ones that manage to escape it, to break free of the confines of its template the most. Gold and Silver didn't change the world like its predecessor. It did what we've already seen, only in a way that in hindsight is incredible because we would never get it this good again. Despite its shortcomings, which there are plenty of, Pokemon Gold and Silver are home to some of the most fulfilling moments in video game history. They aren't the greatest, but they are the greatest to remember. Speaking of, remember to never trust anyone who needs a haircut. Goodbye. Alright, we have an encore bonus part that I couldn't fit into the actual script, so here it is. Pokemon Gold and Silver are single-handedly responsible for people thinking that the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color are the same video game platform. They are not. The Game Boy Color was much more powerful, much more capable than the original Game Boy, but Pokemon Gold and Silver are not Game Boy Color games, they are enhanced Game Boy games to add color on the Game Boy Color. They are original Game Boy games with color added. There's a huge difference. The Game Boy Color had a much faster processor, 4 times the RAM, and it could do things like this. So it's a beautiful day here in the sunshine state of Florida, and I have an extra bonus segment for you. Another encore presentation. Now, this is just an update. So you might have seen these videos. You know, I did Pokemon Generation 1, now I've done Pokemon Generation 2, so you're either thinking one of two things. You might be saying, what the fuck, Jason, this is not why I come to this channel, I don't give a shit about Pokemon, why are you talking about Pokemon? And you also might be saying, well, you did 1, you did 2, now you're going to do the rest of them or something? And the answer to that is no, I am not going to do the rest of them. But I'm also not done. I am planning on doing more Pokemon games. But I don't have something to say about every generation. I'm going to skip some. Like, you want to know what I think of 3? It's fine. I don't know. I got nothing. So yeah, I'm still doing the Super Nintendo RPG thing, obviously. That's my bread and butter. The next one is Nobunaga's Ambition. It probably will not be the next video, but it is coming down the pipeline. And yeah, thanks for watching to the end. See you later.
A massive disappointment. Game Freak culled the roster. No longer are you able to transfer Pokemon from the previous generation. Average looking, formulaic, stripped down, basic animation, a weird, rushed second half, a story, a plotline which makes no sense whatsoever, a central conflict which could have been avoided if the main antagonist had an IQ of over 50. Look at this water. Does this look acceptable to you from the highest grossing, hottest media franchise in the world? Oh yeah, that's right. Strap in and welcome to another episode of Jason Shits on Something Everyone Likes. Let's recap. As you know, Ruby and Sapphire did not include every Pokemon in existence upon release, and even modern day, you either need to cheat or alternatively have a genuine Game Boy Advance, both versions, Fire Red, Leaf Green, a GameCube, or Wii, Coliseum, XD Gale of Darkness, a memory card, and a GameCube to Game Boy Advance cable. Average looking, yes, compared to what the Game Boy Advance was capable of. Ruby and Sapphire are underwhelming, and the basic art direction its world takes on doesn't help. Stripped down, many features from Gold, Silver, and Crystal did not reappear. There is no longer a day-night cycle. Despite the GBA supporting much larger cartridge sizes, the world is shrink down back to only one region, and there's only 8 badges again. An awkward plot that makes no sense, with main villains who couldn't solve the shape-sorting puzzle at your local preschool. And to top it all off, it introduced Slackoth. This weak, pathetic, worthless creature can only move every other turn. Get it? Because he's a sloth? And he's slow, and he's lazy, slacks. Recently I played through Pokemon Sapphire, and it's guilty on all counts. Many criticisms we lay on the feet of Game Freak were as relevant 20 years ago as they are today. This was a turning point. No longer is Pokemon a cutting-edge JRPG. It carved out a niche, accepted what it was, and signaled that it was okay making improvements, but rebooting the same game they already made. Maybe that's being unfair, because Pokemon Sapphire does add a core element to the Pokemon experience. One major pillar that every game from here on out would keep. Up to this point, they resolved around 2 main ideas. Being the best trainer is your main goal, and catching them all is a much longer, obsessive secondary aim. Well, here comes trouble, in the form of a stupid, cliche, unnecessary, and detracting plot. The first 2 games didn't fall into this pitfall. There's no, oh, the world is in danger and you, and only you, 10-year-old child, can battle the evil monster that's threatening to destroy the world. And you gotta do it, you. Every generation from 3 onwards does something like this, and it has never once made their respective games better. The only time it even flirts with something you might want to invest in was in Black and White. And despite the promising start, they haven't figured out how to tell any other story than the one that's in Ruby and Sapphire. Evil Team has horribly misguided plans. They execute on those plans. Something goes wrong, and you need to fix it. Oh, get owned, slack off. Why do I even keep you around? Ruby and Sapphire are particular examples, the poster childs for dumb, bullcrap, illogical plots. It's a game with a message, and this NPC spells it out nicely. The water around these parts is clean. I get my Zigzagoon to pick up litter from the shoreline at times. Dirty water becomes rain and joins our rivers, which we drink from. If we pollute the sea, it all comes back to haunt us eventually. It's an environmental game. You don't mess with nature because it comes back to haunt you. Depending on what version you play, if you're not aware, the villainous team is either called Aqua or Magma. In Ruby, the red guys want to make this volcano erupt so they can expand the landmass, so there's more space to build shit. The blue guys also want the volcano to erupt for some reason, but their main goal is to get it to rain so much that everything floods. So just fuck land or fuck sea. This isn't stupid when you stop and think about it, it's simply baffling on its face, and no amount of Tamashi Hikora, or Tamahiro as she calls herself these days, videos about land reclamation redeem this. Speaking of redemption, Slackoff is finally evolving. Silly little thing must be sort of like Magikarp. Starts out slow, but once they finally evolve, it's time to kick some ass. So you just need to plug your nose and ignore the story. And that sucks. There's a lot of potential in the Pokemon world to tell stories. Generation 3 contains another example of what happens when Game Freak tries to divert its focus from catching and battling. Has anyone in the history of the world ever enjoyed contests? No, putting up with them, actively not hating them, is not the same thing as enjoying. They're harmless, and to be fair, you never need to do them, but even as a kid, these were lame. And yeah, as a kid, I like these games. I'll replay them every few years, and Generation 3 was the first one I remember when it was current. This is when I got into the series. To pretend that I don't have a soft spot for Ruby and Sapphire would be disingenuous. Luckily, despite being paradoxically bloated and pared down, Ruby and Sapphire are still fantastic because the Pokemon formula fucking works. And they do undoubtedly improve upon their core foundation. Better UI design, a GUI for interacting with storage as opposed to just text, added abilities, added natures, double battles, weather effects, unique menu sprites for each Pokemon, finally seeing what moves do before learning them, a run button, and on top of that, it's standardized how all the math under the hood calculating stats and damage would work going forward, ensuring that it will always be possible to transfer your team forward. All improvements in service of what Pokemon already did well. Complements, not appendages. Speaking of improvements, wait, he's evolving again?
slacking? Oh no, we're back to this every other turn crap. Well, I've trained him this long. It's too late to swap him out now. We are still not anywhere near the point of diminishing returns, of improving the moment-to-moment experience. Ruby and Sapphire are better games than what came before, but they also represent a point at which Pokemon as a series stopped caring about pleasing you, the longtime fan, the older person in their teens, or 20s, or 30s, or 40s. We'll make the wheel turn smoother, but we're not building a new one. And after all, why should they? Pokemon can always fall back on the same tricks and cliches because kids, you know, the target audience, haven't seen them before. If your goal with this series is to constantly hook in new fans, every game can and should serve as an entry point. So why not use this proven template for hooking in new fans to get them constantly coming back? They already got it right the first time. No need to mix things up. Create a few new designs, call it a day, then sell it back to the public. And people still buy this shitload of fuck slacking. It's frustrating for longtime older fans who want more out of these, but what we want and what the series aims to deliver are divergent. Pokemon doesn't make sequels, they only do reboots, they only do spin-offs. And these were patient zero. At least until about a month ago. People on the internet wanted an open world Pokemon. Well, here it is, and it's being praised on every corner of the internet. I'm not even sure I personally like the game. Its core loop of doing these checklists to fill out Pokedex entries, a little boring. It's ugly and the story still sucks, but at least it's something new, and all in all, I'm still excited to see where the series goes. I don't know how time is going to look back on Legends Arceus. It may very well end up being a critical turning point. Maybe not. The era of the Pokemon rut might be over. Depends on what they do from here. I and many others had a love-hate relationship with Pokemon Sword and Shield. It was disappointing on many counts, but one aspect everyone seemed to agree on was that the wild area was fucking awesome. Never before had a Pokemon game contained such an expanse, a cornucopia of potential Pokemon partners. You could walk in any direction, control the camera with the right analog stick, almost like Pokemon was evolving into a real video game, but it was just one area, a tease, a mirage. Most of the rest was standard Pokemon fare, hallways containing trainers, a predetermined few wild creatures. So this led me and probably many others to collectively wonder, what if they made a Pokemon game that was all wild area? What if they made the whole game like this? Fast forward to November 18th, 2022, and Pokemon Violet is the whole game like this. I spent all of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday doing nothing except playing this game. I finished the main story and it's fantastic. The greatest Pokemon game released in at least 15 years, 1 month, and 5 days by my count. And it starts out fast, a blazing tutorial so subtle, you'll hardly even notice it's there. In less than an hour, you'll have your dumb-looking motorcycle monster, and you're left to explore the entire game world freely. The joy of having access to so many Pokemon as soon as the game begins is unmatched. The wonder of seeing a brand new design for the first time, creatures you never knew you wanted, of seeing old standbys and favorites returning. It never wears off. You're being bombarded with this never-ending line of different Pokemon. Never has it been more fun to just wander around and see which faces you'll find. And as the game goes on, that feeling never fades. From start to finish, this remains true. It is more fun to explore here than it ever has been. The wild area and Legends Arceus almost managed to pull the same effect off, but when you strip down Arceus, you're left with a game about checking off boxes from a honey-do list. Defeat 40 Crogunks, use Ember with Cyndaquil 15 times, use an Agile-style move with Duat 10 times. No thank you. I'd rather drown. I am a loser. I play every Pokemon game. Legends Arceus was the first one in a long time that I did not finish. That game bored me to tears. The people who love Legends Arceus are circus clowns who love playing the same game for 5,000 hours, breeding a perfect ID living dex. That game is for sickos, freaks. But Pokemon Violet, now that's a game for posers like me. Is the open world fun? Yeah. And I mean that in the most literal sense. It's fun to move around. This stupid motorcycle Pokemon is a fucking blast. It breaks this game wide open. You're able to bend the rules and explore in ways that feel illegal. I'm expecting Officer Jenny to bust through my window and unleash unspeakable horrors upon me. I expect to get canceled on Twitter after what I'm getting away with on top of this thing. When you first get it, his movement is so unnatural, like it doesn't belong in this world. He feels like an in-game cheat code, like pressing L to levitate in Ocarina of Time. And that's just the base form. When you gain extra abilities, such as gosh dang wings, you can glide around, forget about it. This was love at first flight. Pokemon Violet made me feel like a video game pervert. You're not supposed to be up this high. You're not supposed to be able to drive on top of the Pokemon Center. You aren't supposed to fight the level 40 Ice Gym third. Playing Pokemon Violet feels like producing an episode of Shez's Boundary Break. It's gross, it's weird, and I love it. You were able to do any of the main 18 objectives in any order you please. Yes, you heard me. I've heard people arguing the opposite. I hear your cries. But they didn't scale the levels, meaning that you still need to do the gyms in the same order, or at least close to it. To which I'll reply, shut the hell up and live a little. You want to know what's more fun than a game which scales depending on how many gym badges you have? Pulling out some bullshit win when you're 20 levels lower than the game expects you to be. Using your superior human brain to outwit this dipshit AI. To ram your head against an obstacle to game plan for one specific fight so hard that you have it down packed, move for move, planned out ahead of time. It feels dirty. Like I've got two Grimers giving me a puff massage. Officer Jenny, come here. Fucking arrest this man because he's using chip damage from Salt Cure to destroy these Titan Pokemon way before he should be able to. Throw him in Poke Jail. He just raided the hardest Team Starbase before he got his 6th gym badge. You can't do that. That's illegal. But much like rolling around, not giving a fuck about level geometry, gliding through cities with this unnatural looking ass motorcycle Pokemon, it is much more fun to do things out of order than in order. It is much more fun to color outside of the lines. And the phenomenon works both ways too. When you're over the hump, after you've pushed your proverbial boulder up the mountain, over the top, Pokemon Violet becomes a low-tier god simulator, trouncing bosses who may have posed a threat 20 hours ago in one gosh danged hit. It's so satisfying strolling into a gym battle, only to leave the gym leader crying and alone, smashing their faces in so hard that they're never gonna want to look at a Pokemon ever again. Jenny, come arrest me. I'm a murderer. I'm out here ending careers. It is so much fun playing a Pokemon game out of order that it ought to be illegal. But in Pokemon Violet, it isn't. And it's awesome. Now, there is something to be said about a perfectly paced game that's always challenging, but not too challenging, mind you, to find that sweet spot in between frustrating and brain dead. But Pokemon isn't that series. And it never really was that series. If you are a dumb little kid, sometimes the games posed a threat, but if you've ever dabbled in Showdown, or even simply learned how to properly buff your party, or if you're a fucking loser who revives their own Pokemon mid-battle, a disgusting act that Officer Jenny actually should throw people who do that in jail. Past games for the most part have been a fucking joke, but with Violet, you make your own challenge. Go ahead, ram your head against the most insurmountable obstacles the game has from the start. Do it. Ride your bike up a hill, then enjoy your relaxing coast down to freedom. It feels good picking fights you have no business winning. And on the same side of the coin, it feels good one-shotting a big scary bird monster boss that you're meant to struggle on. I will take unscaled, uneven difficulty where you alternate between struggling mightily and imposing your will over a consistently planned out, scaled, quote-unquote balanced, yet piss-easy experience every day of the week. 10 out of 10 times. Balance is boring. Live on the edge, color outside the lines. Now, the 10-story Don fan in the room does need to be addressed. Not the metal one. Because yeah, you know what that's all about? Have you beat the game yet? Do you know? It's awesome, isn't it? Anyway, most discourse surrounding this game has been about its poor performance and technical issues, and I'd be remiss if I didn't weigh in on these. It's not exactly smooth by any means, but it's not as bad as many have led others to believe. You can go on r/gaming, or on Twitter, or on Discord, or wherever, watch a bunch of selected clips that portray this game in its worst possible light, laugh or cry or bitch or moan that, fucking Game Freak, we need new Pokemon developers. They don't know how to make video games. And if you haven't bought the game and all you've seen are these glitches going around social media, you'll get that impression. I'm pleased to report that the game holds together much better than you might expect if this is all you've seen. If that's all you've heard, is that it's this fucking mess. At the end of the day, it's 2022. Video games, especially major AAA ones like this, have so much footage released ahead of time, have so much coverage by both nobodies like me and by professional gaming outlets, that it's almost impossible to not know what you're getting ahead of time. I've been using footage that I captured directly from the game this whole time. It's true, the frame rate dips, dives, dinks, and dunks. When it rains, the universe around you questions its own existence. If you are personally on the fence, then the best thing you can do is inform yourself and make a decision. These technical issues either bother you or they don't. I personally could care less. This isn't an action game, and I can live with my turn-based RPGs not being particularly smooth. The bottom line is, are you okay with playing a game that looks like this? Because what you see is what you get. People attempting to tell you that this is an unfit to ship buggy mess that freezes up every other minute and contains game-breaking bugs and glitches whenever you attempt to do anything, that's simply not true. Sure, it's a crusty, skunky, less than polished game, but it works. In fact, it reminds me of Fire Emblem Three Houses. Anyone watching play that? Did that game perform well enough for you? Because Violet is about on the same level of crunginess. Now, I will say that one time the game did soft lock on me, and I'm not going to make excuses for this. Your game should never do that. This worm is supposed to break these rocks and go through this tunnel, but he just kind of stood there swaying back and forth in an infinite loop. This sucks, this is inexcusable, this should never happen in a finished game. But it only happened once, and the autosave is so generous that I didn't lose any progress. And it worked fine other than that. So in the end, it didn't exactly move the needle in my opinion. Pokemon X and Y introduced Mega Evolutions, and they were pretty cool. At least I thought so. Unfortunately, Game Freak has been chasing that high ever since. Z-moves, Dynamaxing, and now Terastallizing have all been varying degrees of fucking terrible. Fortunately, Terastallizing is the least intrusive and most easily ignored of the bunch. Don't want to learn how all this shit works? Well, unless you're playing online, you'll be just fine never interacting or engaging with it at all. Though I will say I almost sort of like it because it ties into the plot. Yeah, I know, plot in a Pokemon game. It ties into the plot better than any of those past tacked on mechanics ever did. And let's talk about that. Pokemon plots have always been at their best when it's focusing on you, the player character, becoming the greatest Pokemon battler in all the land. It is a wish fulfillment fantasy about you being the greatest, most talented at something, in a world revolving around that specific thing. You are the unquestioned best at the most popular thing in the world. This happened to be Sword and Shield's strongest attribute. It was the best Pokemon game about telling this particular story. Pokemon plots are at its worst when there is a globe-spanning conspiracy, or when it's up to one little kid to save the world from some asshole who didn't think about their evil doomsday master plan for more than 13 seconds. The more convoluted bullshit they added, the worse off a Pokemon's game plot becomes. I've been saying this for years. Go back and check the tape. Now here comes Pokemon Generation 9 making me look like a fucking fool. Because it is by far the least bad kid saving the world plot outside of the Mystery Dungeon games. There are legitimate touching moments, elements are set up ahead of time, early, and have satisfying payoffs. And for a Pokemon game, I can't ask for much more than that. I actually care about the story enough in this game to not want to spoil it here. And that's something I cannot look you in the eye and say about a single other game in the mainline Pokemon series. Yes, including Black and White. Pokemon Violet is not a perfect video game. It is not my game of the year, but I like it a hell of a lot more than anything else the series has given me lately. Again, I play every Pokemon game, remakes included, as soon as they come out. Legends Arceus was the first one I didn't finish ever, and it kind of bummed me out. My excitement for Pokemon was at an all-time low. I didn't really care about Generation 9 at all. It felt way too early. Like they're already making another one, there's no way it can be good. Well, here it is, and it is. I was ready to hate, but Violet won me over. Don't let viral Twitter videos, don't let the front page of our gaming, don't let some guy who needs a haircut deter you. This is a good one for fans. It's a good one for people who only play Pokemon once every 5 years. It's a good one for people who play Pokemon once every 20 years. It's a good one for first-timers. It's a good one for third-timers. It's just a real good Pokemon game.